Gigo's waiting for the
Toots
Feast, which is already out of cooldown. Feast is available right now, but he can't take any damage. Feast goes down. Baron is on Loud. Loud turned this around. Now unstoppable onslaught straight to the front line. Route tries to dish out damage, but he is just scratching the back of Gigo. Gigo got back to back, but Zombie Science still tries to get something out of it. Loud, 4 subjectives, and they find a way onto the lead again.
We go double zombie in that fight, and they still weren't able to win anything at all there. Such a huge fight by Loud, and making apparent something that we talked about. Trigger happiness by the side of Furia there, forcing the objective so heavily here, and you can see how disjointed they are. One is forcing onto Robo, the other are on the backside, forcing onto Redbird on the side. Everyone is completely disjointed with their ultimates, not playing how they usually do. Great engage here by Redbird. The flash by Yu, I think, a little bit too preemptive, but it saves Ayu keeping himself alive long enough. But because of the distraction, Loud finishes Anakin and moves into the fight. They are now really tanky because ultimates are down. They don't have consistent enough damage to stop the fight from the side of Loud, and they are just able to run it down after that really effectively. It's just such a better played fight by Loud, and the trigger happiness really jumping through by Furia there.
Yeah, and it's a massive contrast. We saw Loud threatening Otacon at least 4 different times in the last 10 minutes. Not once did they fully commit to the objective. Furia, the one time they go for it, they commit to it. And now it's Griffin that gets caught off and shut down by IU. A little bit too overconfident there from Loud. They lose their jungler, which is probably going to kill their power play right then and there.
Yeah, makes it so that at the very least, you're not going to be forced into an awful spot. They are going to stop this Baron push, and it means that Loud is not going to improve their lead at this point. But it's still a game where Loud now has a lot of control, and enough control for them to really just decide where they want to run and where they don't want to do something weird. And it's Furia that needs to find the perfect teamfight once again. Tatu getting into the back line, followed by Toots, followed by Jojo. They need their ultimates to be connected and utilized accordingly to the situation, because if not, the game may just blow up.
I mean, the thing is, you have a front line that Furia have allowed to scale. Robo is on 10 stacks. He's maxed size right now. Won't grow any larger, but he will still be gaining those stacks. And you also have Griffin on 3 items. You have Redbird, who has an Abyssal Mask, enabling or further enabling both Jewel, Griffin, and Robo. So Redbird is going to be playing a massive role once that Magnet Storm starts coming through.
Yeah, funnily enough, the magic resistance that they have built is really, really good. You can see their Griffin kind of killing himself. That was just so him walking, dying on the side, and then kind of like not understanding what was happening there. Unlucky, but important for Fury in that position. And then also just thinking about it, like you're mentioning, Toots.
Oh, that is a big fight. Redbird gets caught off in the back line there. He tried to go for a Magnet Storm, but he allows Ayuf to get a double kill. Can they get more out of that as Robo gets chunked down tremendously? Route falls away from there, and so does Jewel with the Realm Warp. They're Loud, turning tail and running, and it looks like Furia find their way back with a fight, at least momentarily.
Once again, another fight where they cannot kill off a target, and then the ultimates do come in effectively there. It looks like Toots was the one getting focused on there, has to flash away, but survived. And then also the Scion almost dying there, but too tanky to die at that point. It's really small margins, the ones that are making this fight, and they are forcing. I hate this so much by Loud, by the way. Stop forcing so heavily onto the lane that has the Scion and the other members there.
They get so overconfident. They did, but they had the tower. Why would you try to dive this? You just have Redbird isolated on the back, trying to pull something out of that one, but you're just allowing IU to dish out free damage.
Yeah, and this is the thing. The Ashe may not be the highest damage dealing hyper carry, but she still deals a good amount of consistent damage if she gets left by herself. So you need to be able to get on top of her and actually kill her, or not allow her to get on top of anyone at all. And she has now Flash and Cleanse, so it's going to be even harder to go for it. Please.
Could we see a Gigo angle again? Because the dragon's spawning in soon. Everybody's posturing up for it, but right now it's Furia's map to be controlled. Now, Loud recognize this and decide to just back away from that one. It's not soul point just yet. You already have 3 dragons. You don't need a desperate fight for this objective. Furia are going to recall.
There's still a little bit of time.
There's still a little bit of time, but they want to establish vision as fast as possible. We still need to see a little bit more. Jewel, looking at him on the top side. He does have the bloodletter, so there is some magic penetration, plus the abyssal mask on Redbird. They can dish out magic damage, but they need time.
Yeah, and the thing is that the Scion really is going to be such a big mid shield. At the very least, now Raud having 4 items, I kind of think that he can go against Guigo in this position. But like, it's still so much. Actually, no. I just saw the amount of damage that he dealt. Bird, he scratched the shield.
Gigo's going full tanks. Forget what I said about being about the Bruiser Scion. He can reach 400 attack damage with the right items, but look at Route. He's trying to get Tuts. Tuts is on the wrong side of the fight, but immediately the unstoppable onslaught comes in to try to secure the kill, but nothing happens. Gigo's left alone to his own devices as the backline collapses on the tanks. Everybody on Furia backs away. There's a double kill on Griffin. They need to get on IU. They find the kill. They find the stack. Robo gets him down, but it cost them so much as the shutdown falls against Jewel, and triple kill for Tatu in the progressive fight there for Furia that allows them on timer to go for Baron.
Cleanse Flash just being that much valuable there. I'm not even sure how Jewel died in that position. He didn't even flash. Same for Raud. They were just collapsed on there. Maybe the Zombie Scion just took them by surprise, but there was nothing really there to stop them from actually being able to get the kill into IUS.
Whoa.
Replay even broke in that position. The Baron buff will probably die. It's only really Toots that is spawning. 25 seconds, so this should be a free Baron, I think. But Redbird has teleport, Jewel has teleport, Robo has teleport.
I mean, yes. Can they actually go for... Okay, now we have the replay.
The fight. Yeah.
This is not our fault, by the way.
From Azure's perspective. It's such a good fight by them, by the way, and the engage is not bad by Redbird, but I think that they committed too much into trying to go for Ashe here, that they ignored the fact that then they could get collapsed on. Raud gets stopped immediately by, and then they are not able to kill on the side the remaining members. So surprised that they opted. Okay, a Dragon is alive, actually. They
ignored the Baron Asher. They didn't even want to contest it. They just want to go straight for Baron, and now they have a feast on Robo. There's no smite, exactly. There's no smite on Tatu. They just get the dragon, and that's the Hextech Soul falling in favor of Loud. They have the Baron, but they can stall it out now.
Yeah, they need to be able to magnify the value of this Baron buff, but like you're mentioning, like it's difficult to actually pull it off, just because at the end of the day, there's a lot of tools to really stop it. But 5 members are here. Griffin actually hasn't backed yet, so they may give up this turret, and maybe a little bit more if they're not careful.
They might design a perimeter around the base. Yeah, they lose this mid tower, but I don't think Furia have enough fuel in the tank to really push it through. They also have a lot of gold to cash in because they went straight to Baron trying to contest the dragon.
Yeah, and importantly, I think a lot of this comes down from the fact that Baron buff was really, really slow. Because it took them way too long for both Tatu and Jojo to actually finish that Baron buff. They weren't able to begin setting up for the dragon, and now it's Soul against Baron buff, and also potentially Elder in 6 minutes or 5 minutes.
Now, what a roller coaster of a gold chart we have here on our screens right now. Lordy,
it really feels like it could go either way.
It does, and right now Furia are leading from at 1,500 gold, which is not a lot considering the game time. We're 38 minutes in, where all the fights matter. Robo gets caught up in the front line, gets taunted by Tuts, and the fight ensues. They want to get IU, but IU is pacing himself and distancing from the fight very decently. Gigo is down, but there goes round 2. Hero's entrance is putting Tuts in a very precarious position. He gets caught by the Magnet Storm, and one by one, Loud are felling numbers on Furia's side. Their major tanks are down, and now Loud, on a massive reverse Baron power play, find a way to get the fight, but I don't think they expected this. What's next for them? They don't have Baron. They can't push mid.
So they can try and force here. There's no flash on Ayu. There's no flash on Jojo. There's no flash on Tatu. They can actually force this a little bit more. There is no ultimates, though, on the side of Loud. They probably get inhibitor and then back away.
You still have cease and desist in the hands of Tatu. He's in the front line, 4k HP. Loud are just going straight for game. Here we go. Cease and desist right on top of Griffin. Griffin is down for the count. They find a kill on Tuts. Tatu is down as well. Flash out from Robo. Below, my Lord Jewel! The massive rise in the late game, securing the triple. And securing potentially game for Loud. In comes Gigo, unstoppable onslaught straight for the front line. It's a ring around the Rosie. Jewel gives up on the Nexus. He is baiting Furia out of the fight as Robo slowly but surely tackles down the Nexus. He's at 200 HP, gets taunted by Tuts, who Hero punches away. He does not want this win. Robo, he takes so long to die, but finally gets taken down by Tuts. The message is sent. Loud have a clear path for victory.
Yeah, they can actually just play for the sidelines now and try and end the game through there. Or we can see a situation similar to the previous game. Elder is up in 3 minutes, and that's open Nexus.
I mean,
it's just... it's Rice ulti into the base and win. Like, legitimately, Loud can just go Rice ulti into the game. And we see the fight here. This is the committing onto Robo first, but then the real issue here is the ultimate. They force the Sion ulti and the Vi ulti in really bad spots. They don't hit anyone important, and the JoJo ultimate here, the Seraphine, goes completely wide from Roud and Redbird. They don't commit, they don't get a fight, and then the Gali ultimate, the last vestige of any potential they had there, goes wide as well. It's just, ultimate's not connecting for the side of Furia, and their composition is completely based off of that ulti.
But it was looking, but at the beginning of the fight, it was looking so good for Ayu. His spacing was really good. He had a lot, like his tanks bought him a lot of space, but it felt like Furia halfway through kind of gave up on the fight because they got a little bit too claustrophobic in their own jungle. It backfired so hard. Now, like you said, Nexus is open. Are Loud going to play by the book? Huh?
It was a place where I think that Ayu was reading that into either we fight here and I die and we lose, or I try to maybe hold on a little bit longer. And that like, I don't think there's a great answer there, because if you die, the game's over. But if you don't commit, you lose the fight, and the game may be over as well. Like, that's two ways of looking at it as well, which is difficult to really evaluate, especially as an Ashe with no flash.
An Ashe with no flash. And no dash as well. Very, very immobile. Yep. Gigo gets knocked up. Tower is towering as Griffin goes into the back line. They fully commit with the Rise ult. There's nothing left for Furia to do except watch the defeat screen as Jewel carries the team into the Nexus and secures game 3 for Loud against Furia.
And look at Griffin, how happy he is after that. And full props to him. He played that really well, that series, I mean. He played it really, really well. Couple of mishaps here and there, but I think he did a really good job at that. And Furia had everything in their power to really do it, but it just felt like there were moments that defined the series that Furia was not up to the task for it. And
not
Loud were at the end.
No, absolutely. Furia had a solid chance at taking home the win here. They had a massive bot lane, I want to say a gap in the bot lane, where Ashe could actually do something with the Seraphine, but ultimately, they just didn't have the tools to take. It wasn't enough. The tanks were massive. What went wrong is my question. Was it a lack of damage? Was it a lack of tankiness? It wasn't. Everything, like, with every metric you look at, Furia had the upper hand. The tanks were bigger. The damage output was larger. The jungle potential was bigger. The engage was easier from the side of Furia.
Yeah, it just felt like more times than less, when it came to force things to happen, their ultimates just didn't connect at the end. And I know that I'm inking too much on that topic, but their composition is 100% based on buy into Galio, into Sion, into Seraphine. That's their comp, like, legitimately. Pick any order you want. I think buy does need to be the first, but pick any other order you want. And it works the same anyway. But the problem is that the longer the game went, the harder it became for them to actually connect that. And there were like rays of shining there, like rays of light that actually almost turn around the situation, like Ayu getting the triple kill in the mid lane into then turning into Baron. But like, those rays are not enough when you're not able to culminate that job after that. And for Furia, I just felt like it never happened.
And once again, I feel like this ending to this game was very similar to what we saw in Game 2, where they baited everyone to try to fight topside. They didn't even remember Rizol. And all of a sudden, Jewel Realm warps everybody onto the Nexus. And it was all Jover. 3-0, a clean sweep. Against one of the favorite teams in LTA South to continue their onslaught onto Worlds have just been shut down.
And Furia out for the year. Now,
what a time to be alive.
Yeah, what do they look into, right? Because I don't think, like, this roster, I don't think there's any real reason to change it because of how much success they had, right? But
Like top 3, and he'll be like 100 games ahead of the next highest player. And then like this year, like quad, quid, like everyone was like ahead of him, and I was just like, damn, what's going on? Like we got to put in more work than this. And I would
have
say
quad quid increased, or has APA decreased? Do you think?
I would say APA decreased. Like, and credit to Ian. Like he took the feedback on board, and he's like really upped his numbers in the last couple of weeks. And I think mechanically he's actually playing quite well at the moment. I think that his image of the game is like broken against the team's image of the game at the moment, and that's probably because in the jungle mid partnership that he had with Umpty was the real leader, and Ian was the real follower in that relationship. Now with him and Yuji, like obviously APA has to lead a lot more.
Yeah.
So obviously that's really, really tough for a young player like APA. So I would say mechanically he's playing well. I would say like Impact has the opposite issue, where Impact has like a crystal clear image of how he wants to play the game, and then he's putting himself in good situations and then like not executing to the level that Impact was executing last summer.
Yeah, you mentioned a mouse and keyboard problem, but the conversation we always have on the lounge is like that, and we've had other pros talk about this too, that you were really good at lane swaps, and when lane swaps are taken away, it's
But that's
harder
not
to
true,
get
because
advantages.
last spring there was 0 lane swaps and we beat everyone.
In
Spring.
You could still they hadn't taken out of the game yet though.
No, like if you watch us versus FlyQuest, both 5-game
last
series.
spring in 2024.
The
not
first
this,
championship we won, we lane swapped 0 times.
Yeah.
And we had the best laning stats out of literally everyone in the league.
Yeah.
Problem
Spawn
is
versus the narrative.
that doesn't fit the narrative. So
Yeah. I mean, that's why we're here.
And then like, I mean, this spring, I don't know like how much you guys like hear about the scrim rumors, but lane swaps changed. And we were terrible at lane swaps in spring. And the only way we actually won is like you guys started like hitting lane swaps a lot. And like we finally figured it out at the very end. But like split 1 this year, we also were a terrible lane swap
Until the finals.
Very
basically.
finals, yeah. And then for one weekend, like genuinely, the clouds parted, the sun came out. Good League of Legends.
You had your
blessed us for 2
Brazilian.
weeks.
You had your Brazilian training facility.
Yeah, we had our Brazilian training
That
facility.
place was so OP, man.
It was
so
very,
broken.
very nice. Honestly, that like no one talks about the stuff like that.
Yeah.
But when Cloud9 came, we realized the benefit that we had over the teams that were like, we're listening to what Cloud9 had to go through for their boot camp versus what we went through for our boot camp. It was like
we weren't allowed to walk to the place. I tried to walk outside of the hotel, which, by the way, the shuttle there, for people to know, was like 1 minute. You get in the shuttle and you go, you take 1 right turn, and then get off.
Yeah.
I was not allowed to walk to it. I went to the gas station and the guy was like running down like, no, don't go. Like, okay, man. I had to change my hotel room 3 times.
we're in a beautiful facility. We were like sleeping like 2 floors from where our practice rooms were that were really nicely air conditioned. We had our own review room. Then we had another separate coach's room. We had fantastic chef cooked meals every day.
Yeah.
my goodness.
It was actually tough.
That's pretty nice.
I mean, the thing though was
paradise
the
over there.
worst thing was like it was like 10 p.m. was our cutoff, right? I think we had to like leave.
Yeah, and then you had to come back. And
And you
go
just like
sit
people
in
would
the
just be
hotel
sitting
room.
at the hotel room for like 3. I mean, usually pro players are, they're playing at least till midnight for the
Yeah.
most part. Like they're night owls, so like to have to get cut off at 10 was it was pretty bad.
Yeah, FlyQuest had a ton of issues with it as well. Same thing.
Yeah.
Team Liquid was just had the big buff from that tournament.
We were all
You're not
there.
denying it. Yeah.
We were all there.
Yeah. I mean, we showed up and we were just like, wow, no wonder TL won. This is crazy.
That's what, because Spooks went over to you
Wow.
guys thing after we left the boot camp. He's like, wait, what the hell? Like, look at the way how they're living.
That infrastructure, that TL infrastructure.
That TL infrastructure.
Alienware training facilities everywhere.
Good plug. We talked a bunch about Team Liquid. What about Shopify? Because I feel like it's been the strangest thing. Split 1 and Split 2, up until the very end of Split 2, you guys had like a 30% win rate.
Yeah.
But then easier strength of schedule in Split 3. Like, I look at your banner, it's as big as FlyQuest's.
Yeah, not bad.
But it doesn't, like, it hasn't caught up to that. Does it
Well, I feel like
real?
we've taken the shoes of 100 Thieves from last year, where like they're criminally underrated all the time, and they're just like have the underdog buff. Where it feels like because of our strength of schedule, it feels like no one is really sure how good we actually are, because we did get slotted in the 3 easiest games out of anyone in the league. But I would say like our match against Cloud9 is definitely a bit of a statement. I don't think by any means we smoked them or shown that like, oh yeah, SR is a definite top 2 team. But I think it shows that like we are in the mix for the top 4 teams right now. And I mean, yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Jake, you talking about the incorrect lane swap narrative made me think, like, I just want to give everyone an opportunity. Is there a narrative about your team that you would like to correct on this episode of Pros that you've seen from anywhere? Could be from the co-streaming community,
What's
the Twitter
a Shopify
community.
narrative?
I mean,
I think the Shopify narrative was just that everyone thought you guys were fake.
Just trash?
You were like fake third seed or fake like 3-0 team.
I mean, Palafox had a lot to say.
Yeah, I mean, the Palafox narrative this split has been banger.
Yeah. Well, it's gone up and down for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I feel like we still have stuff to prove, so I don't know if I can really like deny the narrative yet.
The narrative seems fine.
Do you know the one narrative that you guys have definitely kicked is the Fudge narrative? Because like I actually feel like everyone was real down on Fudge.
Yeah.
Like, as an OS boy, like I followed the OS players like really closely.
Yep.
Fudge eliminated me from Worlds 1 year as a 17-year-old, so ever since then I've really tracked his career quite closely.
Yeah.
I think that he's like cooking at the moment. I think he's having a really, really good split.
Yeah, I want to agree. Massive props to Fudge because I came in split 2 to Shopify and it was like, all right, here's this project and you need to kind of turn it around or just apply yourself in whatever way possible to like up the team. And I feel like Fudge has been, every team I feel like has that veteran presence or that star player who the coach relies on a lot.
Yep.
And Fudge is that guy. But on top of that, his individual play has gone up like exponentially in the last 5 months since I joined. And yeah, that's a great narrative to like that he's killed by himself.
We would be like, take B-Boy out and like the carry power goes down significantly on Shopify. But now like if you over-index too much into their bottom lane, Fudge is like very, very good at carrying it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had this conversation with other casters about Fudge's career. I wonder how much him switching to mid lane for like 6 months hurt his trajectory because he was getting to be more and more of a carry top. Then he switched to mid lane, and then when he switched back to top lane, even though he won a title, he was always like the glue guy who tried not to lose lane rather than the guy who tried to win the game. And then obviously it went downhill. He got kicked from C9 and had to rebuild himself around Shopify. But yeah, he's a super interesting player. He's really matured a lot.
Yeah, I mean, he went from playing Furia at Worlds that year to playing mid lane the split after, something like that. And then, yeah, he definitely turned into like this tank player.
And like weird mid lane as well. Like nothing against how LS drafts, but like it was like Ivan mid and sometimes tank mid and sometimes mage mid. And like I feel like as someone transitioning to a role, the expectation to play a lot of different styles within that role, because like that's what mid's always been. Like, you know, are you like a Chovy perfect CS to carry the game? Are you a Doinby roam around the map? And like Fudge was like, no, you're in everything in your first split. I feel like that's a lot of pressure to put on a player.
It was almost like always scaling too, because I remember he'd always take Gathering Storm. Like he was the Samsung Fast 5 thing. Every single week Fudge was first because he'd never buy boots. He'd like always have free boots and he'd always get a legendary item first with like First Strike and like Gathering Storm. That was a wild time.
And he like
whatever the debt rune. Yeah.
That was wild. Okay, that was a bit of a tangent. Any narratives about C9?
What's the C9 narrative?
Blabber has been
Lane bullies.
Yeah,
that's true.
C9 narratives that I've heard and maybe propagated. Not sure.
Okay.
Not sure.
maybe propagated.
Maybe propagated.
Yeah, let's hear it.
People are calling them chokers lately. Like always really good regular season, bad playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, can't really combat that one. You know, like it's happened a few times now. I mean, we lost to FlyQuest in a series that again it could have been 3-1, but we threw twice. It's unfortunate. Versus you guys, we threw game 2.
Split 1 versus us as well. I thought it was generational.
Yeah.
Generational is crazy.
Generational. It doesn't feel like I feel like all the guys on the team are all like really locked in, all really good.
Yeah.
We have a lot of like good veterans on the team too that are good at like rallying everyone, especially like Sven and Vulcan. Those guys are really good at getting the team just like on board and ready for the game. But I mean, shit happens. Like, I don't know. It's happened a few times and it's like unfortunate, but
how have you recovered?
Tell the story. Go. In split 1, we're scrimming them, and apparently the
them C9
the 100 Thieves.
Okay.
And apparently, because we're in our facility, like being chilling, like comfy chairs, everything. You know, you guys are at the right, and the casters are warming up for the grand finals.
Okay.
And they're saying, yeah, you know, welcome back to the LTA Split 1 Grand Finals where it's going to be FlyQuest versus C9. And like straight away pause. Like FBI is just like, they're introducing the teams right now for the Grand Final and they're saying FlyQuest versus C9. Like, are we just going to let them trash talk us like this?
Yeah, that did happen.
Wow, that's crazy.
That happened this year. We're just like, what? Did we just hear that right?
That's crazy. How have you guys recovered from Split 2? Because like that must have been a heartbreaking loss. I thought for sure at a certain moment in Game 5, I'd say before Blabber's like Jarvan engaged in the mid lane, I thought you were going to MSI.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it's like it feels terrible to lose that. But I think in the way that we lost, it's almost like somewhat of a positive, like looking at spring and then to there, we're like building up with it. Like Loki's really young and was learning like so much stuff through the year. Like this guy was like completely raw at the start of the year and is in a pretty important position. Just constantly getting better, and it's just stayed that way the entire time. Like we looked at the series, like this should have just been ours. We should have just won. So it's very easily doable for us to just show up and win versus Fly next split. I don't think it was really too hard to like rally back from that. Obviously EWC was a blower, but I think our team does really bad, I think, in like a new place, like when the conditions are really rough and it's like a quick turnaround. And like we fly there and it's like you go to bed at 3 a.m. You have to wake up at 9 for your media day.
Yeah.
And then it was tough to like get through it. Every team had the same thing.
Yeah.
So it's like
I feel like it hits the younger players. That hits the younger players more than the older players a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I don't know. I was there falling asleep in between the games, like waiting for ours. Like I was just knocked out in the lobby.
It's really hard. For like we had a good EWC and like last year, but it was like still really hard. Like our players suffered a lot.
So.
Okay, the last match we haven't talked about, Shopify versus FlyQuest. FlyQuest isn't here, if that changes what you're going to say. But honestly, we've been complimenting FlyQuest so much.
That's interesting.
Yeah?
Because I thought they looked really rough against us. Like, I mean, these guys will tell you, our week last week was not good. So the fact that they're falling behind against Team Liquid is not a good sign for FlyQuest.
Game 2, what was it, 30 kills to 15 at one point?
Crazy.
Yeah.
And
we had 3 opportunities to win that game and decided to just keep it going for a little bit longer.
Well, they have won pretty much every game, but I feel like they've had a lot of really weirdly close games. Like, I forget the game where Inspired, I did this really strange interview with him after the game. He was on Zin, and he had like 2 or 3 like really questionable deaths. And I like asked him afterwards, like, you know, he died a lot. He's like, dying's a part of the game. But then he like explains, like, yeah, you know, we just wanted to give them Drake for some reason. But like, he just ran into 3 people at Drake and died in that game. But they're still good enough that they haven't dropped a single series. But what do you feel like their level is right now?
Honestly, I feel like there are holes appearing in FlyQuest for sure. I feel that Inspired is still probably the best player in the West.
And you worked with them all of last year.
Yeah, because I just came from FlyQuest, so I know these guys very, very well.
Yeah.
And I think there's a level of distrust in FlyQuest that I can see now that I'm on the outside. I think when I was on the inside, I can feel in the team, there was a big honeymoon phase. But now that I'm like 5-6 months removed, when I watch them play, it almost feels that there's much more tension in their team. Especially within this Team Liquid series, I think you see Quad like having a really rough game or two. I think when Bwipo doesn't perform or like pool numbers to him in the way that he wants to, or if he's even losing lane, it feels like their team struggles a lot. And I think Masu has really high highs. There are still times where Masu does show that he's like a bit of a rookie, and he doesn't have like he's not super consistent across the board. I think where FlyQuest is really good is like Inspired shot calling is just top tier. From working with this guy, I don't think there's a better like person that I've seen do what he does. And I've gotten to work with Huni, I've gotten to work with a lot of star players. And then Busio, those two, like Inspired has spent the last 2 years basically teaching Busio everything. So those 2 players are the ones to watch out for. But it almost feels like the other 3, it's not that they're crumbling, but the trust doesn't seem like it's there. So I feel like, honestly, I'm looking forward to playing versus them. I think they're in the most beatable state I've seen them in.
Yeah, I mean, Quad, his Talia games in particular, he's won them, but he's had like 2 in a row where he's started the game like 0-6 or 0-7. But do you all have thoughts on FlyQuest as well?
Yeah, I mean, I still think FlyQuest is like the best team, but I do think, I mean, like any team, they're beatable. I think the thing with FlyQuest is like, I feel like their series versus you was like, not super convincing. Like that game 2, like I think you guys for sure should have won that with how the game was going. And the one thing that, the hard thing about FlyQuest and why they're so good is even when they're in these really bad situations, I think they're also the only team that can win it. Like they're, even though they're like putting themselves in like maybe a bad game state or whatever, I feel like they're the most creative, and they also have like the highest overall mechanical skill. Like if you were just to like put all the players together. So they can like find themselves out of bad spots, even if they're in bad spots. So I still think they're good, but obviously they're beatable. I mean, like TL definitely could have took a couple games, at least, if not game 2. All of them.
We think they're really good, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I don't want to get
I
twisted.
agree. I still feel like they're the best team in the league.
Absolutely.
But they're not as, like, I feel like they've been stronger
like
this year.
They're the only team in the, like, I've seen, like, the G2 narrative around FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like teams have been close to touching distance. And like, I mean, if you take the 2 years, right, like somehow the narrative has been rewritten that they're like the best team from the region in the last 2 years. They've won 2 splits, they've lost 2 splits.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, again, they're a really, really good team. And I actually agree with your analysis, and it's good that people on the inside feel the same way, because I think that Inspired and Busio really do a lot of heavy lifting for this team. And I kind of feel like a little bit the opposite of Golden Glue, which is why I said it's interesting, because I feel like their best players are very, very good. And then the other players are actually behind some, like, for example, like I think Thanatos is the best top laner in the league at the moment. So it's not, I don't think they have the best player in every single role. I just think their best players are insane. Like Busio and Inspired at the moment are like, just, in my opinion, like,
I mean, I agree.
2 clear best players in their role.
I mean, that's why I mean, if, like you could combine like every player together. Busio Inspired
make up for the rest of it.
Yeah, like their total mechanical skill level is the highest.
Whereas
but not in the highest
I would say
ever
Loki, Saint, and Quid. I would, if I was picking a mid laner in the league right now, I would probably take all 3 of them over Quad. Completely honest.
I mean, I definitely think Quid can do that. It's one of those things that mid is also supporting jungler in there, and then you know, like obviously Busio and Inspired are such insane players.
Nick, I feel like we've been waiting for C9 FlyQuest all split, and we keep not getting it. But I'm sure you have. I'm sure you have a lot of thoughts on FlyQuest. I
mean, we obviously, I think we'd really like to be playing FlyQuest right now. It would be so nice to be able to just play them in a best of 5 again. So the fact that we lost to Shopify blows, because now it's not going to happen until, you know, like semifinals or 3rd place match or whatever at like the quickest.
As long as you beat Disguised.
Yeah, as long as we beat Disguised, obviously. But like, I don't know. It's really felt like more and more as it's gone on that it's like, you kind of hit on it, Tanner. I feel like it's like wearing away a little bit at maybe the players that are, because it is like 2 people kind of running the ship. I mean, including Bwipo in there, like he's there, and the others are just, you're here to do your job, and you're going to do what we're like telling you to do. Because I feel like they tilt more, at least
and
watching them play.
For 2 years straight, it can definitely become a burden.
Absolutely. I feel like you can definitely see where you're in a scrim with them, and it's like, oh, they're done with this game. Like someone's tilted in the game, and they're done with this one. And the game will end very quickly after that, because they'll make sure it's over.
I don't know if you listened to the NBA interview that a star player did, and they're like, the reason you change role players, even if it's a person that does the same role in the NBA, is because they get sick of listening to like the star players.
Sure.
I mean, it wears you down.
Or like why it was hard to play, and sorry for the NBA analogy, but like James Harden, when he was scoring 40 points a game and just dribbling the ball on literally every possession. Like, how are you going to play higher for defense for 82 games if you never get to have fun on offense?
Yes. And like, I use NBA analogies a lot, not because I follow NBA, but because it's both 5-team sports. So like moving individual pieces like impacts 20% of the team, like in the starting 5. And I do think that being on top for as long as FlyQuest does actually puts more holes in your game, as opposed to being like the 2nd or 3rd best team and being able to work your way to be the best team. I think that it's actually much harder to front run in a region like the LTA.
Especially because they're not actually losing on stage.
Yeah.
So they can paper over things that are potentially wrong.
It is potentially that, but it's also just like, you feel like if we just maintain and keep doing what we're doing, we are going to stay above the region. And the blueprint to follow seems at times unattainable, because it's like, then you start looking like, you know, we would take actually a lot of inspiration from TES. We would call them Dad internally. It's like, what did Dad do on the weekend? You know, so because like we learned how to play the game against them at MSI last year, to be completely honest. So like, the actual drive to get better can be quite difficult, being the best team from LTA where you don't get cross-pollination. Whereas if you're Gen G, every now and again, I'm sure they just are like, oh, let's scrim AL for a scrim block to just see how China is doing, like LPL is doing, or scrim like the best team from the PCS to see how they're doing. And then, you know, you bring that back and then you get to reincorporate into our game. It's like very insular here, so it is quite hard to front run for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I was going to say also, I think one of the biggest things with them, so we kind of hit on us like being the like, chokers or whatever. I think Fly just has consistently had like the clutch factor of like all the teams, like when they are in those like bad situations in the funny game, they just have the players that like clutch it out. Like they find a way to get something to happen. I mean, even in our like game 5 versus them, like we had a situation where we kind of like won the game back after we lost it. And then they found the angle and ended the game anyways, like right behind us. And it's like,
then, I mean, the 2 you mentioned, they've only won 2 of the titles. There was the Minions in game 4, but still, Team Liquid was winning game 4, could have pushed it to game 5. Team Liquid had already beaten them in Split 1 in 2024. You were incredibly close to beating them in 20.
And then it just happens.
I mean, it even happened to Worlds, to be completely honest. Like, people always go to game 3.
That was the saddest
series. Obvious game 3. But game 1, we had a really big lead. and they were playing a no engage
Series
comp that was
close.
completely outranged.
I remember that.
And my Syndra got hit by a third Q from Cassante.
Yep.
Like I was doing the math of the 2 champions ranges and I couldn't figure out how it happened. But like I've
Classic
got Jin
Cassante
Syndra eye contacting these guys on mid lane, and somehow the Cassante engage is how I lose the game. And I was just like, this is crazy. That I agree with you. Like just every now and again in one of their games, you're like, that should not be able to happen, but they do it with so much confidence that it just works.
Well, you guys didn't hit me with the 100 East narrative. What's the 100 East?
Well, you didn't hit us with the 100 Thieves narrative.
Yeah,
I don't know. You guys give me the 100 Thieves narrative.
I think your narrative is that you guys fight everything, and I think it's true.
Yeah, that's true.
So there we go.
Also, I think your narratives is very much like when you guys believe that you can beat people, that you beat people, and when you guys are a little bit down on yourself, then you can actually tell. And I think that watching, I was talking about the player cams today. Watching the player cams, I could tell your team was in like a pretty good mood today, even when like they were losing. Like the player cams were a lot more funny than they have been in the past.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
Sometimes your players just look sad.
How have the vibes been? And I want to ask you, and I've wanted to ask you, with 100 Thieves going away, like if you lost today, 100 Thieves is just gone from the LTA.
Oh, shit.
How does that weigh on, like has that changed the way your team has to operate?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people always point to that and they ask us about like, 100 Thieves not supporting you guys anymore because they're leaving the league, blah, blah, blah. But I think from being like on the inside, and I was talking about this in like a 100 Thieves interview the other day, but it's like all of us will be looking for a team in like 2 to 3 months. So I think everyone's motivation, if anything, is like an all-time high, right? Like everyone knows that they need to look good. And I think that's the reality of esports is like, you never know if you're going to be on your team next split anyway.
If you really think about it, that's how it's always been.
Yeah, it's always really like this. It's just a bit more in your face now. So I don't know. Like I think 100 Thieves is still treating us really well while we're still here. And it's like, this is the reality of esports anyway. You need to be playing well. You need to be doing your job. And the fact that we might be playing under a different name next year doesn't really change anything from how we feel about it. Unless, I mean, there could be maybe something like behind our subconscious, but that's what we're consciously thinking about it.
Yeah, because there's always a fear of maybe players play more for themselves rather than for the team if they like.
That is a common thing, yeah. But I don't really feel like. I mean, the game is just so team centric right now. You can't really even do that.
Yeah, I feel like that used to kind of be the case where you could maybe do that, but now you'll just look worse.
Yeah.
So.
There's not like a contract year of LCS or LTA players. I'm going to take 20 more shots a game and juice my stats. Doesn't work that way.
No, you're not going to 1v9 the game like that unless you're just completely stomping your lane every game.
I think people can see it too. I feel like the level of like knowledge everyone has is much higher. So I feel like back in the day, people would just look at statistics and they're like, oh, this guy must be goated. But then nowadays, I feel like statistics just mean so much less.
We've referenced them a lot less as well. I also feel like with the difference in strength of opponents and the speed of our splits and the actual accumulation of data, stats have been so hard to actually parse.
Yeah.
Right? Like this team has played 4 more games and their opponents have been twice as hard, and it's just really hard to even look at stats and get any meaningful thing. We talked a bunch of gas on FlyQuest. We didn't actually say what the chances are that FlyQuest beats Shopify next week.
I mean, I think Fly wins, but every time you guys have played, it's been like pretty close, it felt like, where you guys, it's like, oh, you maybe could have won. So
Do you want to put a number on it, like 70-30, 80-20?
I would definitely say it's like 70-30. Like, I think Fly is probably winning, but I'll see you take a game.
If you message me and tell me how Contracts is feeling in the morning, I can tell you how likely Shopify is to win. Because that guy, like, he can solo-handedly just win you games.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think he's the best jungler in the league, but I think that on his best day, he can be the best player in the region.
Yeah.
Contracts has such high highs. I feel Palfox has some high highs as well.
I think both of them do.
Yeah.
I think both of them don't get enough credit. I think, like, honestly, it's something I've been trying to work with them both on, because I think the NRG year, I was also there with them for that, and we were super inconsistent. And that was something that when I joined Shopify, I told both Juan and Christian, I was like, we need to try to be more consistent, like lay out a game plan for everyone. I don't think it's like worked out too well, but when these guys are on, they're on. And especially like Juan is, he because I got the chance to work with Inspired. Juan has the exact same thing that Inspired has, but just not as consistently. So
that's awesome. So you said 70-30. You said
I would go probably even like low. I would say like 75-25, like 80-20. But I would say like it just really depends to me on like how the X Factor players on Shopify actually show up. Because again, like I don't trust FlyQuest at the moment, but that's why it's like hard to give a real answer, to be honest.
Golden Glue?
Yeah, I'd probably say like 70-30 as well. I mean, maybe their match versus you could be like a wake-up call, like, fuck, we almost lost, you know, but I do think they have that clutch factor that even in bad situations they can find their way out.
Yeah, man, this has been really fun. Yeah. Maybe it's not just pro players. Maybe we should do. Maybe we should do more coach episodes.
Coaches.
We're all pro players. Yeah. Tanner was a pro player.
Yeah.
Go for lols.
Yeah.
I have one pro match. First North American import to Europe.
I learned today that I was the jungler for Dignitas in the only pro tournament they ever won.
Yeah, so pro.
IPL 3. Yeah, 2011.
So it's just 5 pro players.
Was Dignitas better back then?
Yeah. Dude, Dignitas' start was so peak. Yeah. This is way long ago, 2011, 2012. But like that was, there was one tournament. This is the stupidest tournament we played in. It was an online tournament. It was called like Rampage or something. It was a King of the Hill tournament.
Yeah.
And you got $200 for every round you won. So we wanted to start at the beginning, and then like run the whole gauntlet. But we beat in that tournament. We beat TSM CLG. We also beat Fnatic in a cross-regional high ping best of 3, where the team with the higher ping actually won all 3 games, which was just, that shows you how bad League was back then, but it's true. But anyway, we beat essentially every top NA team and every top EU team in the same tournament in succession in best of 3s. Then we won IPL 3. Those
are the days.
Then I left the team because I was 24 and I didn't think esports had a future, and I joined Riot.
Big mistake, man.
You now.
You missed the millions. That's crazy.
Also,
you could have been.
I did fine.
Like Voyboy was just
He's like, actually.
I did fine.
Actually, yeah, I made millions myself.
No.
Yeah, cheers.
But for what it's worth, that is actually a big regret of mine. Yeah, you have like Hotshot TG, Hotshot TG, Reginald, and they're like, yeah,
Hey, it's not too late.
Skara,
Hey, it's not too
Voyboy,
late.
Cutie Pie, and I'm like, yeah.
Your team was like Voyboy, you, Skara, I'm a Cutie Pie, Locust.
Correct.
Right? And like everyone just played wild champions on that team. It was so like I just remember back then, like everyone would be like, this is the meta, like this is what you play, and then you would like pick Trundle and Soraka mid and stuff, and just run around.
When did you
wanted.
leave the team?
Oh, so early, man. It was like such a flash in the pan. It was the very end of 2011 at the start of 2012. Because I joined Riot in February of that year. Yeah, it was crazy. And then I Will Dominate replaced me, and then also went on to be a co-streamer. Like early Dignitas.
And a coach. Get him on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bring in Dom.
True.
He was actually here. I think he's
in
at
LA?
the airport right now. Yeah, he's leaving. So
He's
missed him.
leaving?
Yeah.
Near airport?
Yeah, he was here for a week.
We should have delayed
He's
that.
hanging out.
Yeah, we could have had a 6th person.
Yeah, call him up right now.
Yeah, squeeze him right in
Cancel that flight, big
between.
dog.
Sit on my lap.
Squeeze him right in between gold and blue. Okay, is there anything else you guys want to get off your chest since you're coaches and you're often frustrated? I mentioned before, like, why is it that coaches lift weights more than players? Because I feel like literally every one of you go to the gym.
You had a good answer for
Yeah,
that.
you had a good one.
I copied an error.
Oh.
You copied me?
Yeah. Like genuinely,
What was
I
mine?
would come to LA and like you had every coach in the world. Like your coaching staff was like 27 people or something, and like I would just be like, "What are you guys doing?" They'll be like, "At the gym." And I would be like, "I should go to the gym. This seems like a reasonable thing to do in LA."
Okay, we had like our office was in this huge like building, looks like a cruise ship in Culver City.
This is Golden Guardian.
Yeah, Golden Guardian.
Those are the good days.
And there was
I
an
remember that
Equinox
office.
in it, and so we got free memberships to the Equinox.
Yeah.
You know, like the
That's
nicest
fire.
gym you could ever go to.
It was so nice.
So it's just like, yeah, everyone's going. For some reason, no players took it, but all the coaches, like we meet early, so we just go to the gym and then go do our coach meeting and then, you know, whatever.
See you guys on that incline treadmill, all lined up.
Yeah, everyone's there. Everyone slowly started coming to that. Like 100 Thieves went in, FlyQuest came in.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure a lot of teams are still in that same
There
gym.
were like 15 of us going to that Equinox at one point.
Yeah. I'm still paying for that for some reason, and I don't even go right now.
Damn,
so.
bro.
Please
You got it
cancel
like
that.
that.
That's
You got
crazy.
it like that.
The NBA discount.
Like $300 a month.
No, but I have the NBA discount.
From
So-
they haven't
From
cut
the
it off
Warriors.
yet. What is the
Yeah,
discount?
I don't know. I signed up with my email, and it cuts off like a good amount of it.
But you don't
Cuts
know
off
how much.
$5.
Yeah, I don't remember now, bro, but it's like deleted from my account every month.
Apparently,
But it's worth
Cloud9's
keeping
doing
it.
well.
I guess we don't have to care about
It's not
finances.
Equinox days
Bro,
anymore.
when I show up to that gym in off season, it'll be so nice, and it's so worth whatever I lost during that time.
Okay.
But
Well,
genuinely, it's stress.
Yeah.
it's stress. It's a
Like-
good stress relief.
It is a very good stress relief. I feel like if I don't go to gym, I just don't sleep. And then when I don't sleep, Evil Spawn shows up to scrims the next day. And like Jan is like, I've worked with him for 5 years now.
Yeah.
He's the because like I'm a pretty like emotional coach. Like you guys see me on the player cam and stuff. Like these guys have dealt with me as well. I'm a pretty emotional coach, and Jan is the person that pulls me. Like he says very little in scrims, but he's the person that pulls me aside and was like, "Yo, even I thought that one was a little bit too much. You need to take some time." So that's his job.
The final thing I want to say, do you want to share your bottle slam story from last week? Because we always have you smashing bottles on the camera. What was the reason for the bottle slam in the last series?
I'm pretty sure what happened, right, is like So our scrims have not been going well, and we've had some like absolute like generational throws, and I've had some monumental crash outs in the in the coach room.
That's a good line.
And so what happened was like we threw, obviously, and I was like, that's all right. Like, you know, we've still got a chance to win this game. Like it was when APA was basing on a ward.
Yeah.
And then so I was completely fine. I'm chill. And then genuinely, I think APA said something along the lines of like, I guess I was basing on a ward, and I lost it. I don't know why, but I just absolutely like, I don't know. Even Jake like just rampaged through Riot at that
Those
point.
like post comments are the ones that get you as a coach. You're just like, shut the.
And so for those that don't know, the reason I hit the bottle is the bottle bounces. Whereas like at Worlds the year before, I punched the desk against FlyQuest, and like I really hurt my hand, and I was like, I'm not going to do that again. So now if you hold a bottle, it bounces. Like good coaching tip for all the aspiring coaches out there. Bottles bounce.
Yeah, protect your EV wrist. Okay, let us know in the comments if you want to see pro coaches again. It's been awesome having you guys here on the podcast. And a big reminder, we're playing Friday. 3 days of LTA the next 2 weeks before we get back to our normal Saturday, Sunday schedule. That's it. Check out this podcast on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts. See you next week.
Cloud9 going up against Disguised in our next elimination match. And let's just say, Disguised has their work cut out for them.
Soon though. Hey, there's Lyon. Yeah, I'm queuing here. He's done. He's eating a lot of it. How much can you hear, guys? They wait to the ult. I'm exhaust him. Fine. Look young.
Nice. 10 seconds.
If they do so, no place. Looks good. Nice Loki. Kill Rumble.
Yeah. Kill. Don't look at it. Nice. Hey, pull here. We have time, okay?
Disguised had a good early game, but they gave Cloud9 an inch and they took a mile. It's a 21-8, 16,000 gold win.
Oh,
sorry. I do back first. They're showing. Let me get there shortly. I'm
whatever
going
it is.
to the front. Go in. Look Gwen. Okay, I will go on him.
Look again.
I'm looking Gwen fight. Catch a flash, okay? But she has guns still. Yeah. Looks good. That's fine.
Maybe end. Can we end?
Boys, can we get a start real quick?
C9, once they got ahead, they stayed ahead and suffocated Disguise out of this second game.
You see? I'm looking good. Yeah. Just option me. Go here. Look at bar. Yeah. I can't flash him. Yeah. Jump no kino flash.
Look, counter guys.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking. Counter look.
Yes, no flash.
Counter there. Yeah, look again.
No flash.
Yeah,
no deep, no flash. No deep.
I'm gonna rogue him. I'm gonna rogue him.
Yeah.
I'm looking him. Yeah, look again. I'm looking him.
No flash. Look on the flash. Okay. Kill both maybe. Save W for combo. Loki.
Nice.
Good.
Let's go.
C9 were pushed to the brink, to the absolute limit, but they will halt this reverse sweep in progress. They will secure the Game 5 win, and they will stay alive in the lower bracket.
Hello and welcome to Waiting Room. We've got another.
Get them down from there!
Bracket.
Get them down from there!
Save them,
Yeah, wait, what?
At least Wukong. He's taped in there.
Why are they trapped?
You're just going to leave Gwen to die?
Yes. I think after the nerfs, she deserves
It's okay, she's immune.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
Yesterday, we had a banger 5-game series.
Yeah.
Nearly the greatest upset we've ever seen. DSG took C9 to 5 games, and the players from DSG were immediately tweeting out after. We've seen so much improvement from them throughout this split.
Yeah, and the most impressive thing to me was that Game 4 they put together, right? Like, I loved the Silas jungle. XU was everywhere. It's the most coordinated I've ever seen this team look. And yeah, they put together a really impressive series that came down to so many minute things in that final game that then got Loki's Zeri ahead, and then he kind of just took over.
It is what it is. It happens. But it was funny that during the cast, we set the narrative, hey, you know what? The last 5 games, they've been taking down Dignitas again and again and again. Even Castle in the interview before the day saying that they're in the driver's seat.
Yep.
That was a joke at the time, but then you look at the actual games themselves, and it feels like they had that momentum. And now, yes, you can see the vibes from the team, but their year is not over. They still have to play in the promotion relegation tournament. And so just seeing the improvements that they've had, especially with the roster changes that they've had to this split, they're primed with success on that one.
Yep, gives you a lot of faith that they're going to be able to keep that spot. But we're going to have to take a look at the playoff bracket now here. We, of course, are in the elimination phase. A couple teams have already been eliminated, including DSG yesterday. Today we have another elimination matchup as it's TL going up against 100 Thieves for the last time.
Oh,
we are getting
I'm so sad
rivalry.
about that. Yeah, because these two teams have gone up against each other so much, and because 100 Thieves is obviously leaving the LTA North, after this is the final chapter. TL leads overall 45-30. That's a little bit, I guess, less close than I thought, but I guess they TL have kind of really taken over in recent years. But yeah, I don't know. It's always so fun. It's always such a banger when these two teams go up against each other.
Especially since the last one was 2025 Split 1, just 6 months ago. It was not that long ago where both 100 Thieves and Team Liquid were in the finals going up against each other. And so it is a stark contrast from back then to now. And so it's been kind of a difficult couple of splits for the teams.
Yeah, it has. And I mean, this 100 Thieves squad, obviously, this doesn't have to necessarily be the last time we see them because, they can still go on. We could see them even go to Worlds. We don't know how far they will go this split, but it will be their last year in the LTA North. So what are some of your guys' favorite memories about this org, seeing that they've been here for so long?
All right, I'm going to kind of do a selfish one just because I'm old. And
you're a selfish person.
And I'm a selfish person,
yeah,
exactly.
Of course.
And Afro was like one of my favorite players all the way back when he was an 80 carry, which people might not even remember. But he was on that kind of inaugural 100 Thieves squad. And watching him winning his first ever MVP all the way in 2018 with this squad, I remember I was a journalist at the time and I was interviewing him, I was interviewing Medios. And they talked about how 100 Thieves have kind of become this new home for them, right? Even after they'd been in the LCS for so long. So I don't know, it was really great watching Zach win his first MVP. It meant a lot to me, like as a fan of NA League of Legends prior to that. So yeah, that's one of my favorite moments.
Yeah, and I mean, I was like stan of him when he was playing AD carry, and it was always like really emotive in streams and stuff like that, and seeing him get the success and support, which just doesn't happen, really. Being able to find that level of success there, and the team that they had built to get there, I thought was incredible. So that was like a great start for them. Of course, some rocky.
There's some rocky stuff afterwards. Right? We'll ignore that.
Some rockiness there, and that was funny because you mentioned that was them going up against Team Liquid.
Guess who?
A pretty insane Team Liquid roster for that one too. It was like a super team. So there's a lot there. For me, my favorite moment, of course, was when 100 Thieves ended up winning their championship. And they did it here in the studio versus Team Liquid. It was incredible. It was a 3-0 from 100 Thieves. And 100 Thieves at this time had like a crazy kind of reputation of like in the regular season kind of being iffy, but in the playoffs really turned it on, specifically closer. It was on his iconic Lee Sin pick. And I always, I see where you're looking right now.
Look.
I have to.
You are the biggest closer, Stan. I appreciate you for that.
Stan, apologist, whatever you want to call it. This was a big moment because it was him, Someday, Abadaga, and FBI and Huhi who were able to like bring that success like to other teams as well, especially when they went to NRG. Like, so there was a lot that happened there. And for me, I mentioned one player that was Someday. Someday ended up getting like the Hall of Fame for 100 Thieves, an organization that's kind of well known for being in COD and shooters, but for him, for how he kind of carried on that organization for so long. The reason why that was so touching for me, it was because it was touching for him. He was on stage crying, talking about how much it meant for him and how much he felt like the organization and like Nadeshot and the management like kind of trusted in him as a player, and he like throughout the good and bad times. And he was very emotional that day. So like the appreciation for someone as great as Someday, it was nice to see an organization do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And for him to be able to get that title with 100 Thieves, I think was so meaningful for him and for the fans. And I know it was so meaningful for the organization and for Nadeshot. And I remember him talking a lot about the fact that they had this huge rivalry with TL. The first time they made their finals, got their butts whooped by TL. It was this super stomp in the finals, and that they got to come back and actually play against TL to win their first championship, I think was really meaningful for a lot of 100 Thieves. That it's like, okay, not only did we finally get this title, but we did it against our rival. We did it against this team that stomped us last time.
It's funny because that is and has genuinely been a rivalry. I know we've only really talked about the like finals that they played against each other, but even the regular season games or just like even in the playoffs, like consistently those have been banger matches.
Yeah, I mean they've always been really closely matched, I think, over the years, and it's been a really fun rivalry to watch. To me, I always think about international when I think about my favorite moments for teams, and I remember 100 Thieves beating EDG at Worlds, and for me this was just a really fun moment because the thing I love about Worlds is like when I'm watching regional league, I don't really have a favorite team. I don't really cheer for anyone. It's more just I'm hoping the teams look good. I'm hoping we get exciting games. And really, I'm hoping that whoever we're going to send does well internationally.
True.
Because when they go international, that's where I feel like I actually get to be a fan, right? And I can just cheer for our teams, cheer for whoever makes it, and hope that they can actually represent the region well, which is really what I want as a big NA fan. So for me, this was really fun. Obviously, 100 Thieves didn't make it out of groups in this year, but they did end up 3-3. They took down EDG, and they were able to at least showcase what they can do on the international stage. And for me, that was just like a really fun moment.
Well, and that EDG team then went on to win Worlds, right? So you can be like, hey, you know what?
Yeah.
We took a game off the world champions.
I think we were actually casting that together.
That was fun. That was a lot of fun.
It was us and Dracos, I think, during the COVID era. I remember doing it in the Berlin studio with the glass walls.
Yes, actually, I remember.
We were knocking on the glass with each other.
It was like whenever we're just like looking at each other, but there's just like a wall in between us.
It's a mime.
Russ, speak to me. And even though this technically does not count as a moment, like what I loved about 100 Thieves is how unapologetically they were themselves in terms of just bloody team fights, constant action for a long stretch amount of time last year and then the beginning of this year. They were the bloodiest team in the world with how often they were picking fights. And a lot of it was just a credit to the coaching staff that was just like, yeah, I mean, we just let them go. And even River, I mean, these days it's been seen as a negative because River always wants to take those fights, but the teammates, Ayla was saying in the desk being like, yeah, but we want to play the right way and kind of like have a mix of the two. But it was working so successfully, and I feel like they're starting to find that groove again.
Yeah, and it's between these two. Like we talked about the rivalry. the combined kills per minute between these two teams specifically in their more recent series has kind of been insane starting a few years ago. But I also want to go over another connection. This is not a conspiracy board behind me.
Kind of looks like a conspiracy board to
unless
me.
the conspiracy
What's the hidden meaning?
The OPL is alive and well in the LTA North.
It's the OPLTA playing on today.
Exactly.
Why is FBI at the middle of all of it? FBI.
I think.
Are you saying Quid has no friends?
By virtue of the fact,
What's up with that, Emily?
You'll see the most connection between all these people is Australian, or did you know Dokla played in the OPL on Sin Gaming?
Yes, he did.
Actually.
With his boy Juve.
With Juve, yeah.
So, I mean, I think it is, like, jokes aside, it is really cool to point out all the connections between these two teams. Like, for example, this lovely order screenshot that you found for me, Raz.
Yeah, I got you on that one.
With FBI, Spooks, and Swiffer all sitting there.
I think Spawn was also the coach, like the co-owner and coach or something of that team.
Spawn casted so many of these guys too. When he was in OPL, I actually found this Sin Gaming match. Spawn was casting it, I believe, with Rusty. So it is really cool to point out all the different connections. Obviously, there's some more simple ones like Ayla and Jan used to be bot lane partners on TLA. The Sniper APA connection, the only connection that these two have, is actually playing together on Twitch Rivals Squad. And then there are a few outliers. Quid is over here.
He's still connected to his team.
He is connected to his team. These
what's
all
up with
that, Emily?
What's going on?
They're all automatically
You're saying
connected.
no one on their team likes them?
No.
That's what it looks like.
No, they don't like him?
That's crazy.
That is insane.
Wow, you guys are extrapolating a lot from this.
First he throws a bean at Jan when he's walking by.
Wait, what do you got, Red?
Look, all I'm saying is that these two guys have been connected for a very long time.
True. There's actually two between them, one for Chiefs and one for Order.
Exactly. So now they're going up against each other as coaches. That's always been the fun one for me, is that they just have this sassy banter between them constantly.
And if you want to see the full, I don't know if we can see it, but
we got some
that was
banter
the
going on.
Sassy, what is sassy banter?
I don't know.
You know what it is, Emily. Don't pretend
anyway,
you know.
that's the cheat sheet for how all these people are interconnected.
That is crazy.
Yeah, if you can read my handwriting.
We have a lot of connection, a lot of history,
a lot of rivalry
between these two teams. We also have something fun that we're going to do here again. We're going to do some hate watching with the coaches. The coaches are going to do some VOD review of their own teams, and we're going to find out how impressed they are with some of their plays.
What I'm thinking right now is that we've already thrown once, and now APA is recalled on a ward, and it's looking really sketchy, so we probably need to get out. As soon as APA dies, like, we have a really bad habit at the moment of like overcommitting in losing situations. So I'm just like really praying here that someone makes a call to like actually go down and kill two people and not try and end the game. Obviously we didn't, so now I'm just sweating. Because when you lose base defenses and allow people to like farm super minions, it can get really, really sketchy really quickly. So, play continues, they teleport in. This is actually one thing that FlyQuest is really good at. It's in our scouting reports. They use their death tempo really well. Everyone dies, we use Zhonya's, we use flashes. We kind of use everything and lose the game. So I was quite upset as I was watching this play unfold in real time.
Let's take a look at this. Doggone memory lane. Man. Now, this fight was pretty winnable if we played a little bit slower, but I don't know, the situation already kind of sucked. Like, we're having to face check Maokai at Otacon. Like, can I rewind it? The thing is, I think we should all try to turn on Mbessa when we did this fight. Let me watch it again. And we don't have our smiter. They have Yone turning. Yeah, I think right here, if we all just focus on Mbessa after we QE'd in, I think we like over chase on the flash Q. Trying to, what was that flash Q hit? B-Boy? Fox? I mean, Palafaker kind of just ran us here. Feels bad. I wonder what Azale's suggestion is, and what he's going to do to save the day. So the situation, honestly, is already kind of hard. Like, we're basically guaranteed going to lose the Autocon, and we just have to play for the fight.
Azale, what's your suggestion?
Well, he wonders what my suggestion was. My thought process was that they should have just played a lot slower and probably played for the fight instead of trying to contest so quickly at Autocon.
Yeah.
Because their jungler had gotten picked off, but he was coming out from base, and it felt like they kind of just rushed the play so quickly. You know, they started for the fight, they immediately are going in. You know, you have Bard flashing in for a Q flash, trying to look for that play. Obviously. Yeah. Things missing isn't really, to me, like what you VOD review, right?
Yeah.
Like a skill shot missed, who cares? That's just going to happen.
Yeah.
But I just felt like they got a bit antsy and kind of went too fast, and probably could have played slow and waited for River and maybe played for a fight or trying to, get something after the Autocon.
I just love how what he was doing there, and we're just looking at the coach record. My point is, the man just went into instant review mode. He was like, wait a minute, I got to review this seriously. He didn't he's like, let's review this. Let's look back at this one more time. I was like, the players are not there. No, that was fun. But yes, they've played against each other a lot of times, especially during the academy days. There's great connection between them. They talked about it when they were on pros. So there's actually some sadness behind it where it's like, why are we facing each other to get out of here?
Yeah.
Especially since they started
so early.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say that's the saddest part, right? Is that one of these teams is done for the year after this.
Yeah.
And one of them is going to eliminate the other one. But now it's time to hear from Quid on what he thinks of the matchup, because he's standing by on stage with Kobe for an interview.
That is correct. First of all, we got to get the vibe check. The 100 Thieves vibe check. How is it after taking down Lyon? You guys, are you back?
Yeah, I think we're back.
Okay. Was there any sort of celebration after winning, or right back to work? You have a lot of things left to improve.
I think we thought we were gonna win pretty easily. So not easily, but yeah, we think we are gonna win. So we didn't celebrate that much. We just back to work and yeah.
Expected outcome. Now, APA is a person that you're very familiar with. You guys are friends. He messaged you a lot. Did he message you anything today or last night? Any trash talk going on?
Yeah, last night he was keep saying he's not gonna lose tomorrow or something like that. So I just sent, just be ready to both review after loss.
Now, he actually did a piece of content with Team Liquid where they ranked players, and he ranked you low A tier. Where would you rank APA?
I think middle B or lower B.
Okay, so lower than you. Yeah, of course. Now you also did. There was a little celebration last week when you did your wiggle move. Can you hit us with a quiggle live?
Yeah. I mean, in the situation, everybody was saying, "Look at me," and I got too hyped because we are so winning in the game. So yeah.
All right. Well, good luck today. We're gonna talk to APA in just a bit, but back to the lounge for now.
Thank you, Kobe, but we're deflecting that. No.
Kobe should have hit us with his quiggle.
True.
Yeah. He should have done the motion
Exactly.
himself.
Kobe had to hit him with the quiggle.
Practice what you preach, Kobe. If you're gonna do it, if you're gonna ask for it, do it yourself.
Exactly. But we got to talk a little bit about TL and some of the struggles that they have been having recently, because this is a team that, when you look back to last year, they were looked at as kind of like the FlyQuest of that time, right? Where they were considered the top dog. They were the team that really felt like they were on the precipice of having, a breakthrough internationally and really getting some of that big international success, taking down an LPL or an LCK team in a best of. That is the expectation that people had for them. But they have been having a lot of struggles, and Spawn has actually been pretty honest about this in interviews. He talked about both the struggles with Impact that we can look at, but he also then talked about some of the different struggles with APA. And I think it's been fun to see, how honest he has been, just focusing specifically on, with Impact, that he's not mechanically in the form that he was last year, and talking about how they really are honing in on that laning phase, trying to get him back to the phase that he was in last year, where he was the reigning MVP.
Yeah, It's crazy because it's not a secret at all. It's open. Everyone's talking about it. Even in the pros episode, hearing from Devontae being like, this is a skill issue, an individual skill issue, and hearing from Impact on stage, he was talking about it being very open on himself. Like, at the end of the day, I know last year everyone was talking about how great Team Liquid's mid game was, and a lot of it was just kind of an assumption that their laning phase was good. Now that assumption cannot be made. Their problems really stem from their early games. And like even talking about APA as we bring it up, like it has been an issue of both Impact and APA consistency within the laning phase. And so mechanically, it has been tough. And you know that these players, specifically, I know APA and Impact, play the game a lot. They grind. And so like when you're recognizing these are my weaknesses, I literally must push at it throughout the split. And I feel like they've been doing it. We just need to see the results.
And I think it was interesting hearing Spawn talk about both of these players because he said the opposite for APA, right? Yep. He was like, I don't think the problem with APA right now is necessarily mechanics, it's his decision making, which is particularly interesting because when you think about him, especially on the Ziggs, which Spawn had highlighted because he's played it twice now and lost in both of those games, the mechanics are there, but it's just his decision making that's not. We're going to see if APA agrees with his own coach because right now he is now standing by with Kobe for an interview.
Thank you. Yes. Now, my first question might sting a little bit. You guys have come very close to winning so many games. Some of them with you on Ziggs, your signature champion, and some of them when you have like an individual gold lead over like 3,000 gold and stuff like that. You know, how does that feel in the moment? And then what are you going to be able to do to correct that so you can actually win some of these games where you guys are in really good positions?
I mean, it of course sucks to lose those games, but I think the biggest takeaway is like you're getting to the hard part. You know, getting to the like 3,000, 4,000, whatever gold lead is actually the hard part of the game. So like doing that consistently is and like reproducing that is honestly a good sign. And then just closing out the game is just something that should come natural when you have like that big of a lead.
So nothing's wrong with Ziggs.
Nah, just like throws against good teams.
So you guys did a piece of content where you ranked all the players. I told Quid, you put him low A tier. Then he, in response, put you low B tier or mid B tier. Is there anything you keep in mind when you play against him specifically? Because you guys are good friends and you practice against each other.
Well, it's honestly higher than I put myself because I think I put myself in like D tier or F tier. So like honestly, like a little humbling. But I think Quid's a good player. It's always exciting to play with him. I think I've played like 20 some matches with him over the course of our careers because we came in at a similar time. It's always fun playing for Squid.
So we had Spawn actually on the Analyst Desk last week and on the podcast as well. And he was talking a decent amount about early games versus 100 Thieves and how that has been a determining factor for your team. But with you also talking recently about the late games and just making sure you get across the finish line, what has been the bigger focus for you guys this week? Was it more early game, more late game?
Well, I think early game is always a focus on like every individual player. You know, you can always do a little bit better in laning phase, like click this better, like dodge this gank, etc., etc. But we just had a whole bunch of like, I don't know, we didn't really focus much on the late game because it's hard to make their own scrims like consistently. We just focused more on our mid game, like, you know, just making our mid game more round and not having those stupid throws that we've shown.
Okay, what's going to be your prediction for this series?
I mean, I always personally farm Quid in playoffs. I always farm 100 Thieves. I think we're going to 3-0 them today.
All right, let's see what the Analyst Desk thinks about that.
3-0.
I appreciate the confidence.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I appreciate the confidence.
He says
I think
he's D or F tier, but
I know. He always farms Quid in playoffs is also what he said. But I do want to bring up their champ pools, not necessarily to end up doing that, but right now, okay, yeah. There we go. They only have one shared champ. That's not necessarily what I wanted to talk about here, although it is interesting that this is just for split 3, right? We have the APA staples over here, the shared rise. But the thing I really wanted to point out is for Quid, something we had pointed out in cast, where the shift in draft was definitely towards the Yone, right? Towards the Akali, having him actually bring out some of these melee mids that he's been so successful on previously and kind of are a hallmark of some of these 100 Thieves drafts when they do play these more team fight, skirmish-heavy compositions that support their style. I thought it was a really big return to form, both for Quid specifically, and then also for 100 Thieves drafting overall.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he hadn't even played the Galio, actually. He hadn't played a single melee mid this split prior to that last series.
Yeah.
Looked really, really good on it. But APA, you know, obviously still feeling really, really confident. We can bring back the 2024 versus 2025 graphic because I think TL, it's such an important series for them when you look at everything they accomplished last year. You know, this is a little bit confusing to look at, but basically these are some of their notable series last year. So obviously, you know, they won in the spring finals. They went to MSI. They beat Fnatic in a best of 5. They, you know, had a competitive series against T1 at MSI. Then they went to EWC. They beat Fnatic 2-0 again. They very nearly beat T1 in that best of 3. And then they were obviously making it all the way to finals again here against FlyQuest, where they didn't have a great Worlds.
Yeah.
They started off this year pretty well. You know, obviously winning split 1, being able to at least beat K-Corp at first stand, but the rest of first stand was a huge disappointment. They ended up finishing last. They lost all their other series, and they haven't really been able to get back towards that 2024 form this year, where they were that team that we were expecting not only to go international, but to be competitive there.
And it happened also quickly. I felt like split 2 was where everything kind of collapsed in the sense of like the loss of confidence coming from Umti, the individual like mechanics from both like APA and even though, I mean from Impact, but even though we're talking about the decision making from APA, I feel like inconsistent from mechanics as well. Like their solo lane's been a big question mark. They're then pulling resources down bot lane, but it's not going to save them. A lot of their mid game, late game question marks are like there, especially with lane swaps kind of changing a lot. So much has happened in such a short amount of time that if anyone's just like kind of a casual coming back in, it's like, what happened to Team Liquid? I thought this would be like a winner side in the playoffs, but no, they're here in the loser side going up against 100 Thieves today.
Yeah, I think the way they play the map, having to change that dramatically, going out of the lane swap meta and then into changing junglers full time and getting Yuji on board. I think all that happened at once as well. I'm curious to see what you guys predicted. I was really on the fence because last week was such a... Okay, so I'm the only one picking TL. Yeah.
But we all have 5 games.
But we all have 5 games. I think we all think it's going to be a banger.
Yeah.
I know there's some scrim rumors like floating around, stuff like that. For me, it is going to come down to like TL, I think, are going to play the map better. And 100 Thieves are going to, if last week was any indication, they're going to team fight. And it's like, which one of those is going to come out on top? I erred on the side of caution, went TL, because I do think they will end up playing the map better.
I mean,
you guys did not.
Raz touched on it earlier. It's a lot about the early games, right?
Yeah.
And if TL doesn't get those big early game leads, it might be a hands diff, Raz.
At the end of the day, I'm not even going to say my point, because it would be a spoiler, all right? Let's just get on with the games.
Welcome everybody as we are getting into game number 1 between Team Liquid and 100 Thieves, the final chapter in a rivalry 8 years in the making, and this is the last time we'll see these two.
Oh, say it isn't true.
I'm sad too, Kobe. I'm sad too.
So you know how have you guys ever played like flex queue and then you play a team and you have a chance to get rematched with them one time?
Okay. You both queue up immediately again. You get into the next game.
Again, but you know it's going to be the last time.
Is that how the system works?
Happens 3 times in a row.
Because the system's not going to let you go again. It's like whoever gets the last laugh usually.
Well, so you're saying we should end this series after the second game? You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it could be 1-1. Just let the rivalry continue. The history between these two teams, though, obviously the Lounge talked about it a lot, but multiple finals versus each other with different rosters, and now this roster for 100 Thieves is in the last stands of the organization, trying to make a deep run, whereas Team Liquid,
struggling.
Or the last heist.
The last heist. Exactly, even better. Whereas this version of Team Liquid struggling to achieve the heights that they achieved earlier this year as well as last year.
Absolutely. I mean, 4 of these players on Team Liquid last year went to Worlds. 3 of these players last year on 100 Thieves went to Worlds. So both of these teams are trying to get back to that point, as well as having the conclusion of their rivalry be a big moment here. So both these teams definitely have not been playing up to their standards, and I'm really curious to see which team can make the improvement and stay alive.
Especially since, it's a different look with 100 Thieves now for draft because they have Dokla really opening up the top lane pool. For the longest time, 100 Thieves, their draft was one of the most predictable because for Sniper, it was very much restricted, and it was like no Rumble, and then not as much tanks either, but Dokla had that good Rumble game. He got one on Sion as well, and he has been like very open in champion pool. He's also in a very good mood today, by the way. I was in there, and he was just, I wasn't interviewing him, but he kept on like leaning over. It was like, oh, you
want to talk to me?
Yeah. So he is definitely in a good mood, and he really has brought a lot of energy to the team. So excited for this match, but also the draft for top lane. Team Liquid, though, of course. Oh, okay. So going to start it out here with Yuji Wukong priority. Maybe they want to start the game with a Wukong Annie combination and go with the classic like engage burst combo that everyone's been using.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, Split 3 has not been kind to Team Liquid, but the 2 times they played Wukong, they've actually won them. So it's 2 of their 3 wins have been on that pick. So it's just definitely giving Yuji something he's found success with so far this split. And I would not be shocked if Dokla gets to play Rumble again.
And for APA, his most played champion so far is actually Annie. Even though the Ziggs games, both Ziggs games were amazing. He had big gold leads. And they ended up fumbling it.
Yeah, what letter was next to the game end there? There's a big L, unfortunately, next to those Ziggs games.
True.
Yeah. See what he's going to play here, as it looks like it's going to be the Orianna picked up for Quid.
So the question is, are we going to get Galio from Impact? Because that is good into Rumble. That is, good with these big AoE, engaged teams that we usually see also. Or is they going to try and put him back on Gwen? This is nerfed Gwen, so I would say probably don't do that, but, they might still feel like it's okay. I would definitely prefer the Galio or even the Ornn. Nowadays, after the changes to Gwen.
Galio makes sense, though, as a decent lane matchup and a good combo, and the Annie would make perfect sense for the synergy with their first pick if they lock this in.
Seems to be the hover for right now. We'll see what that other pick was for Team Liquid, as it looks like we're just updating our graphics right now. So it's the Galio. There it is, Galio plus the Annie.
It's not the Annie.
Oh,
it's the Ziggs.
Back on Ziggs.
The hot swap back over to the Ziggs. I asked him, was there any problem with Ziggs? No, there's no problem with Ziggs. Just a little, the recall at the end on Vision got shot. So, like he said, though, if it's repeatable and they feel like it is repeatable to get to that end stage, you would want that every single time. So they're going to have a huge AoE combination regardless of having Annie or not. Wukong and Galio are engaged enough of a combination for themselves anyway. So it's on 100 Thieves here, I feel like, to pull out some of these skirmishes, in the like 2 and 3 person skirmishes here, since they've got a Xin, and Xin here with the visual rework should be able to force some early skirmishes or objectives against a Wukong who takes a little bit more time.
Yeah, pretty stock standard stuff for these teams, especially with APA getting his Ziggs. I'm a little surprised that the Orianna was taken with such haste by 100 Thieves, because one of the big stories we ran with last week was that they'd switched him back onto Melee Champions. He played Melee Champs in 3 of the 4 games of that series.
Said they got plenty of weapons in their arsenal, Jat.
They have many weapons. I will just say some of the weapons work better. The ranged champions have not worked nearly as well for Quid. I feel like he's played fine on the ranged champions. He just hasn't been able to generate wins for the team because he's a little more passive. He's not the one flying in, and I really feel like they're at their best when he is doing that. But that's what they chose to go with game 1, and got counterpicked with an even higher range control mage.
And if you think back to last week, it was a Kali game 1, so very aggressive early game, or rather early drafting of those melee champions. Different strategy this time around for 100 Thieves. Let's see if it works out for them.
Yeah, and kind of the reason there, I feel like they just expect the Annie so much. And Orianna does have a good matchup in Annie because of the range. And so that's kind of, I feel like that's why Team Liquid did their own hot swap there. They were going to go for that, and they feel like this is the good replacement here, but all the focus on supports now.
Yeah, maybe Golden Glue is really buying into the narrative that, APA Ziggs is not a threat anymore after the 2 losses that we saw.
Is that a narrative?
I don't know. We're talking about it.
He just coined it. It's a Kangas
I don't think that's a narrative that anyone should be pushing, because he's still, he got massive individual gold leads in both of their losses on the individual champion. Definitely.
Can't translate it, doesn't count. Boom. That's what we're saying. But you're right about the support focus there from 100 Thieves, and they're going to lock in their next support here. Looks like it with a Nico hover. It took away things like the Bard, the Rakan, even the Karma was pinched on the side of Team Liquid. So a lot of the ranged supports now off the table.
Absolutely. I would say they're looking for a little bit of lane dominance. It'll end up being counterpick AD carry. I don't love it for their overall team composition with the Nico, Rumble, Orianna. It's just a lot of upfront magic damage burst, but it should give them that winning bot lane most likely. Which Team Liquid's going to slide their way into?
I'm wondering if they want to go for more defensive support, something like a Braum. They've hovered the Aphelios, the Lucian. Those are things I see paired with that more often. But no, they're going to go for a little more engage to follow up the Wukong Cyclone. Be a delivery system for the Galio, as well as Alistair's locked in.
Yeah, looking for the farm here, farm lane against what 100 Thieves are showing. Because 100 Thieves obviously are going to be able to have the advantage in the 2-on-2, honestly, regardless of what AD they pick. So TL opting for the core JJ Alistar for the playmaking for the team here. And what are we going to have core, or what are we going to have Yon on? So something a little bit safer, or go in short range. They are just going to go in here with the Lucian then.
I'm a little surprised that they have Lucian without a traditional Lucian pair, like a Lucian Braum, Lucian Nami, Lucian Melio. Now that pairing would be gone for the rest of the Fearless best of 5. But Yon must have really just been feeling the Lucian probably into the Orianna Rumble and Xin just for the quick little dash he can get to avoid engages.
Yeah, he wants that mobility so he doesn't, he can evade shockwaves and he can evade Rumble ultimate.
I feel like Ezreal might have been, Ezreal to me when he was hovering that with 1 second left was the more logical choice. But if you're feeling the Lucian, he's just going to go with his gut.
We have seen Lucian without the traditional pairings in the past, but it's still surprising regardless. Jhin is the answer for FBI on 100 Thieves. So Jhin plus Nico, a lot of kill threat in that lane. If you get hit by 1 Tangle Barb, you can take a lot of damage and be in a lot of trouble,
Yeah, especially since they're the ones with the Xin jungle here versus Wukong early. A lot of potential for ganks.
Potential. That's the name of the game. I mean, I always love to talk about those early game junglers. I feel like oftentimes they don't go for those early ganks, so it doesn't really pay off. But when you have a Jhin Nico, that's the type of lane that you're like, oh, yeah, that is a kill lane that suddenly we do need to track where River's starting, if he's going to be pathing bot, or if he's going to be trying to hover the Rumble on the top side of the map and play more towards Dokla, who, again, has been a team really stepping in and getting everybody on the same page. Whoever you're favoring, though, this is game 1 of the end of a rivalry between Team Liquid and 100 Thieves. 8 years in the making, multiple finals versus each other, and now the end of a legacy. Team Liquid, again, a team that has been struggling at this point in the split. 100 Thieves, you can say, similar for. It's crazy to think that just a few months ago, it was these two teams in the finals of Split 1. And they're now in the lower bracket matching up against each other with elimination on the line. Loser will go home. Winner will continue through that lower bracket. A lot of pressure on all the players on your screen.
For sure. The blessing and the curse of elimination best of 5s. It doesn't matter what you did in the year leading up to this moment. It only matters what you do now. So we saw that yesterday. DSG was actually 1 game away from eliminating Cloud9. But today we have 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid.
And Kangas, there's a lot of history between these two teams and between the coaches and players on these two teams. You mentioned the rivalry. Spawn has played against Golden Glue a lot. Of course, a lot of that was also in Academy. And Spawn has had the upper hand on those, but they have a lot of respect for each other. And when we had all the coaches on last week, they were talking about it a decent amount as well. They were both kind of sad that they do have to play in the lower bracket and eliminate each other so early on, but here we are.
So much history between the coaching staff, between these orgs. 66% win rate, though, for Spawn. Not too bad. But you can see all the different finals. It was all 3-0s either way that it went between these two organizations. Although this time around, we didn't give our predictions as casters. I'm expecting that it could go the full 5-game distance, and I'm sure that the fans would appreciate that as well as taking a little trip down memory lane.
Yeah, lots of memories between these two orgs, lots of connections between the two teams full of players and coaches. I mean, a lot of familiarity for these teams. I'm expecting, I'm shocked if it's just 3 games.
Yeah. I think that would be a disservice to the story of them, but also it would be consistent.
That's what APA also predicted and was calling for.
Okay. Well, we'll see if they're able to back that up here. As catching up on the early laning phase, I asked the question early, where would River start? He is starting on the top side, pathing bot. Meanwhile, Yuji is pathing to the top side. So that expectation of maybe Xin Zhao making action happen could actually show up here.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about when you have lanes with lots of CC like that. You just want to be around for the action, for the possibilities there. And 100 Thieves getting the early push in. They've not only got a decent amount of chunk damage, but they already worked off a lot of the health on that first turret plate. So they're really utilizing the Nico lane well. That's one of the things you want to utilize with this champ. The push early on into an Alistar, it should be guaranteed. You want to get some turret gold out of that, some turret plate money, as well as being the playmaker to be able to set up some ganks or some dives. Yeah, you can see the defensive ward right there as well, just in case there is a move down from River.
I mean, Core and Yon, I think, are just trying to survive until they can get a good swap timer. Unless Impact is doing exceptionally well into Rumble, which is fairly unlikely, but he has good shove early. So I really just think Team Liquid is trying to find a timer to get out of this lane bot.
Nice start for 100 Thieves bot lane, but mid lane here, as we're looking at a tri-cam, Quid is getting poked heavily by APA. So APA getting the best out of his counter pick, as you remember, Orianna was locked in very early from the Thieves. And also, Impact landing nice damage here onto Dokla. So the solo lane's actually showing up for Team Liquid as Yuji is in the neighborhood top side.
I mean, he has his full clear. He's actually skipping the crab, going straight up to Dokla because Impact had gotten such a good trade. But I think with that ward, Dokla is fairly certain he's not there anymore. I should have seen him try and move up to catch this wave.
Impact just takes a harpoon and will look to proxy the wave. Oh, maybe not.
Good ward by Dokla.
Yep, good ward and good good call to move in on that timing too to get back to the wave. Let's see here on the bottom side. Nice little chunk there from Yon and Core JJ.
Yeah, if Yon has more mana, I think he actually goes more aggressive right there, but he's been trading a lot. And FBI's now walking back. Flash from Core, looking for the headbutt back onto Ayla, knocking him towards the wave as Jan's trying to get the damage in. First blood to Core JJ.
I don't think they need to get out of that lane, buddy.
No need to swap. Although it's funny, this is a good timer to swap after getting the kill, but still a really nice job there by Core JJ. FBI and Ayla had been so aggressive trying to push every advantage, and sometimes when you do that, you end up overplaying a little bit. So Core, with the flash pulverize, just gets him.
And I think it's one of those instances where FBI's lower health, so you're looking at the Jhin thinking they're going to go in there, but instead, Core JJ, the leader of the team, just saying, nope, let's go on to Ayla. We still have enough damage to kill him.
And the bottom lane is one of the ones where you have these long-lasting relationships where Yon played with Ayla for years on Team Liquid Academy, and now he has had a longer tenure with Core JJ as his duo partner, but those supports know each other extremely well, so when you see Core JJ go in for kills onto Ayla, feels like there's a little bit of extra like master versus student going on there. Core has always been very, very, kind to Ayla and talking about how he's the second best support in the league a couple of years ago. But he did say second, not first. Sure. He's got himself in the #1 spot.
And yeah, for those of you who don't know, every time Yon and Ayla were on Team Liquid Academy, Core was on Team Liquid main. So they were playing and scrimming against each other, and Core was helping Ayla learn the ropes from very early on in his time in North America.
An awesome relationship between Ayla and Core JJ. Always fun to see them against each other. Big kill pickup by Team Liquid. I also want to catch up on what's happening in the mid lane there. Quid actually teleported to lane, gets shoved back again, and has now had to walk back. So we see a lead in the mid lane. We see that first blood in the bot lane as well for Team Liquid. Doesn't amount for a massive lead overall for them, but still, I'd say early game looking solid for Team Liquid.
And just holding the lanes as well. So they're just deciding to stay bottom. They had been down a little bit at CS, could equalize it with that kill. And now both junglers pathing towards the bottom side. Definitely going to look to have a little bit of action and maybe a Drake attempt if they end up pulling off a gank.
APA has the lost chapter, so can stay in this lane a little longer, push these waves. 100 Thieves currently have Quid in the river. Thinking maybe they start the dragon, not doing it yet.
Yeah, Quid looking for some honey fruit down there, and going back up the lane means that UG does have the inside route, and they do have the controller at Pixel Brush, but they lose the crab vision.
And FBI has to flash there because CoreJJ actually looked for an engage. UG was nearby, so 100 Thieves with their bot laner not having flash. Instead, we'll have River come in to help hover around.
But the volatility in this lane is really good for Team Liquid. Having 2 flashless bot laners with UG about to hit level 6, and if there's ever a fight around Grubs or Drake while those flashes are down, it's the Wukong Galio combo. Those, like Ayla and FBI, wouldn't be able to approach at all.
Flash from APA right there. River was nearby, could have looked for the Wind Becomes Lightning Audacious Charge. So Quid gets the flash out of APA this time around.
Yeah, nice value on the Shockwave there. Low on mana, so it goes for the recall right afterwards, but full vision set up for 100 Thieves as well, surrounding this dragon both from mid lane and from top lane. So they're definitely going to have the extra information. It's just about, can you actually get the lane prowl from those 2 lanes? Because the push has been going the way here of TL after their kind of bounce back.
And that's a 3rd back from Quid here. He has not picked up a tier or really any other mana items. It's just the Doran's Ring and now Lucidity Boots. So trying to just get his cooldown reduction, but you can feel it that he's got it back more often. He's running out of mana in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's been getting poked like crazy from APA as well, so don't completely fault him for upgrading his boots early, trying to dodge more of the skill shots or get back to lane faster. So he's sticking with it pretty well, actually, only down about 8 CS despite having to back so often, but hasn't been able to pressure any of the side lanes with the Orion.
All right, we've got our swaps for the Grub fight here. The wave is pushed in 400 Thieves, so Jan right now is actually going for the top minion wave, not, oh, he's actually running over.
The Hex Flash forward. Now Ayla tries to root him up, but the engage is already there. Ayla's in trouble. The Mega Bomb from Ziggs is enough. APA picks up the kill as River is still in the pit here. Might be in trouble, has the flash available, will need to use it to get out of there, but now Quid's here with the Shockwave coming off cooldown shortly. Maybe if they can buy enough time, River throws out the Crescent Guard, he's trying to keep himself alive. Damage back onto UG when Becomes Lightning lands. They're pulling the curtain back here as Jin's throwing the damage, and River gets the grub and gets out.
That was actually so heist here for 100 Thieves. Now, I mean, it was good initially for Team Liquid to take advantage of those, flashes being down on the 100 Thieves bottom laners. Ayla was targeted, and they immediately were able to use their burst damage to go for the kill again. CoreJJ saw him. He went for the engage. He got the perfect stun there for the sweet spot on the Ziggs ultimate as well, so APA gets credit. We have seen what happens when APA Ziggs gets a lot of money, but here, River stays in super long with his Xin ultimate, and then they've got the ultimate here from Jin as well, and they combine it for a Grub snipe steal right there between River and FBI.
Alive though, Pop Blossoms defensively used under the turret from Ayla, but everybody's focused on FBI. Target the 80 carry, Core tanks up the turret. Team Liquid pull off the dive.
And they're definitely targeting the summoner spells being down. I mean, Ayla just lost his flash yet again. It was down at the start of that last replay. FBI's flash was down at the start of this dive, and CoreJJ had held his ultimate from the Grub fight, so he just uses that power spec from Alistair to tank as many turret shots as he wants, and they send him back once again.
And probably the most repeated narrative for Team Liquid over the course of the last 2 years is about the bottom lane and them being the ones to carry.
Yeah, the quote from Ayla saying CoreJJ is always running around trying to find people to kill. It's you! Yep. He's trying to find you to kill. So Ayla's not able to match him and stop people from getting killed because he's fallen twice already of the 3 deaths for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and Ayla, you got to save himself. He says, he was looking around to try and save other people usually from CoreJJ.
Yep. I mean, technically he is.
It's like when you're on an airplane, they're like, get your own breathing apparatus on first and then help the people next to you.
Yep, Core is going right at him.
Flash from Impact. They're going straight in onto FBI again. Still no summoner spells. Punished yet again.
I mean, that's a tempo trap right there from Impact. It's absolutely a swap that FBI thinks has happened because Impact, they're expecting him to go top and match the Rumble, but he just sticks around in that bush for a little bit of extra time and surprises who was still a flashless FBI.
Yeah, Ayla wasn't reading that one. Although I guess in his defense, that's not where CoreJJ was.
Oh yeah, that was Impact. You know, hands up, back. That's not
my job.
This
my
one,
death.
yeah, there are a couple deaths that are on me, but not this one. But yeah, I mean, the focus against the 100 Thieves bottom lane is super paying off for Team Liquid here. Very nice gold lead for themselves. Every individual lane is ahead. Of course, with the lion's share being in Jan's hands, in Lucian's hands, which is where they want it. Jan's hands have been the diamond hands of the team. They have been the most steady throughout the ups and downs of this TL roster.
They really have. And I got to credit this early game from Team Liquid once again. Yes, they'd been getting gold advantages the last few times they played Ziggs Kangas, but that was usually on the Ziggs. This is the bottom lane taking that early kill and burn summoner spell and just continuing to punish that on repeat. Like, I wonder if they can find another kill onto Ayla before that flash comes back up, because they've been so honed in on punishing those summoner spells.
Okay, not to curse TL, but they also had a game where Jan himself had a 3,000 individual gold lead. I think it was with Yunara, and they ended up not being able to close that one.
Anytime you start with not trying to curse them, it feels like a curse is coming as Jan pushes FBI back yet again here. Team Liquid also push River out of that bottom river. Not a lot of objectives to fight over. It seems like they're just hovering APA right now, who has completed that first item. So is Jan, so is UG. Team Liquid are coming online.
I mean, they really are. Jan is thinking a fight is going to happen by moving on into River here. He could have definitely taken a free plate, but CoreJJ and UG want to play to happen.
They just see Ayla. They really want to go for the fight. Pop Blossom again defensively as he's trying to get Quid into a safe spot. Big damage from Quid. As Shockwave was used. Flashes forward for the damage on UG, but the teleport's coming in. Team Liquid trying to get their jungler out of there. Dokla has arrived, but now he's focused down. Flashes to safety. 2 kills picked up by the Thieves as Curtain Call might look for a third. APA gets the safety. Jan out of there as well, but oh, the flash under the turret from River. 100 Thieves are committing to the dive, and they'll find Jan.
That was sick to get the Jin ulti bullet too right there. He just snapped his fingers, went right in for the dive. This Thieves strike back in this game. That is a tremendous amount of gold. They cut down on this TL gold lead. Impact the entire time was pushing topside, so they get a little bit of money out of turret plates, but that is so worth it for 100 Thieves. Oftentimes, when they really need it the most, they just decide we are full sending, and they pull the trigger, and in they go.
That's the crazy part to me, though, because it's Team Liquid who actually sends first. It looked like a really forced play. They had free gold sitting in the mid lane, but when they go for this, 100 Thieves is under the turret, and UG and APA take so much damage early, so by that point, the flank teleport is on the way. CoreJJ tries to stop the rest of the team from following through, is unable to delay them enough. Dokla narrowly living, and this is the sick part at the end, Kobe, where they're able to get the Jin damage in.
Yeah, look at River. He stacked up his knockup on those minions, and then he flashes in to go secure Jan here for them, and nobody dies to the tower afterwards. Golden Glue is happy to see that one. He's like, oh, what? River is crazy.
They're back.
I can't tell if he's celebrating or just breathing again, as that was a tight one for 100 Thieves, but it gets him 3 kills and just collapses that gold lead. It was a 1,500 for Team Liquid. It seems like they were going to start running away with it. As now it's, you know, within striking distance.
Essentially take the point where Kobe said not to jinx Team Liquid, and it's been all downhill since then.
Good point. How do you feel, Kobe?
Powerful. That's some dangerous power here.
That is.
Bottom side, though, the side lanes here. Back to the focus for Team Liquid on side lanes. When they have the Ziggs in play, APA always looking to blow up these side towers first. So they rotated him down there, and they had CoreJJ hovering so he could get some alone time, but
Brother calling from Jan, getting a lot of damage onto FBI. Does not burn the barrier or the flash.
FBI is just going to take a trip to base instead. UG is taking the Rift Herald, so 100 Thieves is going to be able to take this Drake while Team Liquid focuses on turrets in the top lane. So just objectives getting traded all over the place right now. Going to be slight gold up for Team Liquid, but I think 100 Thieves is happy to be closer to the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, if you liked this Super Week, which is still ongoing, we're going to get another
one.
We're going to have
2 in a row?
Super Week.
Super duper week right there.
And
all right,
one of
mark
these
your calendars
teams,
for Friday.
One of these teams will be playing on Friday. The winner of this will play C9 on Friday. And if they are to win the regional playoffs, or the elimination phase as it is so called, they'd have to win Friday, Saturday, and Sunday consecutively.
3 best-of-5s in a row. That is a gauntlet to run right there. The hat trick. As Impact was able to finally take that top turret, so the first turret has fallen. Interesting to see the Galio committed so much in the side lane. Typically, I expect to see that more going into that mid lane to help out, but hey, he's getting work done.
Yeah, and I see Ziggs with a free lane down there. It looks like he's not going to overcommit for the tower again, though. Every time I see APA moving up, you think he's going to blow up one of these towers. But they do not want to overextend because mid lane is so important here. They call APA up with CoreJJ and Yuji here to make sure they've got full vision coverage to protect Yan here. Yan still has his gold lead on the Lucian. It's almost 1,000 individual gold here up over the Jhin, and they do have the push in mid lane, but nobody going to push too far at the moment. Again, they have the Rift Herald, so with Rift Herald plus Ziggs on a team, you basically can just delete another tower. Plus with the bottom one being low, there's a lot of gold that's very close to TL picking it up, and I want to see what 100 Thieves can do against that, if they can like set up a trap or something.
TL doesn't need to rush it. They're actually trying to move top to punish Impact's Galio. He's in.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are committing River up here, and Impact actually goes for the taunt onto Dokla. Now running back into the brush, no escape possible. 100 Thieves find Impact alone in the side lane.
And this is where Team Liquid's going to try and rush that bot lane turret as well. So Rift Herald ends up being dropped for nothing, but they might go for 2 here. That's a classic Ziggs play.
Yeah, you definitely have to go for 2 to try and get the value out of it.
I guess they're not trying to get the value out of it.
You at least need you need the charge, because they didn't get the charge on the first one because it was so low already. So APA is like, I got to delete this thing. So the Rift Herald's going to be able to at least get second charge so we can actually get that value. And they do get the damage on the second one in the side lane. But if you don't finish that off, like that is a huge amount of gold here in a secondary turret of a side lane. So it's a little dangerous for him to get back there and actually finish the job.
And Kobe Jed, moments like that is what reminds me. I feel like TL Split 1 would have gone for it. I feel like that's one of those instances. They have the Ziggs, they have the Herald, that like an older version of Team Liquid would have been more confident.
Well, if the older version of Team Liquid had a Galio who was alive, I think they're more likely to do it as well, because if they overextend there, the teleport timer for Dokla is back up. They could get teleported from behind, and it could just get even worse. So I think they needed to pull away. It was just a mismatch of expectations, dropping the Herald when they would have had the turret for free anyway.
Fair enough. Well, as we come back to live here, everyone's back on the map, so Impact is available to hover with his own teleport now as he's pushing out the bottom side. Dokla, meanwhile, is going to catch this top wave.
Yeah, I think that thing would have been better used mid instead. The bottom one was basically already gone. But here we are. Pushing the side lanes right back out, and they do have both teleports available for 100 Thieves. So since APA used his to get up to the top side afterwards to grab those minions, 100 Thieves are the ones with the possibility of the global play still.
Yeah, it's a bit weird how the mid turret still has this much health. I feel like it's been active choices by Team Liquid to devote resources elsewhere. I think very easily they could have chipped away the mid turret before the disaster play in the bot lane, and they could have used the Herald in mid lane as well. It could easily be down by now.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that Herald was running out on the timer. They had like just gotten it, so they didn't have to use it on bottom side by any means, especially since the Ziggs was already there to blow up that turret. But regardless, they're going to still keep pushing towards this mid tower.
They might still get it anyway. APA pushes the wave top, now rotates mid here, and yeah, just deletes these towers. And now it has fallen.
Yeah, and I think 100 Thieves is all just taking resets anyway to try and set up for this third Drake. I do want to touch on Dokla, though, because, again, he's putting together a pretty solid Rumble game. And this was last week against Lyon. He had a very solid Rumble game, also won on Silent. This is the big reason.
Yeah, just a little note on there.
Yeah, this is the big reason they got him, is actually, like, specifically to just lock these two champions in games 1 and 2. And they've been remarkably consistent with this since Dokla's joined the roster, and worked last week and is working okay so far. We'll see if they can bring it home.
Yeah, I think one of the things they have to worry about right now is the 2-item power spike for Yan. You know, this gold lead has manifested.
CoreJJ is just going to start things off here, getting damage onto River early on as River actually goes back in. CoreJJ now wishing maybe he hadn't gone forward. Equalizer from Dokla, he is already nearby, but in comes the Galio. Cold from Yan misses, but River in trouble. Barely able to get out. Pop Blossom on to 3. The Thieves are taking the fight, pushing Team Liquid back into their own jungle. FBI's walking forward, getting the damage onto APA. Quid speeding them up. 2 more autos should have it. There's 1. There's 2. APA down. 100 Thieves smash the fight.
That's the 100 Thieves hand check that we're used to seeing. CoreJJ's the one who starts the fight, but 100 Thieves are the ones who end it. Watch River after he gets engaged on, the amount of damage he immunes with his ultimate is absolutely absurd. Rumble ult goes down, River flies in, pops the ult, and survives the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, they just go right through the Alistar. Core JJ takes so much damage there, but River once again, the miraculous escape. And just getting the heal there. Was that a Sundered Sky auto he got off on impact just at the end? Oh my goodness. Able to live again, and he immediately, job's not done. He goes over, gets the objective afterwards. He's like, I'm on Dragon now.
Soul point.
Yeah, there you go.
Easy peasy. And again, it was Core going for that play initially. It looked like they were just trying to get some damage onto River, maybe. Like the team wasn't quite there to fully follow up on that engage from Core. Either way, it's now 7 kills to 4, 3 Dragons to 0, even 2 Grubs to 100 Thieves, and now a commanding position here. The gold's still relatively even, but I mean, man, that Dragon Soul already being available for them in 4 minutes time. Big boon for 100 Thieves.
I mean, APA did a bunch of damage in that fight, but it just wasn't enough because everyone on 100 Thieves got out with about 5% on their health bar. The fact that nobody died there, 3 Drakes now to 100 Thieves, what was again a strong early game for Team Liquid, has quickly fallen apart, and I feel like 100 Thieves has a slight lead here.
Yeah, I mean, well, they got the Otacon as well, so that's a lot of flowers, a lot of XP in their pocket. That's gonna
I feel like they have a big lead with all the objectives. 3 Dragons.
I didn't want to overstate it. You never know what's going to happen.
It's all the objectives for the Thieves, the heist that they've been able to pull out. And remember, the first heist they pulled in this game was that extra grub, where River stood around longer with his ulti. He combined with FBI's ultimate on the Jhin. I just feel like the synergy between River, Ayla, and FBI has been really good. Like, this entire team does seem to be operating very smoothly here. It is nice to see the 100 Thieves really back on track from some of the rough games that they had at the beginning of the split. Especially River here. I feel like he is doing a lot of work on Xin, making so much value with his ultis. And now they get to collect some of this standing gold. They had not taken a turret this whole game. Since they were against Ziggs, a lot of that TL gold lead was from turrets. And so now 100 Thieves, after their kills, after all their objectives, start to get some of the turret gold back too. It is going to look a lot bigger.
Factor in their series last week versus Lyon, and it seems like 100 Thieves are back to the old form, where they're just scrapping for everything. They're fighting you for objectives, and they are hands checking you at those. Yuji and Yan right now spotted out by River, but looks like no fight's going to break out right here.
Yeah, and River, Quid have the dynamic duo cooking once again. River flies in, the extra shielding from the Orianna. I'd say Quid is having another solid game, even though it's on the range champ that we were a little bit questioning. He had a tough laning phase, but they pulled it back in the team fights here. And I just feel like 2.5 items on him, 2 full items on River. They're really dictating the pace of the map right now.
That Orianna will just blow somebody up if they're able to get that shockwave onto them, as right now it's Impact the focus. River just pushing him away, but too big of a health bar to get through.
Yeah, I mean, he's already working on Magic Resist with the Blighting Jewel, has 7 stacks in his Dark Seal, in addition to his 2-item power spike, so the shockwaves are going to be hitting, that is for sure. He's also a level ahead of APA, so he will be approaching that level 16 first to get the really big shockwaves. And 100 Thieves, they're going to be only 1.5 minutes away from Dragon Soul fight coming up, and they don't even have to like overcommit to it or anything too, because Team Liquid haven't gotten a single dragon, so all they have to do is get Ayla there first, get their vision set up, and maybe you get some big Nico engage.
Yeah, and when you're a support that's lost this many fights in a row as well as not getting the Otacon, like Core JJ is still level 7, so even though he has the ultimate on Alistar, like he just doesn't have the base stats that anybody else does. He's 3 levels behind the next closest player in the game, who is Ayla, so they need something to go their way, but they just don't have the time, as it's now Soul Point.
Yeah,
50 seconds.
I mean, we saw him kind of get melted in the last fight, where he's starting it out, and you know, River and Ayla were dumping a lot of damage into him. Oftentimes, too, if you're so low like that on Alistar, you have to ult early, which can be really dangerous, because if you ult early and then they don't commit to the fight, and then you have no ult later, like you are actually so useless as a level 8 Alistar this late into the game. So it's really scary to have to play around.
Expecting a fight here soon, so I want to take inventory. FBI's Flash is just coming off cooldown, so with Impact. So everybody has summoner spells. Everybody has ultimates available. This will be a full-powered fight between both teams for this Dragon Soul. If 100 Thieves want to opt into it, and they're just going to go straight in on the APA. There's the Shockwave combo. Zig's taking a lot of damage, but River in trouble. Uses the Crescent Guard, but he just doesn't have the team behind him, but it doesn't matter! He just takes down APA! Pop Blossom on to 400 Thieves again! Make it happen at the Dragon fight. Team Liquid in full retreat. The Thieves flashing forward to clean up the kills. That is a 4 for 0 for the Thieves.
Okay, the Zen visual rework is crazy, but River is insane on this champion. He lives again. Sundered Sky, Triumph heals, he uses his ult, dashes back out like,
oh my god.
He was in the middle of 5 people.
He was taking Baron and Soul after this, but yeah, watch this. He lands it and just decides to go in with the Shockwave, so that's the majority of the burst. But then you're thinking that APA is probably out over the wall. The headbutt makes River more aggressive.
Bam.
And then to flash, kill, and then E over to safety is the cherry on top.
And the really cool part was he flashed and then put his W backwards, planning his escape already. So he flashed over there and he put his W through APA and to the next target so that he can then E the next target after he kills APA. The forethought there, and to be able to have that much mobility on Zin is just so cool.
River's
to reposition your W, like, oh my goodness.
Beautiful. Oh, man, those mechanics look so good. He could be a hands model. River showing us a treat right now in game 1 of this best of 5. Like you said, Jad, they also pick up the Soul. They also pick up the Baron. So 100 Thieves with a pretty big gold lead now. 6,500 plus all the objectives they got earlier, plus the objective they just picked up. Final touches is all they need to close out this game.
I want to play some Zin now. I need to go home and log
That's
in
too good.
like right now. It looks so crazy.
Try like several weeks to pull off something like that, and just spamming Soul Cure, you're not going to do it.
Yeah. Ooh, but that's a single equalizer plus harpoon.
He's fed.
And APA almost just dies right there. So 100 Thieves can really do whatever they want on the Rift right now. They're going to push in this bottom wave, taking the tier 2 turret, and now starting to siege the inhibitor turret.
Wow, that's really interesting, actually. They've won all these fights on such slim margins.
He's looking for the engage onto Dokla right now. Maybe with Yan, they can just pop the Rumble, but they just don't have the damage right now. Looks like a TP was channeled and then it stopped there. I imagine APA canceled it as Ayla looks to continue the play. Yuji in some trouble, using the Cyclone, trying to get back to the turret, but he just can't get there. FBI cleans him up. Dokla takes down Core JJ, and again, the Thieves strike back.
They're just going where they please right now. Baron's still up, Chem Soul still there. Let's see how much they can get on this push.
I mean, with 2 members dead, 30 seconds on Yuji, there's a world 100 Thieves are confident to push for the end. Is this that one? They have all 5 members strong here. Some low health bars as Team Liquid actually looks to jump out of Dokla, who walks very far forward from the rest of the team. The Shockwave only onto Impact, and now damage traded back. It's still Dokla standing, and it's still Impact dying. 100 Thieves continue the charge, taking a second inhibitor.
Okay, River did miss a skill shot there. He missed the Zin W, so he can't.
Okay,
he's
all
not
right.
scripted.
He's human?
He's not scripted.
Oh.
Can confirm.
Oof, okay, so you checked him PC.
Yeah, I think we need to. I mean, I still might want to run a test after this game, after some of the
He
things
might have
I've
done
seen.
that on purpose, just to try and fit in with the rest of us.
Kobe's like, yeah, no, that looks more like my Zinzhou now. All right.
He's got a Guardian Angel now as well. And it looks like he's also going for a Death Stance on top of it because he also has another one of those components. So, yeah, it's looking good. Okay, level 16.
Yeah, let's check in at Core JJ. Level 10, he's gained a couple of levels right there, so.
We didn't even mention it, but, well.
Okay, X flashes away. River waits for it. Pulverize headbutt, but now hit by the Jin W. Core JJ caught out in the jungle.
Okay, you talked about what my Zin looks like. I do also spam the Keck W from
that's
emote.
good.
So it looks
That's
a little bit
one.
more like me now.
Good.
Kobe's just living 5 hours from now when he's going to be back home playing Zinzhou and some solo queue.
Yeah,
But
I mean, that might be one of the greatest visual updates also. Because even when he's not doing cool stuff and he's just walking around or like queuing stuff, like the way the spear moves around right now, it just looks way better actually.
Looks awesome. Every swing he's flourishing, jumping around, jumping in onto Impact right there, caught up by the taunt. as APA is under the turret trying to hit the wave, but 100 Thieves have a wave mid lane as well. Equalizer goes down, engaged from Rivers. He's just diving on to APA. The rest of Team Liquid are trying to push back 100 Thieves, and River actually doesn't have the team behind him this time. APA can kite back to safety. Guardian Angel coming back up. River slowed down. Now a flank from Impact as he looks for the engage. The team wasn't quite ready. APA is throwing out the damage, or that is a shutdown as River will fall. Dokla goes into stasis. The pop blossom forward from Ayla might just turn the play back to the Thieves. They were getting pushed back, but now they're confident to go forward. Shutdown from Yuji though. Double kill to Quid. It's just a slaughter in the base as bodies are flying everywhere.
I mean, really messy from 100 Thieves. Quid, River got a little carried away after what he's been able to pull off already. But they've lost 3 people, and there's only 2 left. They're sticking around trying to get the inhib, but they probably have to just back away now.
That sometimes happens when you have a Guardian Angel.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I can do it. And that was 1,000 gold shutdown, I believe. I believe it had been fully stacked. Let's take a look at the gold that I think Impact actually cashes in on it. But he went for the Zinsex that people try to do sometimes with the ultimate. And he's just so deep, and he gets bounced around by CoreJJ. So he's going to lose his Guardian Angel also. I want to check that gold value. Because Impact, I believe, is the one who cashes in. And I think it was fully stacked here. Yeah.
Big 1090 right there.
Yeah.
Basically
Too
1100
bad it's on
gold.
the Galio. I mean, it can be...
You'll take it.
As long as they get it. As long as somebody gets it.
Anyone but Alistair.
Yeah, if that goes into CoreJJ's pockets, you are mad.
He's level 12 now. He's doing all right. But also the shockwave from Quid was answered by Impact going for that 3-man taunt. So Impact actually really saving the play for Team Liquid right there.
Well, TL, if they want to save the game, they have a way more work to do, obviously. Yeah. But you always let them start with like, okay, there's another 1,000 gold shutdown if we go after Quid. If we can get that kill as well, then you think one step at a time. You don't want to think too much past that.
Yeah, get to Soul Stealer stacks, but really you need to think about this Elder Dragon right now. I think it's pretty difficult for Team Liquid to defend. They have a decent push out on the bottom lane, so they might be able to approach from the bottom river as long as APA clears super minions and then teleports into the fight at the last second. I think that's the way Team Liquid would try and approach this, but if 100 Thieves plays with a little bit of patience, I think they have more than enough to get the job done.
Right now they're just trying to establish the vision lines, choke out Team Liquid's approaches. They have supers pushing mid and bot, which are going to help out, as Dokla will even push more in the mid lane here. Team Liquid will have to find a way to get into this Dragon Pit as it is started up right now. Yuji's nearby, but the team's not all quite right there. APA is still in the mid lane here, catching that super wave as the rest of Team Liquid. It's going to probably come down to a 50-50 if Yuji can get in there, if they can find the play. But now they're looking on the side here as 100 Thieves catch out Impact, get some damage onto him. The culling goes in. Dokla on the flank right now as Equalizer goes down, not a lot of damage. Dokla's in some trouble. Flashes over the Dragon Wall as 100 Thieves looks to commit onto 2 sides of the fight right now, pushing Team Liquid back, but Team Liquid have a time to regroup right now. They can try and Hex Flash CoreJJ into the pit now as River has the Crescent Guard available, throws it early so that he can't have any damage onto him. CoreJJ is in some trouble, but holding the line for now. 100 Thieves not on the Dragon, they'll just take the support. That might be enough for Team Liquid to back off. Ziggs Bomb goes in. Yuji's gonna look for the miracle. Rooted up though as 100 Thieves will get the Dragon. Now Team Liquid in full retreat mode. Dokla's going in, Quid behind him, and 100 Thieves can clean up a couple of kills, clean up game number 1. The Elder Dragon will allow an easy fight at the close of this game.
That'll do it. They played with a lot of patience. CoreJJ tried to fly in because they had no vision. They threw the Ziggs Bomb because they didn't know if it was going to be a miracle steal, but all those tools were used just to prevent the Elder. Means the fight was more than decided. 100 Thieves are going to take game 1.
They're looking so good. This is a vintage 100 Thieves here.
100 Thieves are back. APA pushed into the fountain. Dokla walks a little too far forward under said fountain right now, but it's not going to matter. 100 Thieves roar back to life and will take game number 1 versus Team Liquid.
They've got lasers too. Fountain lasers versus Elder Dragon lasers.
They really just want to pad the stats. That's an ace for FBI. 100 Thieves take game 1.
Oh man, and they're playing with swagger too. After what was a rough start to the game, it was a cruise to the finish though. They just won fight after fight after fight after fight and win this 23 kills to 7 in 35 minutes.
All right, what you got for us, Lounge?
What do we have for you?
You're supposed to have the answer.
I feel like we set it up really well, right? Where TL came out, they're playing the map super well. And then 100 Thieves.
And then comes the hand
Had
check.
hands. Also,
We're not using it yet. We're not using it yet. Don't tempt me.
Flip-flop. Wait,
Yesterday was rough.
Yeah, I was going to
For the
say.
flip-flop game.
No one needs to tempt you. It is just like the Green Goblin you're talking to you. Flip.
If it ever gets
Anyway.
too exciting, but that's game 1. Maybe talk to me if we get to a game 4 or a game 5.
Yeah.
We
Chase
can't
them.
chase.
Chase them, guys.
Yeah. Lucian Night Flash. Lucian Night Flash.
Coming.
Chase them.
Yeah.
Ooh, we call.
Yeah.
Nice.
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 Well, I mean, you kind of summed it up earlier, Emily. Teal did have a really strong start, playing the map, and this has been something that they've done a number of times. Every time they play Ziggs, I feel like they're getting these advantages, they're killing off towers, they're moving around the map, they're doing things with it, but all 3 times they played this split, they lose. Even when they get way ahead and they're able to build these edges, we saw them take out all the outer towers, moving around, using the Herald well, putting themselves in a good spot, but they just struggle to actually convert that into anything.
Yeah, which is painful. This is the kind of the moment where it started going awry because the engage comes through from Core JJ. There is no follow-up because people are in Africa at this stage. They're not really there to follow up.
They're where?
In Africa. They took the quickest flight.
They're on a safari?
Yeah. My family there in Ethiopia. But no, the reality was that was the first fight that you really got to see. I like the first fight on top side around Grubs, and then the Alistar headbutt Pulv into the Ziggs ulti that got them a free kill. And I was like, wow, the composition is working really well. They look really clean, and then you go into this fight and it started to go downhill.
Yeah, and I think the thing for 100 Thieves that was missing until last week is the decisiveness, right? With which River is going into these fights. The rest of his team is following up. He survives, just can we be real, Xinjiao plus Sundered Sky, full build for him pretty much, right?
Whoa!
And he's just going to survive for forever.
Yeah.
And then Pop Blossom on top of it. Really, really nice follow-up. And this is what we were missing from 100 Thieves before when they were really struggling, was the decisiveness in these team fights and how unified they can be. And we saw in this game, the way they came ahead was pulling the trigger, specifically River.
Yeah.
He might have gotten a little crazy at the end.
He was insane. Oh, yeah. You're talking about
both the good and the bad. I mean,
That's why we love
smurfing.
River, guys. Come on. He's
absolutely
great.
smurfing.
He's great.
The follow-up is really good. Go for it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in that 20-minute fight, that to me really did feel like the game decider, right? Where that allows them to get Otacon, that allows them to get third Dragon, that allows them to, erase and build their own gold lead.
Yeah.
And I just felt like Teal looked pretty disjointed in that one. It felt as though Core thought his teammates were a lot closer to him than they actually were when he goes in. And when he goes in, his team does try to push up and actually follow up, but then Dokla had an equalizer that is kind of pushing them back, and then all of a sudden, TL is split, and they're kind of getting isolated and knocked down. And it did feel like that was a bit of a trend in some of these fights, where they become a bit disjointed. Maybe they are on the same page, but they're a couple seconds ahead of their teammates. And I think when that happens, 100 Thieves are so decisive that they are always going to try to punish you on those fights.
Yeah, so to the point, Emily, sometimes you're being too decisive. In this case, knowing when to play it a lot slower, a lot of the times for players like Core JJ, when those plays have worked so much all of last year or in split one, now you're like, no, if we're a little bit delayed to the play, that's completely fine. We were winning the early game. We don't need to rush things. And I think that's a lesson they need to take into the next few games.
Well, now reviewing going into game 2, they will be on the blue side once more. I think this is both a simple and a difficult fix, right? Because you're like, okay, our early game, the stuff we wanted to work on.
Wait, why is it simple?
Is good.
Yeah.
Well, because you can identify it, right?
Yeah.
But then the actual fixing of the problem
just
is quite
team fight
difficult.
better than just team fight like Chovy. That's an easy fix.
I like that plan.
I'm not good at team fighting. Now I just need to be like Chovy.
It's easy to identify. Look, you identified the problem.
Check.
Get in there and execute, boys.
All right. Well, every game brings us one step closer to the LTA Championship in Dallas, Texas. Tickets are on sale, so reserve your seats now to join us September 27th, 28th to crown the best team in the Americas. And if you can't wait that long, we are back here in the Riot Games Arena next Friday, September 5th. That Saturday and Sunday, we will also be celebrating Season 3 and the Trials of Twilight. Sunday is also going to be our conference final, so follow the link or scan the QR code to purchase your tickets now. We will be back right after this for Game 2.
gives you wings.
Imagine this. The League of Legends World Championship. Energy's electric. But how did you get here? Hit the League store, save your Freedom Flex MasterCard, made a purchase. Boom! You're in. 3 purchases, 3 chances each week to win the grand prize, a trip to Worlds 2025. Plus, a chance at 7 weekly prizes. Sweepstakes runs August 2nd to the 25th. Scan the QR code or go to the URL to learn more about free entry and official rules. You in?
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%. Boom! 80% winner!
The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Galio's first right now, okay? I'm not gonna.
Go.
W?
Just hit front for now. Hit front and cut. Hit front.
Bang. High ball.
I'm looking. Lucian.
Keep going. Read it.
Keep going.
Nice.
Keep going. Nice. Okay, get soul. Get soul.
Get soul back, guys.
You guys go
Baron.
100 Thieves roar back to life and will take game number 1 versus Team Liquid.
Welcome back to the LTA North. We are going to be heading quickly into Game 2. We're going to be covering the Champ Select here at the lounge.
What does TL got to do?
Yeah, that's the question on everyone's mind. And I think the answer is just play better, because it's. I don't think it's a problem with the draft, right?
No.
Like, they're playing comfort picks.
Yeah, I don't think
like
it was
you're
a problem
getting
with the draft.
Ziggs, you're getting Galio, you're getting all these picks that I think are comfort. You're getting yourself into a good position, but then you're still losing.
Yeah.
So that is not.
No, it's all execution.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like something that you can just do, well, we'll just go to the draft. Because I also think that they gave themselves a very clear way to play the game, right? Yeah. You have Wukong, Galio, Ziggs all over the top. Like, it's clear how they want to play it out. Yeah. You have Lyon on this Lucian that's going to be dominant, give him agency. I feel like you kind of checked all those boxes, so I don't even think you can just say, oh, just draft something easy, because I felt like what they drafted in Game 1 was already kind of that. But my expectation is TL is going to do what I consider to be the TL draft for the last 10 years, which is multiple forms of engage, big front line, and some hyper carries. That's kind of what I'm expecting going into game 2 after you lost a game like that in game 1.
And at least trying to prioritize a strong bot lane, because at least this game, they were struggling up a little bit up until Core JJ ended up getting a great flash to W for Ayla, and they ended up getting a free kill off that, and now they suddenly had 3 strong lanes.
If they don't ban Varus, I wouldn't be surprised to see first pick Varus.
Exactly.
And just go for that.
Oh, the buy.
So Talia is up as well. So I think it's either Varus or Talia, and that is clearly what TL are going to have to kind of decide here.
Yunara is up.
Yunara would be interesting to me.
And Aurora is also
But I feel like if you go to Yunara, you could potentially be giving over both Varus and Talia, which seems pretty nasty. I don't know. That feels really risky.
There's actually so many power picks up.
I would way rather go
Aurora,
Talia and then trade AD carries, personally.
Yeah, and a lot of people,
Yon is nasty Yunara.
And he's going straight for it. He's a really good Yunara player. And a lot of the people that end up asking, it's like, well, Yunara is really broken, except, Varus is really strong in general. So there was always but Varus is a champion. So I wonder if FBI is just going to go directly towards that and see if they go for Talia. Now, Talia without buy, you can still play around it, of course, but there has to be.
Yeah, I still think Talia is super strong.
Yeah, of course. But at least in that one, just being able to take away those 2 makes it a little easier for certain teams to play against it. Now, Corki is going to be the pick. We saw this with Cloud9 just yesterday as well.
Different. It's interesting that Varus is just going to completely fall through then. I think that's honestly really surprising. I still think Varus is super strong, but maybe they don't like the matchup into Yunara. Talia, I'm also just such a fan of because I still think you can also pair it with something like Jarvan that River is so incredibly strong on. So it is interesting to see them going a very different route here. And
I think it's interesting to see that they so heavily prioritize the Aurora too.
Yeah.
I think Aurora is super, super strong. But typically, she either ends up getting banned out, and I'm also assuming, hey, Sniper! I'm also assuming that's going to be going mid for Quid. I would like it if they kept it open as a flex. However, most NA teams actually have not. They haven't really used it between top and mid, but that is also something that could potentially happen.
But we're already kind of seeing an element of what you're saying, Azil, with the Annie picked out. Multiple forms of engage. Scion, there's a great form of engage when you start hearing the Scion horn. That his ult is coming straight for you.
And you have the hyper carry for Yon, which is kind of what I thought. I thought it was going to be potentially, the Varus, because I do think it's just such a strong pick. But obviously they elected to go for Yunara. I do really like Yunara with enchanters, but you can also do like Yunara Braum. We haven't seen a lot of Taric in pro play with it, but that's a solo queue answer that I think is also really, really strong. So we're getting Corki Rakan. That also opens up, more of the option for weaker laners if Core wants to go something scaling alongside the Yunara to just really enable Yon. But I do feel like TL historically has just been so much more comfortable when Core is playing Engage.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though he plays Enchanter as well. So I don't really expect him to go towards an Enchanter anyway.
Especially with the team dynamic now where if you don't have that support being your primary engage, you want that out of your jungler. And Yuji, unlike Umti, I think, might not have as strong of a voice in terms of how he wants to play the game just due to lack of experience. But yeah, I agree. I still think they're going to heavily prio getting some Core onto something where he can have a form of engage. The Yunara ban, or not Yunara ban, the Renata ban coming out.
And I'm expecting, I'm surprised by the Nocturne ban because I'm looking at top side and I'm thinking with the sign being picked, you'd go either towards Aatrox or the Renekton pick for Dokla. And I wonder what he would go towards outside of those 2. Meanwhile, I'm looking at Team Liquid and knowing that you have quite a bit of engage and nuking from Annie and a front line from Scion, maybe you go towards Yuji's comfort pick and the Viego pick. So I wonder if Viego's going to be taken away and just banned here.
I mean, Viego is always a really good pairing with the Annie because it is all about this upfront burst that helps you get that first reset, which you do really need to be able to get. The Nocturne to me is kind of just allowing you to play through side lanes more safely, right? They allow themselves to have a little bit more clear way of how they want to play the game through sides. APA has always been someone that likes the side lane a lot. Nocturne can really pick on you. And I think when you're having team fight struggles, Nocturne is just an additional layer that makes team fight coordination a lot more difficult. Just
Nocturne Aurora as a combo.
Yeah, with the success that River has had on it as well individually. And then, as you just pointed out, Raz, Nocturne with the Aurora is a really good
And
combination.
Jarvan banned too. I mean, you're both limiting a lot of the popular physical damage junglers. Obviously, 2 were taken out in the first game. You have Poppy, you have Vi, you have Pantheon all banned out. So more are going to get banned. We are just going to get the Trundle. So it'll be interesting to see what the answer is here for Yuji. Trundle answers a lot of the kind of like meta ones that are up pretty well.
Yeah.
You can go.
Kiana Hover is
I think there's no way. I think he's just getting trolled. I think it's going to be a physical damage jungler. Like maybe it's going to be Lee Sin, maybe it's going to be Viego. Those would be the 2 that I would expect most likely. But I am expecting it to be a physical damage jungler.
Yeah, I think Viego would go really well.
Viego Annie is just Viego Annie is like the most obvious pairing.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense that it would be a Viego with the composition they've already paired. And that's why I was a little bit surprised that 100 Thieves weren't willing to ban it, but I think they're just confident with the pick that they already have.
I mean, this is just like Leona, Rel, Nautilus, like one of, you just pick which engage support do you want to play. Blitz is also potentially an option if you wanted to go a little bit more spicy.
Yeah.
Again, I do think Enchanters can work really, really well, but it's just not really TL's style. And I think TL is, like I said, just doing kind of the TL draft, which is, multiple forms of engage. Blitz, obviously, a little bit more spicy.
Yeah.
You can potentially, hook in the Rakan, like knock him up, silence him up. The silence can be pretty powerful, I think, against a number of these champions. So, potentially, if Aurora is going in, if you get that silence, be able to actually lock her down and CC her. She's so dependent on being able to go in Viz and hop around in these team fights, actually stay safe. So maybe there's a little bit of a thought process there about being able to kind of play aggressively on some of these carries to really punish them.
And we got to see now Doklo round out the composition with the Kazante, so you guys added front line. And I mean, look, all I'm saying is we saw Keen on the pick just in Game 3 just yesterday. A lot of pressure. No, but honestly, I think it really rounds out the comp well. So overall, I'm liking 100 Thieves comp quite a bit. I'm interested to see what the casters have to say about that.
Well, I'm thinking I see a lot of comfort picks again for Team Liquid. You got APA back on the Annie. We got Sion for the top lane. I mean, if you want to go for this kind of front-to-back style with the hyper carries and the Yunara, it seems like Team Liquid did get something that fits in that wheelhouse.
Yeah, I mean, I was really liking the TL side, but I think 100 Thieves had super good picks 4 and 5. Trundle is so good into Sion because the pillar, you can stop his ulti also. In addition, obviously, Trundle's good against tanks. But having the Kazante and the Trundle come in afterwards made this a lot more interesting for me. So I'm super excited to see if we actually get a bounce back from TL here because Jan's Yunara is extremely good anyway. But I am kind of just riding this wave of 100 Thieves. We're looking so good last game. And I really do think their 4 and 5 picks were nice.
Their team fighting was amazing. When I look at the TL side, though, my eyes go to Yuji and his Viego because they've really gone all in on that Annie Viego Blitzcrank. We're going to one-shot the first person and then try and run through the rest of the fight with Yunara speed and Viego reset. So we're going to have to see if they can execute because Yuji did not have a very good game 1.
Yeah, I think the key that you said there, Jet, is the speed, because I feel like if they get the initiation, it's going to be so nice for them. They have the Blitzcrank. You can also pull people, really far apart. But if 100 Thieves get the initiation, Trundle is so good at being an anti-carry for melee carries. Yeah. So if you're a Viego player and then you see a Trundle across the board and the Trundle is going to ult you, like if you go in, you are going to have a hard time living. So you better get your reset. If you go in and you don't get a soul to capture and get a reset, then it is going to be really, really hard trying to play a melee carry there.
Which is where I do like Jat's point. The Blitzcrank can sometimes bring them to you. But we're standing by with Azale, who has Coach Golden Glue for an interview.
All right, I am here with Golden Glue. Great start to the series. 100 Thieves looking back in classic form. You guys are really team fighting well. How confident are you, after that first game going into the rest of the series?
Yeah, I mean, that first game was a little scary with how the early game was going because I think we weren't honestly laning very well, but we just showed up to the team fights and team fought better than them. And honestly, that's what the game really comes down to right now. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm feeling confident. I think there was a lot of nerves in the early game of the first game. So now that we're feeling better, I think we really like our draft this game as well. So we're feeling pretty good.
What do you think the team needs to get done here in the draft? You're talking about it. Obviously, you were feeling really good about how you came out of the draft. The Blitzcrank pick to me was a bit surprising. Talk me through how the draft went.
I mean, honestly, I think this game, they're way more pressure to do things than we are. I think we will win front-to-back team fights. We have Trundle in the game versus like when there's tank top matchup, which is really good. They basically need to we need to go too deep and give them a Viego reset. I think essentially all we need to do is not give them a crazy blitz hook. I mean, most of the people Blitz is hooking in, it's going to get his team killed anyway if he's hooking in Cassante or Rakan with ulti. But yeah, I think we just need to make sure we don't go too deep, which is a problem.
As you're saying that,
which is a problem for us sometimes. But I do like our draft.
Yeah, well, it's looking really good. Good luck with the game. Back to y'all in the cast.
Sometimes 100 Thieves does struggle with that themselves.
It's only too deep if it doesn't work.
Yeah,
and it worked a lot for River last game.
See if this one works here as they're going in onto Impact right now. Has a flash available and will use it. So just a summoner spell picked up by River for an early gank.
Yeah, you could tell he didn't want to use that flash, but River, they know he skipped his 2 camps right now, so Impact is likely going to try and shove the rest of this wave out, but River always trying to make these early ganks work.
I love the little timing windows that you go for, very efficient.
And now we see this is the end of a rivalry. 100 Thieves, guys, they got one more job. Can they get in? Can they get out with all that Team Liquid money and cash out for one final ride?
That's amazing.
What are those lights in the background?
Beautiful.
The cops are after him already.
Yeah, they're running them down.
Are those lights TL?
As soon as 100 Thieves fails the job, it's over. It has to, it's one last one. As soon as they lose a best of 5, but if they keep this going, they have 4 more left.
So the question
Another
is,
one last shot.
Are TL going to be those cop lights in the background that catch him?
Ooh, that's a good. Well, I think that they were the ones that had the bank. So I don't know in the analogy who's flashing the lights right now, but I know the Team Liquid are at least trying to stop the heist because this is a long-standing rivalry. Team Liquid, more often than not, do get the better of 100 Thieves. As we saw, win record, obviously 3 finals versus each other, but even, was it 45-30 all-time head-to-head? Pretty good.
Yeah, Golden Glue and Spawn having a big rivalry as well. Ayla just trying to hold the wave. Cost him 80% of his health for Dokla arriving in that lane swap.
Yeah, dangerous for him. Meanwhile, mid lane, Quid making good use of the Aurora so far with his little CS lead here over APA. We saw it previously. It was getting some good chunks, but Core JJ roaming around on the Blitzcrank. We also had our quote from Ayla talking about how much and how effective Core JJ's roams often are in their matchups, and how Ayla has to then go play shadow and kind of play defense to Core's roams. Looks to be the same case this time around because Ayla's later on the support roam timer, but he is heading down mid lane.
They have APA to set up the stun. Quid's actually playing this very well, though. He's hovering on the other side now. Goes across the veil. Now it's Ayla far forward here, CC'd up. Team Liquid trying to lock down the Rakan, but hard to do so. Doesn't even have to burn the flash.
Team Liquid wins the mid lane push, but it doesn't really give them that much, so well played by both sides. Core JJ spent a long turn to make that play happen, and Quid's just going to reset and hop back to lane.
We saw the lane swaps come through too. FBI is now topside into Impact, and it looks like it is Jan in the bot lane into Dokla.
Yeah, get up there for those grub spawns. Get up nice and early. Let's see about the bottom side, because actually Core JJ is resetting to the bottom side of the map, to Jan once again. And Dokla's still, he's still Cassante.
Yeah.
It's definitely hard to make plays towards that side.
A Chain Vest, Dorn Shield, Cassante with 2 biscuits, but if they bring 3...
Yeah, Yuji is here as well, so they're going to send the Blitzcrank forward. Dokla still on Cassante, dashing back, is able to get out just fine. Yuji will throw down the mist just to make sure that Dokla stands all the way back by the turret. Team Liquid can get that wave in.
Yep, start up the Dragon. They know they've got the advantage since both of the duo laners for 100 Thieves are showing top. Dokla actually in.
Yeah, he went aggressive right there. Hits level 6 though, does not pull Core all the way back to the turret. So Core is fine. Dokla, no ultimate available now, as the wave does finally crash. Team Liquid, we're thinking about maybe they had an opportunity to actually take a kill on Dokla.
Dokla trying to make a big play there. Sometimes you can surprise people with your level 6 in these 1v2s. It's kind of the Cassante dream. He was probably expecting Yuji to be on the Drake as well, but can't quite get the pullback, can't get the turret shot. And now he's a little bit more vulnerable, but he's safe. I think it's a good attempt to make that play for Dokla.
He actually frees himself up to get a lot of the farm there and collect it on the weak side of the map, while River's trying to take away the blue buff.
Yeah, I actually really like this move from APA right there, because they had a ward in the Dragon Pit. They saw that River took that. Or rather that Yuji took that. They can assume River's going to go for the invade top side. APA will stop it. And I'm hearing here, yeah, look at this. A return from Yapton America. As we haven't had a lot of APA all chatting, but that's 2 right there.
He's really cut down on it.
He has.
Yeah, he claims it's because
Losing
everyone
will
had
do
him
that.
muted, but I think it has to do with the losing.
Yeah.
But I mean, knowing APA, knowing this guy, obviously it's rough to see him. Actually, we'll get back to that. ScoreJJ is looking at Quid right here. No rocket grab going to come through, as Ayla does TP in for backup. But a player like APA, I mean, you talk to him. I've had a lot of conversations behind the scenes. He is hungry to prove what he's capable of and how he likes to play League of Legends.
Good
how
buffer.
it works here. Good buffer from Quid right there. So I know that APA, yes, he's had a couple of rough showings, but I don't think it's going to affect how motivated he is to improve.
No, definitely not. They're setting up for the Grubs right now, though. Quid making an early move and does have ultimate. This could very well be a big fight for 100 Thieves.
If they get that 1 Viego reset, APA has the flash and Tibbers available. Jan's pushed back by FBI on the top side right now. 100 Thieves currently controlling the approach. Team Liquid not fully confident to walk forward. Now between worlds, they're committing everything in onto APA. He gets Tibbers down, but almost blown up. Flash to safety. Quid has to flash as well, but first blood to UG. Team Liquid will lose their jungler, but will pick up 100 Thieves' mid laner.
And actually, that is during a little bit of extra push for TL. So Jan's going to push in the top wave, but River's still going to be able to get those grubs. So they are at least starting out this objective. Number 1 taken, still has his smite.
You get the first one, then probably have to run away. I mean, that was essentially a 3v4, 1-for-1 by TL.
Yeah, he still has his smite charge here, though, and it now is upgraded to the 900 smite for River as well as UG. So we'll see about the rest of those grubs, just leaving the rest of them for later. Teleport back out for Quid for his early reset as well. So maybe after the base here from FBI and Ayla, and they get back out.
And UG's actually just clearing out these bot camps. Does he check the ward? Oh, he's not going to see the control ward right there. Sneaky. I think it was Dokla that put that one back as he was backing it near there earlier during the play. But yeah, end of the day, only the 1 grub picked up. Let's see if Team Liquid path UG back up there. They do see it right now. ScoreJJ spots it. APA spotted it earlier. They know that River is currently not in that area.
So Ayla getting level 6 would be huge for round 2 of this fight. Blitzcrank's ultimate is also good, but Rakan's ultimate is great if he can get it.
Especially if the Blitz is rocket grabbing the Rakan in while you have the quickness going. It's like, thanks, you just delivered me into your team. A little easier to find that engage. So Team Liquid will start it up here, as the supports are both in the mid lane right now, trying to soak up some XP. Doesn't look like River's anywhere close by. He's on the bottom half of the map, so that will be 2 grubs picked up for Team Liquid.
Yep, River didn't want him anyway.
Nah,
just making sure they don't get the feet for him. Just get the one back out of there. I think ultimately they were trying to take that objective more to force a fight with how gleefully they ran towards APA in the fight that didn't quite work for them. Still a very close game. I think 100 Thieves, even though Golden Glue said they don't need to be the team to dive in, I think they're always going to be looking for the play.
Knowing this roster, knowing this team, yes, I definitely do concur. Currently, though, it is FBI and Ayla in the mid lane here. The supports have hit level 6 now, so in a minute's time, ooh, rocket grab over the wall, no follow-up. But it looked cool. But in a minute's time, we're going to have that dragon come up, and that's where I see the next action happening here. With both supports having ults, that's when we'll start to see that come into play.
And the other thing about the grub fight is that Annie is way more vulnerable without a flash than Aurora is. So even though Quid did end up going down, you know, using ultimate and flash and stuff, Aurora has way more escapes on lower cooldowns here. So we'll see if there's any sort of extra attack towards side lanes as we progress further, because TL very much, you know, a lot about this 5-on-5.
Yeah, and if we're using last game as a checkpoint, it's going great for 100 Thieves.
True.
They were down substantially in game 1 before the team fight started, so they should be pretty happy to not be losing.
They had more objectives then.
Ooh, they did have the dragon.
Counterpoint.
1 grubs. All right,
but
so
Chemtech Drake, who
useless.
People don't like those.
2 grubs? What's the point?
Well, let's see if they're able to get another dragon, or rather their first dragon here, as the second one on the Rift has spawned now. River's coming in from base. Will be there a little bit behind UG, but Team Liquid, they need to get control of this bot wave first before they feel fully confident to walk in. Currently, 100 Thieves have multiple members in the river. Do we get a scrap here for this next objective? Quid's over the wall already, across the Veil, just to get some spacing on Team Liquid, and ScoreJJ will have to back off.
Doka's not in great state right now, pretty low on mana, doesn't have teleport. I think he would love to have a window to reset, but River's just going to start it up.
Yeah, I mean, if he can just keep APA in that lane, it feels good, but the teleport is coming in here from Impact right now. Team Liquid are on the approach right now. One hook could start it all off. They're still looking for those Viego resets. The pillar goes up for River early here. He is in the pit, and he gets the dragon. Now the engage comes through from Ayla. River just gets popped like a balloon, though, as 100 Thieves now in retreat. They could not kill Yuji, who got the first reset. Looking for another one. FBI doesn't quite have it, as Ayla does go down. Don't go find APA over on the side right there. Jan gets the kill on FBI. Team Liquid run away with the play.
Yo, when they announced Yuji joining the roster, they were always talking about, oh yeah, and he can add Viego to our champion pool. That was so cool at the end. You know, he's like baiting with his low life there, going in for the soul resets. Picks it up. Holy, I thought he was about to get bursted down there, but he just kind of baited FBI in further too. They got both sums off FBI, plus getting the extra kills there for Team Liquid. Yeah, they lost the dragon, but they got all these kills and some important summoners.
Remember the feedback, just play the fights better. I feel like Team Liquid is listening. I do feel like River got a little crazy going for that. Doesn't even get his ult off, so they get that quick one-shot, which sets up Yuji, who then baits around the outside of this fight. Oh my gosh, gets ult back in.
And then FBI's like, barrier, I gotta get him, I gotta get him. And he couldn't get him. But yeah, I mean, it was the value of the Blitzcrank.
Hands on phase out the gate.
So yeah, I mean, he sticks around and he does get the dragon. But it was Core JJ landing the Blitzcrank that forces this play and gets the burst damage and gets the first kill. That's
looking for another plan to Ayla here, who does get over the wall. Yuji doesn't want to go for it that time. No Heartbreaker this time around. So, but yeah, I mean, this Blitzcrank finding these plays now.
That is how the team is supposed to work here.
I love it when APA is willing to type, man. It just makes everything more entertaining. Who was he talking to? Got to hit those cues. Was that FBI? Was he talking to FBI right there because he didn't quite get that last? I think it was a rocket that missed on the.
Probably Quid.
Yeah.
We got to sync up the timestamps to what was happening, because they'll pull it up a little bit afterwards. We have the quirky bug there with the gun constantly going, the audio.
I was like, yeah, what's going on there?
Regardless, though, the Yunara already had Blade of the Ruin King spike for that team fight, and Jan here is going to do nicely once again on this champion. You know, he was one of our early Yunara adopters, and Jan is ahead again. Eerily familiar to last game, but I really do think Yunara is a very, very, very strong carry champion currently, and we'll see what he can get done.
And I think it's the strongest AD carry in the game. They're going for
Quid. Going straight into the mid lane right now. Between Worlds gets him close to safety. Flashes away now. Impact committed to the play. Shut down. 100 Thieves keep their mid laner alive and claim one back. River's got to flash away. Impact in the zombie form is just bopping them, but they do get to safety.
That's 4v5 as well here for 100 Thieves. That is huge for them. Impact tries to ult in. 100 Thieves escape to under their tower, and Ayla charms up multiple people here to secure them the kill. They just burst down this Scion and allowed Dokla to keep on pushing top.
Yeah, really fancy feat by Quid to avoid that kill. And then you got to see the team fight Trundle in action once Impact was charmed up, how fast the Scion fell. He hasn't built his tank items yet. He is that Titanic Hydra, as a lot of Scions do for wave clear, but still a very quick Scion death.
APA already threw out the Tibbers right there, so no big engage. Let's see if 100 Thieves want to approach on the Herald.
Down, maybe.
Down to 1,000. Team Liquid will secure it. Is there a fight afterwards? 100 Thieves are still nearby, but Core JJ actually just hooks it back onto Quid. No ultimate, no flash. Jumps across the veil to try and get to safety. Quid is out of there. And now Ayla cannot get to safety. Team Liquid will get one and the Herald.
They're getting the value here, forcing some of these plays, getting these kills here. Blitzcrank hook started it out. It starts out
another hook pulled. River not quite going down. Too big of a health bar for Team Liquid to get through, but man, Core JJ is just sniping these.
Yeah, landing a couple. 100% kill participation for his Blitzcrank so far. The resets have worked, right? Viego, Blitz have been involved in everything, and the gold is going over to Jan. So sure, you can nitpick a couple things with the Scion mid, but it's another early game going the way for Team Liquid.
And APA just sidesteps the pillar, throws out the stun, gives the thumbs up, but River's still here. He needs one more ability to get the stun. Tibbers is back up, cooldown, and River just getting bopped by a bear, runs back away and almost dies. All right, you know what? APA got to be typing something now. We're going to timestamp that one, 17 minutes. Whatever else comes up in that lower third, I'm going to imagine it was for that.
Yeah, if you do an ult for ult trade, it always benefits the one with the malignants. That's for sure.
Yeah, there it is. What you doing?
Very close to death. In the end, though, Dokla still gets his tower after finishing the push on the top side.
Yeah, turret goes down. Impact cannot hold that one, and Dokla does now have a small gold lead, despite APA with the fancy feet there. Also has a gold deficit versus Quid. That's where 100 Thieves are holding on.
No Trundle ultimate for this Drake, so River is not even approaching. He's way up in top jungle.
This would be for feats as well, because CO got the first 3 kills, and this should be objective number 3 for Team Liquid. And they already have the feats. They already got the
first turret. No, they didn't. How do they already have the feet?
Yeah,
they're red.
Balance. Yeah, they had the boots.
Interesting.
Well, they got the feats.
There we go. Oh, the Herald. Herald plus the 2 grubs plus
Wasn't
the
up
first
there.
dragon. Yeah, there we go. They're not spawning the little mites because they didn't get all 3, but the 2 does give it to them. So Team Liquid now, can they get out of the pit? They get the dragon, but 100 Thieves are just committing an engage on the Jan. 80 carries down. Core JJ could follow here. 100 Thieves. They don't get the objective, but they're looking for more. APA stuns up all 4 members on the retreat, so 100 Thieves get a little gold for that objective.
See what they can get afterwards here, too. Should be able to get a push on bottom side tower. Looks like Yuji kind of sticking around to make sure APA will be able to defend, though. And he's stopping backs with his Tibbers also.
I gotta say, that looked really weird.
Yeah.
Like there was big indecision or a split call for Team Liquid because the objective had already been taken. So I felt like they were split towards the next play, like if they're going to deploy to bot lane or to mid lane, and Jan was just stuck in the middle. So they just all went on him very fast and win an easy fight. That's really good decision-making and decisiveness by 100 Thieves, but still really strange to me that Jan was there with no Drake.
And that was about a 1,500 gold lead for Team Liquid. Now that's gone. 100 Thieves pick it up because of that kill onto Jan, denying some more XP and gold from the Yanara. As again in the bot lane, I think APA is still just fine right here. Getting some deja vu though. That was crazy. Don't ever see a cat on stairs twice. The Matrix reference for
River
all the Zoomers
is
out there.
just one of them is in the other head.
Yeah, APA does not have the full stacked anti-passive, but still is just fighting River back.
He's trolling.
Wow, I did not expect that amount of damage coming out of that Annie. As Team Liquid do commit the teleport from Core J to try and keep their mid laner alive.
Okay, he got the ult and the teleport.
No, I mean, that's great. It's a great play, but just like his movement just makes you feel like he's messing around, even if it's a good play.
He's living up to the troll
He's got his Merc treads, you know, that makes him feel safe.
No threats.
Valkyrie used by FBI to dodge away from Team Liquid. The mid turret does hold, but that's teleport out of Dokla. Impact, meanwhile, will get revenge for that first turret falling as he can try and take this top turret. No one will answer, so that is now first brick for Team Liquid. Picked up, getting themselves a gold lead yet again.
Yeah. Good stuff here for TL. Get that solo gold on. Wait a second.
Dokla just kind of walked at him, as now Team Liquid will walk back. Stunned up, Dokla, half health, can still walk away. That's just Cassante things right there.
Yeah, he used a teleport, still has about 2,000 health, could probably stick around if he wanted to, but FBI is here to clear the mid wave. No objectives are up right now, so unless there's a really good play to be made, you're mostly just wave clearing on repeat.
Yanara is still looking for those bigger spikes here. Just will scale into the game. Jan, a monster on this champion as well, so if they can get the gold from the turret as well. Team Liquid feel very solid right here. 100 Thieves cannot defend this time around, so more gold into the carries of Team Liquid. APA and Jan nearby to pick that up.
I like that. Impact was way back in mid lane as well in case a fight did break out. But now this is that awkward, like, it's definitely 100 Thieves' turn. See if TL respects it.
Between worlds, an immediate reaction from APA, stunning up Quid so he cannot follow up more damage onto Jan. Didn't have to ult, did not have to flash. Jan in a fine spot.
Okay, puts a stop to the siege for now as well.
I mean, it just shows 100 Thieves are willing to scrap for anything. This was a minute away from Dragon. Yes, maybe they could look at that mid turret, but like, they will just try and make fights happen.
Yeah, on Otacon here, teleports down. FBI gonna look for the bottom side tower, but they go for the fight in the river already.
From Impact is now Dokla's taking some damage here.
APA doesn't flash.
FBI's just getting this bottom turret while that indecision is happening mid.
I mean, if this is a DSG game, I'm just like waiting for Otacon to start. I don't understand why no one has just started hitting it yet, because I feel like that's how you're supposed to play after watching 5 games yesterday.
I mean, throw 100 Thieves in that category also. They do that a lot too. So I feel like Team Liquid are realizing that now, walking forward confidently. Rocket Grab misses over the wall onto River as he gets the Grump. And okay, we will not get the Otacon Force.
Yeah, okay. If you start Otacon when the enemy team has an Annie with Flash ready, then that is a death wish.
I'm just conditioned. Like, I've seen probably 9 DSG games in a row where Otacon is dead before 2240.
Yeah, just whack it.
I didn't even know it could live
worked
long.
like half the time.
Yeah. Well, the other
as well.
The games have been decided at Otacon a shocking amount here, which is partly why we joke about it, because it is a magnet that teams just always want to go for. Right now, though, it's going to be the Dragon. 5 seconds as a Rocket Grab lands onto Dokla. Again, big health bar on the Cassante, but early chunk means that 100 Thieves' big frontliner will have more difficulty actually getting into that fight.
I want to see if FBI can actually get some poke damage down for the 100 Thieves side, because the Corki Rockets are actually kind of juicy at the moment, you know, with the Muramana transformed. He has even an extra little bit of lethality with his serrated Dirk, but he's so far away, he's not getting early value of throwing out rockets for poke.
Team Liquid are watching out for Quid's approach right now, but instead Quid's playing very safe here. 100 Thieves are into the pit, pushing Team Liquid away. Watch for the Rocket Grab. Core JJ could in an instant find a carry and find the play, but it's Ayla for the engage. It's River for the Dragon, secured. 100 Thieves already get onto the back line, pulling back APA. Core JJ will get Quid. Low mana on the Aurora, but I still feel like 100 Thieves can walk away with this one. They don't need to force anything more. They get the objective, they get out.
They had way better positioning for it this time around, setting up and knowing Core JJ is in that bush.
Oh, now they're going.
Yeah, Quid held the flank, and then Yuji got caught trying to go for a smite. Now with no smite, 100 Thieves thinks they can take the Otacon, but Team Liquid still have people to do damage.
But no flash on Annie anymore. APA had to use it in that last play. No Tibbers either, so it's going to be a harder approach for Team Liquid. They have members nearby, but unfortunately no jungler for the smite. It's going to have to be a one-team fight. Dokla with a full health bar TPs back into the play. 100 Thieves trying to hold the line right now as the Ila going in onto APA. Core JJ pulls in Dokla, who just gets straight onto Jan. The Yanara in some trouble here. Exhaust on the Cassante, but APA goes down. Quid on a killing spree. 100 Thieves use the magnet to pull in Team Liquid as Quid buffers the Rocket Grab again. 100 Thieves get another objective.
Now that is how you Otacon. You get your pick first for the 4v5 enemy, no jungle. They teleport. Dokla goes straight for the enemy carries. They finish the Otacon. They also get a kill on APA and chase away the carries. Very nicely executed by 100 Thieves.
I agree with you. I still enjoy the way DSG does it, but that's your own opinion. So this Drake, though, I would say River and Dokla play this fight very well. And we talked all about TL getting the burst down, but since no one's in position to burst, Yuji's the one that actually gets jump on. I love Ayla hiding in fog here and Snap engaging onto the Viego.
Plus FBI's position where he was far enough away from the brush where Core is, where the hook they know is going to come out of, that he can react to it. So they didn't have a situation like last time where it'd be an easy hook on someone to be able to burst down, and they got to burst down the Viego instead.
And Dokla finds this great angle on the wall to get onto Yan without the Yanara there. I mean, Team Liquid, it was a low chance play anyway, but maybe if Yanara gets pop-off moments, you can actually win that 4v5. Not meant to be.
I gotta say, I love how into the game Sniper has been every single time we see him on the coach cam. Definitely bringing the sixth man energy right now. But back to this game, Quids engages and his ability to stop Team Liquid from all-inning on a target to get one shot has been amazing because it's completely stuffed UG and APA's ability to get the one shot. I'd also say, like, even just the way he's buffered the Blitzcrank hook, even in the middle of fights, he's just really on point today on both the Ori and the Aurora.
And it's still Team Liquid struggling. The question on everyone's mind for Team Liquid was, will they get back into form at some point in this playoffs? It would have to be a long lower bracket run. So far, stopped in their tracks, dropping game 1, now dropping their lead here from game 2. 100 Thieves are really pushing them as they're starting up the Baron. Team Liquid off the approach.
Let's see how they can do it here. Quid again, not spotted. Ayla also can play on a control ward. 100 Thieves definitely would hope that Team Liquid overexpose themselves.
So they know APA has no flash still, so I think River is just looking for him to go pillar off the Annie. Yeah. Because the Annie wants a position close enough to be able to do the big engage, but if you even get a pillar plus some Corky rockets before the fight starts, that can be super high value, chunking down that Annie. Like that big playmaker is the one you're kind of worried about.
But because they didn't commit to the Baron, APA will have that flash up in about a minute here. So there's an opportunity for Team Liquid to have a better engage option now if 100 Thieves try and force that Baron again later on. But so far, it doesn't seem like they're going to fully commit to it as Ayla went for the reset and is now back onto the map with fresh wards in the support inventory.
Yeah, for sure. Team Liquid, I think, will still have to get some type of outplay because just the way the front line is working with the Cassante and the Trundle, it's making the Yunara look very mortal. I'm just thinking back to the Otacon fight, even Dokla just taking him over the wall and him not being able to do anything after since they'd already one-shot Yuji out of the fight. So 100 Thieves just really coordinated in team fights, even if they've been in difficult situations in both games 1 and 2.
We're going to get the triple mask from Quid also. He already has the Leandries and the Riftmaker. Now we can get the Bloodletter on top maybe. And we'll have...
Oh, is that what Riftmaker is? It a mask?
It's the only magic damage too. He just loves masks.
I guess so. Ooh, Riverside stepping that rocket grab. That actually would have been a pretty rough position if he gets hit there. But you know what? We'll call it an outplay.
Yeah,
well done.
He knew what he was doing.
Yep.
Smote early just so he could smack it.
It's more satisfying if you get it with the pillar, you know? Or I guess the baseball bat, given the skin. Team Liquid just trying to control the mid lane here as they had Jan there, but this next wave will actually go the side of 100 Thieves. Dragon is just spawning right now. Currently, Team Liquid have the approach. Dokla's going to walk forward, use that big Cassante. The health bar actually pulls APA back in. The damage on the Annie is too much. 100 Thieves just confidently walk into Team Liquid and get both solo laners. Another team fight to the Thieves.
Just the no-look three-pointer by Dokla. He just walked blind into a bush, threw the Q feet, and pulled in an Annie?
That was crazy. Big Dogs is back, everybody. Welcome to the LTA. We've said it a few times. He wasn't here split 1 or 2, but he is roaring to life with 100 Thieves in this kind of late season push. A lower bracket run is in the cards for this team. Dokla having the confidence to walk forward. It's going to get them the 2 kills. It gets them the Dragon. Now they're on the Baron. 100 Thieves are getting so much on the Rift.
That's that tactic of rushing towards the Annie that we were talking about, but Dokes takes it to a whole new level.
Vision.
He took it to a whole new level.
Yuji can look for the steal. Yuji is here. Dokla's going to try and keep him away.
Yuji, get in there.
Dokla has ultimate available, all out. Now flash away. Yuji can't get into the pit, and that is Baron secured for the Thieves.
I need to see this from Dokla's point of view. Like, he just pulls an Annie out of the abyss.
Yeah, well, see, when was the last time that they had Vision 2 leading up to it?
Oh, Impact's not able to stop
Give him a
that
kick.
one. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what an analogy is. It's like one of those like
definitely not
games.
Three-pointer because he was so close.
He was very close.
It's like he ran in and he dunked it like right with a blindfold on or so. Okay, so they know APA is walking away. Oh, Core JJ had some vision on him.
I guess,
for a second
but he's like,
too. Then he's like, well, they must be baiting still.
Their whole team could
get in there.
I mean, APA does walk out of the brush actually.
Yeah.
Now that we look at that one again, so. You know, pin the tail of the donkey. He might have peaked a little bit, but either way, still picks up APA. And the fact that Team Liquid were the ones there, I mean, APA walking out of that brush, that changes the entire dynamic of that play.
Yeah, not great that APA showed himself there.
No.
The confidence from Dokla is a little absurd, though, still, because there could just be 5 people in that bush. But he's
Cassante, so he's like...
if they kill me, then we win the fight.
Also,
most likely.
he's going to like... yeah, all right. Anyways, we'll get back to live.
We butchered this analogy. And I think this was like kind of more APA's fault than Dokla's.
Speak for yourself. I feel like pin the nail on the donkey, well, while you're peaking slightly, did work. But, yeah, I don't want to trigger Kobe, but now I'm just thinking, what's worse, that or, you know, Masu in the tri-brush? But we won't get into that one as the bottom turret is sieged here by 100 Thieves. Higher stakes. 100 Thieves are now with a massive lead, 4,500. They're on Dragon Soul Point. That rocket grab not going to find its mark. And 100 Thieves are starting to just take apart the base from Team Liquid.
Yeah, they really are. They're playing with so much confidence right now. They've had nice snap engages onto the Annie Viego rather than waiting for them to get the engage. They're just jumping onto them before any fight can turn the way of Team Liquid. As long as they can play this out cleanly, because, I mean, this is a bit of a new 100 Thieves. They were struggling so much before that Lyon series, but really feel like they've turned that corner of confidence, and Quid is just playing.
I mean, is he just going to solo kill? Nah. The Weirdly not going to land. Twofold Hex misses, so CoreJJ just get out of there. But, whew, this is a confident 100 Thieves, to say the least.
Quid is powerful.
3,300 health.
That's one way to put it. Has he gotten the third mask?
Quid is very powerful. Yeah, he's got his triple mask build with his book as well. So you
Hard to
stack
read a
all
book through
three
three
masks on top.
Yeah.
And he's also writing the book. You know, he adds new pages.
Oh, that's canonically. That's right.
Very quickly as well.
Already at 10, going to start stacking up even more right there. And I got to say, for a player like Quid, I know it's maybe a little more inside baseball here, but you know, a lot of these players on 100 Thieves are playing for a spot next year. The organization, this is their last run here. And Quid's kind of the belle of the ball right now, really making a strong argument at the end of the season. That Orianna game now into this Aurora game, like, yeah, pick me.
Everybody's going to want to pick up Quid for sure. Well, not every, well.
Depends how the rest of the year goes.
A lot of teams.
Yeah,
a lot of teams.
I imagine he will be popular when it comes to scouting reports in this coming offseason. But offseason in the future, right now, it is still a series. And Team Liquid aren't out of it yet. It's looking real dire in this game, too. It is still a 3-game series. We almost had a reverse sweep yesterday. And I don't want to curse 100 Thieves at all, but this is looking like another one where it's just, you know, dot the I's, cross the T's. They can close this game quickly here as Dragons up in 45 seconds. That is their soul.
I mean, we said at the start that we would be shocked if we don't see 5 games. I'm doing everything in my power to curse them into there being 5 games. So, definitely feels like 100 Thieves has pulled it back together. They have the coordination. It doesn't matter what happens to them in the early game. They'll always be able to come back in team fights.
Yeah. You just want to preface with that you're trying to curse them.
Team Liquid does look out of sorts, like they are not cohesive in their team fighting. So 100 Thieves should win this easily.
Right now it's a fight for that mid-wave control, 15 seconds before the dragon spawns. Again, summoner spells available for pretty much everybody here, except for a TP on Quid, but don't need it. Everyone is already in the 5v5. Team Liquid win the mid lane push. 100 Thieves, do they want to go and try and fight for that one? No, instead they're controlling the access points. As APA a little split apart. Quid almost finds the damage onto APA.
Yeah, he used his stun. I thought they were going to go in on that a little bit more, like full commit with a pillar to make sure Quid was going to be able to force APA's flash, but
Dragon's already started up here as Jan trying to get damage onto Dokla, hitting the front line, but Dokla is just trying to distract Team Liquid. Watch for Yuji. He could look for the engagement, instead it's an engagement from Ayla! APA goes down, 100 Thieves yet again! Pull the trigger, find the targets! Team Liquid will melt at the Dragon Soul fight, and 100 Thieves will chase down a couple more kills before picking up that objective. Another Dragon fight win for the Thieves.
So why did APA run at the Cassante again? He literally ran at Dokla while Dokla was in that push. He ran up to him and he got Q3'd again. That's what happened.
That is what happened.
That is rough to see back-to-back here. Yeah, CoreJJ has Smite with the Summoner Spellbook, but just has no access. That would have been a miracle play for Core to find it, and he will not. Dragon Soul to the Thieves. Team Liquid struggling here in this series. It's looking like a 2-0 as the Thieves will start their siege.
I'm so confused. He has Flash too.
100 Thieves has been absolutely annihilating APA. That's what I know for sure. I mean, every time he's tried to find an engage, they've been one-shotting before the fight. They also caught Jan immediately after. Like the precision to just kill both carries.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna look at that again.
Ayla's got his mark set. Always looking at those carries, always looking to get onto the 80 carry. Jan already chunked out yet again, and APA just dies trying to defend. Gets the tippers out that time, gets the flash off that time. Same result. Dokla absorbs the impact. There's now Team Liquid trying to find a miracle fight, 4v5. Maybe Jan can do it. He's dodged it up. Jan cannot free fire enough. He only gets the one as he will fall. 100 Thieves will go up 2-0 in the series.
One game away from taking out TL, looking calm, cool, and collected.
And the whole team is looking good. 100 Thieves, every thief is doing their job.
Yeah, they're all making out like bandits here. Lounge, I mean, this is looking like a stomp so far.
It is. It is really surprising.
Yeah.
You know, this was more what people were expecting from yesterday's series. But to be fair, that started as a 2-0 as well.
True.
Maybe we'll get the reverse sweep, bringing us back to Game 5. We don't know.
The TL bank is as broke as possible right now. What are you gonna go back in there for? Oh, I have this for a reason. I have this
That's
for a reason.
later.
Oh, is it? Let's ask the question now.
No, let's ask the question later.
She's putting it off. You know what? We'll put it off, but you're going to have to answer this question.
People know that I don't flip-flop. I'm not you.
All right. We'll see about that. We'll see about that.
These two comps, we kind of talked about it a fair bit at the start, how TL wanted to play. And we did at least get to see a good example of that, with Yuji getting some resets, with them being able to get that first kill, Viego kind of dancing with death. This is what TL was looking for. They had this fight early on, around 12 minutes, 12:30 on into the game there, where you finally get to see kind of like what they wanted from the comp, but it's just obviously they weren't able to continuously get it.
Yeah, and that's kind of the focus, right? Just because like they were able to at least get the picket here, and as long as you get one person and get one possession, the Annie can help you, the Blitzcrank can help you, you just need one person, then you just let Yuji go straight for it. And I felt like in this case, like he was playing it pretty close. That was like double-digit HP. But the moment you saw this first fight, I was like, okay, it's actually working out, and they can make this a close series.
Yeah, and then throughout, Jan is just kind of full health, free firing. He gets into a really good position on the Yunara. We know how good Jan performs just generally, but specifically his Yunara is incredibly impressive. And it looked like, okay, if TL can set up fights like this, especially where like they're using the Annie Viego combo, they're getting kills onto the Yunara, it could look good for them.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for them came in the fact that often in all the rest of the fights, it was 100 Thieves that were starting the fight.
Yeah.
And a lot of their champions are completely useless in counter engage, right? It's like Blitzcrank, Annie, these champions, I mean, Annie, if it's getting jumped on, sometimes you can just dump your combo and maybe your team can win the fight. But like Blitzcrank, if you're hooking in some important person into all your team and you're killing them, that's great. But when your team gets hard engaged on, usually the only person you even have an angle to hook on is the person who's already engaged, which is like not going to do anything.
Just the Cassante just standing right in front of you
with the wall.
Like, what are you going to do?
You pull it even more onto your carries.
Exactly.
Like,
so I feel like it's so hard when they are not the team that is being proactive, when they are not the team that is first the objective, starting the fights. And I think that we saw a lot of good examples of 100 Thieves really playing their team comp well here. Starting the fights out, being the ones to actually, have TL on the back foot where they were really struggling to play from.
100%. And I felt like the biggest winner for me from the 100 Thieves camp were Ayla's engages. And that one, that was a great Cassante play from Dokla. I challenged him on the Keen point. He looked a little Keen-esque, a little mini Keen in there. But no, I felt like Ayla really found a lot of angles and a lot of
Dosante, if you will.
Yes,
Dosante,
we need to coin the term.
The fight, I don't think it's this.
This is
it.
Boom! I mean, he has a lot of them.
This is closer to the end of the game, but there was one before as well where Ayla just had, a really, really good engage prior to the Otacon fight we just saw. And again, like I think we talked about how River isn't necessarily on a primary engager here, right? But the combination of Ayla, Quid being able to get on top of that because Aurora can kind of go wherever she wants. And then also the Dosante, as you have coined, Raz.
I coined it. No,
right in my face. Just like that?
Thank you,
That's
Emily.
crazy. You're like,
I heard him repeat it.
I coined this.
I love how he just took it, though. He just took that.
I'm willing to take credit for someone else's success.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I can respect the unrespectable nature of that.
There we go.
He's being honest about it.
Yes. But I mean, it was definitely, I think, a well-played game from Ayla. He was the one who really, really was standing out, I think, to me. Obviously, Quid had a fantastic game, too. But a lot of these team fights, it was these split-second engages from Ayla, catching someone out, starting the fight off well for them, that really made the difference. But remember, don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR code on screen, click the link in chat or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the Champions Shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off Uber Eats. As we head to break, let us take a look at the comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat, including Raz.
Yes.
He has caused me. We're in bush. Let's be connected.
Yep, I don't have vote for 20, okay?
If I hook you, let's fight insta, okay? If I hook, let's fight.
I'm walking off. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it.
Kill
front. Kill front.
Nice. We can both
do both. There and then drag it.
Let's do both.
Yep.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed.
These knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Dad, I'm a genius. I figured out how to make us penguins fly.
That's gonna be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All we have to do is drink it.
And how?
Come on, Dad, just drink it. But why?
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun?
Red Bull gives you wings, but only if you drink it.
Aww.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yeah.
You guys can walk up, I think.
Any?
Any.
Oh.
Any that.
Dip bomb now. Dip bomb.
No.
Oh, we win.
Defend mid wave. Oh, you got it. Just go bot, maybe. I don't think we know.
Get soul.
I need to kill this guy.
I'll go mid.
I'm gonna get assault.
Oh, my bad, Bill. I should have said
Yeah, quick pitch. Diego might try to come back and deal
No,
that.
100 Thieves will go up 2-0 in the series. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves. The final match between these rivals, and currently a 2-0 series for the Thieves, one game away from a sweep.
And look at that smile. Big Dokes there.
Big
he
smile.
had another big game. He was shouting at the beginning. He's like, I got him again. This Andy. Another Q3 on him.
He's been playing lights out. Although Scion, Rumble, both gone. No more Cassante, but he's got more in the tank. I'm still a little shell-shocked after the way that game ended.
Yeah.
It felt like 100 Thieves just absolutely bulldozed Team Liquid, and it's going to be a tough mental challenge for Team Liquid to reset, knowing they have to win the next 3 games to keep their season alive.
And I think it speaks to how well 100 Thieves is playing as a team right now. We even heard Coach Golden Glue in his little interview talking about, yeah, I think the Team Liquid are the ones pressured to make things happen. They got to come into us, and if we just front the back, we're in a good spot. And I mean, you look at those instances where 100 Thieves are just in a bush. They make Team Liquid walk into them. Sometimes it's Dokla walking into the bush, I guess.
Yeah. Sometimes it's Annie walking out of the bush into Dokla also.
You know, all the above. All the above.
Exactly.
Little column A, little column B. Yes. It is either way.
One of those columns is correct, and one of them is in a...
Well, hey, you know what? Didn't APA say it was going to be a sweep? And what is it right now? It's a 2-0. I think, unfortunately...
He meant reverse sweep. He missed the mic cutout.
Oh, yeah.
He missed a word.
During the interview, it's tough. The mics sometimes, they just don't work how you want them to. So it's going to have to be for Team Liquid to try and bounce back here. Again, a rivalry 8 years in the making. But it seems like we get a lot of sweeps between these two. You go back to that first finals, sweep for Team Liquid. Second finals, it was a sweep for 100 Thieves. Just last split one, sweep for Team Liquid again.
Let's see if 100 Thieves on the way out, even though they do not have the career head-to-head against Team Liquid or the career head-to-head between coaches Golden Glue and Spawn, can definitely end Team Liquid's season here. Kobe.
Yeah, you could get the last lap and then just leave the room.
Yeah.
Drop your mic, I'm out. See ya.
You'll never get a chance at the That's like when you play your friend at a fighting game. They beat you 9 times, and you win that one, you're like, all right, I'm done. I'm good. I'm satisfied. But we joke about it. It does mean a lot to the 100 Thieves fans. If you talk to them, they're like, no, this is the rivalry. This is the match that means the most. And a 3-0 would be poetic for the Thieves. Catch up on what's going on in draft, though. Already going into Game 3, champ pools are starting to get pinched. We mentioned Dokla and what he's been playing topside, but also APA. I mean, things like the Ziggs, the Annie already gone. Immediately, I'm looking at things like Talia then. That's kind of what Team Liquid leans towards on blue side.
I'm also just seeing, like, this late into the Fearless series, Team Liquid's really stuck on bans. Like, the Yone, Gwen have just been banned every game at this point.
Yeah.
They're not going to give them through in any elimination point. The Bard is a little bit strange that they're banning it so much because Corda J's an amazing Bard, but they just want to take it off the table. It appears that way.
Let's see what they want to go for. Again, I'm thinking Talia. That would be my top.
Yeah, I mean, they've done a lot of this hover over Kiana, and I just hope that somebody locks this in. Because I want to talk about Kiana so bad right now, but we're not going to get it. So I'll be a good boy. We'll just talk about Varus instead.
So Varus has 575 range.
He's staring at us.
Yeah, okay. I thought he always hovers Akshan.
No, he gave us the I'm watching you to the camera. Okay. That was great. I don't know who that's for. He's, I think, hovering Akshan for somebody. Maybe he's taunting someone in solo queue right now.
Buddy.
Hey, I'll take it. It's going to be Sivir instead. All right.
Okay, farm up on bottom side here for FBI. Sivir has risen in popularity to be the answer here. What is it going to be? River? Oh, man. The signature Jarvan would be really fun. He has had such a good series so far on the Xin and on the Trundle. But looks like we grab our blind pick first here with the top lane dwindling.
I don't want him taking his jungler that early. River's been cooking too hard. Give him the counter pick. Need a little bit more low mobility champions before he's going to throw down with the Jarvan.
It leaves Talia still available. Yeah,
Is it a Talia Vi day?
Vi's banned already. Yeah.
Not a Vi day. Vi's banned every game. Talia Kiana day, maybe.
Ooh. Don't lose hope, Kobe.
Okay.
Keep believing.
You made me, I got excited there.
As somebody once said, the faithful shall be rewarded. I think that was about Kiana getting locked in.
Yeah.
If I remember. Something like it. Either way, it is the Talia for APA. Again, the champ pool to be expected. As it gets later in the series, that's when you start to get a little more worried for Team Liquid. But as of right now, it still seems like comfort. They get Varus for Yan. They get Talia for APA. Won't be surprised to see now a jungler for Yuji picked up here.
And do they feel confident to bring back an impact to Jax? I know a lot of people don't want to see that, but could be an option for them. They do want to get the Poppy early on at the very least. Still flexible here for either UG or Core JJ, but when it's on a team here like Team Liquid, you usually think of Core JJ, Poppy. He's a level 1 menace on it, you know, goes to attack enemy jungle. Maybe that's their route in this game, is have Core JJ level 1 go kind of mess with River early jungle clear and try and take down on that.
Yep, try and get some early push with Varus.
But it's a Sejuani.
Move Core JJ in. I mean, for what it's worth, if UG has the games on the Poppy, he would be able to play it, but he's pretty much only played the AD Bruisers so far.
Yeah.
There is an AD Bruiser Poppy build you can do with the Sundered Sky, so he could still make it fit, but you're right, Kobe. I still feel like it's a Core JJ pick.
Either way, it's going to be the Sejuani for River. So we were talking about how he's been cooking. It is just kind of primary engaged tank for River this time around. And with Renekton and Sejuani with then the Sivir behind. That's 2 pretty big health bars to create space for the AD carry.
And it makes it hard for Impact top lane because, well, very few 2v2s can they go for that's going to win versus a Renekton Sejuani 2v2. So should be 100 Thieves here with some top lane jungle skirmish power. And they're banning out what they think Impact would go for, which would be like, I'm not going to try and be your 2v2. I would just tank and scale, take away the Ornn option from him. I think that is wise.
Or even lane swap. I mean, Team Liquid oftentimes do go for that around the 5-minute mark. They'll get their lane swapped around. So having something that can survive alone in lane is a priority for Impact, but not the Ornn. Let's see what else 100 Thieves bans away. It's the Braum taken off the table on Team Liquid side, meanwhile. So trying to remove some of the defensive options that help Sivir scale for free. Rel!
They're just not convinced of where the Poppy is going, which is smart and respectful. Wanted to get rid of potential game-winning engages from both the Ornn and the Rel. I mean, knowing that Team Liquid looked so hesitant in their engages last game, getting rid of the very nice telegraphed engaged champions, I think, is also just smart by 100 Thieves.
And the final Victor ban comes out from Team Liquid because 100 Thieves have yet to lock in their counter to the Talia. Let's see what Quid has in store for us. Cassiopeia hovered. I do love it when the snake is locked in. A lot of damage for the team. This one causes me a little more anxiety. That one we don't talk about, as now it's 100 Thieves just playing around, deciding what they actually want to go for here at the end of the day.
Gotta say, there's probably been more hovers per pick than in any series I can remember.
Ooh,
they're cycling through so much stuff.
Okay, Arise will be the answer, presumably, with the phase rush here for the extra dodging. Should feel pretty nice. And now we get the full reveal from Team Liquid. Where's your Poppy going to go? Is it going to be the Jax that I was talking about? A lot of people don't want to see that from Impact.
Azael doesn't want to see it. Like a
lot of people.
Really tall guy on the analyst desk. Every single time he plays Jax. Hates it.
Going through his options.
I mean, surely Fiora's better, right?
I think he would hate Fiora the most.
Gangplank locked
That's
in.
actually, this is an Impact Classic, so I think that this one is actually playable here. Of course, you do have to worry about them like building for a dive. But you can also like go for lane swaps and farm it out here. And level 1 Gangplank is actually stronger. You know, with your passive, you can try and push Renekton off of the minion wave, so Renekton doesn't get access to building Fury early on. So this is actually good. This is an Impact champion. And we'll see how they actually play. Of course, JJ is doing some talking and some smiling, so
I think
maybe he's like, hey, I'll send my Poppy up there. Don't worry, if they try and dive you, I'll come with Poppy. I'll defend.
I think something broke. Because the draft that I was in on my PC is gone.
Oh.
And I'm also hearing the producers have told me Gangplank wasn't intended.
Oh, no.
So the question is...
All of the ability names for
I actually
nothing?
kind of like that.
But intent is an interesting word here. I wonder how they're going to rule this, because if you notify... Like, if it's a mistaken pick and you notify before the other team picks, oftentimes it works. But if you, like, click it and press lock in, like, I feel like you have to play it.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what happened.
Well, wait
you're
for
just
league
making
officials.
up scenarios now.
Yeah. Because I don't know which one of the things that happened.
The funny
they
thing
declared
is,
Nautilus was their intended pick.
Oh,
so
interesting. Okay. Well, the funny thing is, I mean, we don't hate it because Impact's also known for this champion. Like, I think back to even like 2016, him playing it a lot.
The big thing though is if Nautilus is the intended champion, then that is a either jungle or top lane even Poppy.
Yeah, it looks like that's correct, and they're going back and drafting and flying through the picks. So it feels like the litigation has probably been done. It looks like it's going to be a Nautilus.
What chances would you give for an Impact Poppy?
10.
10 out of
So just barely double digits. You were just squeezing over the line.
1 out of 10. 1 out of 10. What about you,
1 out
Kobe?
of 10. Okay.
I think it maybe like, I think a little bit more. I'm going to go like 17%.
How are we going to see which one of us is right?
So we got 1 out of 10. We got 17%. I'm going to go, 0.5. There we go. Just to make it even more confusing here. All right, back into it. Let's see how fast we can get through. Don't need to hover champions anymore. Although I will note, Jan did hover a lot before that Gangplank was locked in. So
okay,
maybe still going for the record.
We'll just fill it in, everything all the way up to number 4 Nautilus getting locked for
listen,
deal.
If this isn't a big encapsulation of what's been going wrong for Team Liquid, I just got the down low on what happened.
The story? Okay.
Yep. They were going to pick Gangplank anyway on 5th pick.
Yeah.
So, but they
is
picked them in the wrong order and were like, oh, we did it wrong. Let's drop out. But they're going to have the same picks. It's going to be Gank.
That actually pisses me off.
That's crazy.
Okay.
That actually pisses me off.
I'm just saying, this is what happened.
And then APA walked out of the bush, right? Is that the story?
And then he gets hit by Kazate's cue.
Holy.
And then the Thieves get away from the Sirens. There we go. I mean, if that is what we actually see here, that's going to be crazy. But
yeah, it's going to be Nautilus Gangplank.
I mean, we were talking about
order.
the GP
I swear
making
to God.
sense in the composition. So, like, I guess all those points we made stand on the bright side, Kobe. There we go. We don't have to, you know, think about a different
You're not cheering me
champion.
up, though.
Think about a different pick. Trying my best.
Aren't you
here,
happy that
everybody.
Impact's playing Gangplank, Kobe?
Well, I guess I don't have to repeat everything that
Now
I said
Core JJ
before.
gets to trade someone for the Nautilus rather than not having to
This
trade.
is actually crazy.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I like what you said, Jed.
Somebody get Mark Z out here. I
They
don't
got
know, man.
skittish. They thought the draft was wrong, so they just put out real quick.
I mean, Jed, I don't know how much you were joking about it. I feel like there's some truth. It might be a microcosm of what's going on in-game. The communication from Team Liquid, panic.
They're on a hair trigger, man.
Decisions. Yeah.
I know.
Ooh, Renata, though. We hadn't seen the final pick from 100 Thieves yet. Renata Glask is going to be locked in to pair with that Sivir. I feel like we broke Kobe here.
I'm taking deep breaths now, okay?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's just spend longer in this series.
Yeah.
Like,
it's all good. We're going to get onto the
It was
Rift.
going too fast.
Summoner's Rift.
This is the last TL 100 Thieves. Don't you want to soak it in?
People always talk about Summoner's Rift, you know, as causing them anxiety, but it's actually very calming for me. So as soon as we get onto the Rift, I'll be okay.
You'll see the tranquil
Yeah,
green.
as soon as we get in, I'm home.
Draft is just the stressful part because you never know. You can go through a 10-minute draft, you can get dodged at the last second. That's what just happened to us.
Yeah.
But it was for actually no reason. Like, we just had to go back in and then play the exact same game with the exact same picks.
Yeah.
Well, either
I was
way.
on the edge of my seat. Now we get into the game. And we'll be in Summoner's Rift, nice calming waters of the river. Exactly. Take a deep breath here. TL, that's what they need to do. Take a deep breath, focus. Maybe they had a little bit of extra focus that they were able to do here. And try and push us to some more games, because for the beginning of this series, 100 Thieves have just ran it. They have run the game in a good way, not in a negative way.
They haven't ran the early game. So,
okay, there's that. But it is the last job for 100 Thieves here. Now we got to encapsulate the last job being the lower bracket, though. I mean, we kind of set it up for this match, but at this point, they're on match point and ready to take this one 3-0. And, oh, look at that. As of right now, Core JJ surpasses Xmithy and is 8th in total games played in North America. Congratulations, Core JJ.
yeah, he's really moving up in all of the leaderboards. Such a legendary career here in North America. He's going to want to play several more games in the LTA playoffs here if he's going to make the most of it. Got a reverse sweep here. Then the winner of this plays C9. But this is 100 Thieves' last job.
Or I don't think this is going to be the last job. I think they get another job after this, and that would be
one more job, actually.
Yeah. No, that was referencing the next job.
Yeah.
Is that they just accomplished this one. Now
yeah, I think that this Team Liquid robbery, I think they're at this stage right now. They're outside the bank, and they're like, we got all the gold. So it's up to TL to be like, hey, get back here.
Every time they succeed, it will be one more job. Until they fail, in which case that's the last heist.
Yeah.
What if they win Worlds, Jed? Is that a failure?
I feel like if they win Worlds, they'd find a way to have one more job.
One more job afterwards, yeah. They'll do like a Red Bull tournament, something like that. As the hook comes in from Core JJ, lands up on FBI. So early trades going in favor of Team Liquid right now. Not a bad way to start your level 1 1v1. Or 2v2, I should say. APA also taking some damage from Quid here, so we're just scrapping in the early game.
Yeah, just a definite stress test to see if anyone's going to fall over in the laning phase. You got to make sure that the team is still playing with their hands and brain.
As opposed to their feet.
I don't know. You got to check how tilted they are. Like if you're posturing in lane, make sure you're playing aggressively. If they're just going to seed the ground, then
you got to have confidence. Is what we're saying here. For elimination game, all the pressure is on. Play with some confidence. Quid certainly has it. Moving up on the rise here, getting some damage onto APA, forcing his potions pretty early on. He's got the potion lead currently with his rise counter pick.
As the junglers are also pathing towards the same side here. Slight lead for River in the clear speed. So he's going to be able to get to that top Scuttle Crab a little faster. We'll see if any of the top laners or mid laners have a significant enough push to determine who can get that one.
Yeah, I think it's important that both junglers are pathing towards top side. The Renekton Gangplank lane can get very volatile if the Renekton and GP want to play the barrel timeout game. But for now, Dokla just quickly pushes it in and waits for the wave to reset. Has nice rage, so the lane is in a good state for Dokla right now.
Yeah, good job here by Dokla, able to crash the wave to be able to get his recall off with... Oh, actually, he cancels it, and let's see, because as you say, Sejuani will be there first, so River will be able to come over early, and River has used the second smite charge here for Krugs to finish the Krugs even quicker, and he wants to bounce down to bottom Scuttle Crab and not fight over the top Scuttle Crab because he won't have smite for it since he used it on his Krugs.
Also, Dokla's getting pushed in, so maybe this was a call to say, you know what, Gangplank could get there a little faster. Dokla's already half health. Let's just call it off.
I think it's a good bounce back here, a nice little reset. So if they send their lane swap, get that thing going early on, get FBI over there. FBI's going to get there pretty quickly too. I think the timing looks quite nice. 400 Thieves. He is going to at least get into experience range of that.
Now Core JJ is actually in some trouble. Ooh, looks for the dredge line onto the wall, finds a River there instead. So that's flash burn from the Nautilus.
Surprise Sejuani when you're looking for a wall.
Yeah.
Definitely a proactive lane swap here by 100 Thieves, even though the lanes seem to be going all right. But they're just maybe looking to neutralize this early game a little bit and get to the late game scaling stage.
And the way that they did it, they got a lot of money here into FBI. So it was kind of nice with that big bounce back wave that Dokla had prepared for him to go right into the hands of the Sivir. And his coal purchased on reset, so already working down on that one as well.
Generous Renekton.
Slices in, dices out, gets some damage onto Jan right there, who's trying to catch that wave here and keep it frozen. Dokla's trying to catch or make sure that that one collapses in. As now the wave slow pushing on the top side here. They got a lot of ranged minions, so see if FA and Ayla are able to do anything with that. Meanwhile, Quid and APA, I don't think it's they're allowed to have full health bars when they're in lane versus each other.
Definitely an ego check right there, but Quid is winning pretty handily on the CS. I will say, one of APA's better champions is the Talia, so it's got to feel pretty good for Team Liquid to have him on that pick in this Elimination Game 3.
And that little skirmish victory is big for Quid, because he gets to push in the rest of the wave and go for his recall. And he already had his boots purchase here, so a lot of this wave is just going into the dirt. APA forced back. A lot of those minions just going down. No experience, no gold. And Quid, again, we said he was powerful last game. It has just been an exceptional series from him. Both him and River really shining through 400 Thieves today.
Yeah, and a massive wave crashing into Impact here, missing a couple CS, but more importantly, a plate goes over to FBI and Ayla. So really trying to capitalize on that. Dokla is in.
Is he able to get out? Or uses the heal to get move speed. That forces Flash out of Dokla. So well done, Team Liquid support.
Yeah, always trying to eke out as much experience and gold as you can when you're on this weak side top lane.
Jan's done a great job freezing this wave.
Yeah, is going to bounce back. And now with the last little move, and so they go for their swap back. 100 Thieves once again. Nicely done from them.
Impact is sitting on a call and a glowing moat as his GP item so far. The least efficient item in the game. He had the money. May as well get the moat. I mean, some breakpoint in there with barrels.
It's another benefit of going for lane swaps versus Gangplank. He doesn't get as many last hits, so not quite as much generation from the passive extra gold as well. But they've matched back up now. So it's back into the 1v1 on top lane as 100 Thieves will be able to secure their first objective.
Nice from the Thieves as FBI's taking some damage right there. But I got to ask Jet, how long is it cooldown for the W, the remove scurvy for Impact? Because the 5%, you know, it really, the longer the ability,
I mean,
the more it is.
Champions to build the glowing moat, I got to say GP's probably one of the better ones.
Right?
So yeah, because the powder cake recharge time is going to get reduced as well as the remove scurvy, and then also just being able to parlay creeps and getting a little bit of serpents and extra gold slightly more frequently. I mean, I'm just saying the benefits of CDR and all of his abilities, but it does work well with him.
Exactly.
The answer to the question is 20 seconds.
20 seconds. Hey, 5% off 20 seconds ain't too bad. Thank you, Kobe, for keeping on track, keeping on subject.
Are you sure it's 20 seconds now and he has the mode? When he sold it, the mode's gone.
Wait, what?
So it is 20 seconds. It used to be lower.
He did, in fact, sell that mode. That is interesting.
But he has haste on Sheen, so we're
okay.
Out of control.
Does mode? Well, it builds in. Does it? Now I'm trying to remember.
He didn't sell the mode. He just
there we go. Yeah, there we go. That would have been silly. But while we were investigating the moat situation, we did see River go for a Glacial Prison mid. APA flashed away from it, so no Summoner Spell Flash on the mid laner for Team Liquid. Meanwhile, Impact is actually doing pretty well in the 1v1, although Dokla fancies a 1v1 himself. Goes for the dominance. Impact standing his ground. The missile barrage doing massive damage here as one more parlay. No, Dokla heals up off of the wave. Weaver's Wall coming in here from APA. A little backup for Impact. First blood to Team Liquid.
Crocodile, Tamer, Impact. They get their 1v1 rematched up, and he's able to get the kill here with the assistance of his teammates.
Quid and River thinking about something here. Dokla would be up with TP in 7 seconds. The core TP's in first.
And now the engage onto Quid. Core JJ's taking a lot of damage here, but Depth Charge did land. It doesn't matter. River's the one that goes down. Team Liquid catch out 100 Thieves' jungler while they were confident to walk forward. Team Liquid thinking that they can find even more. Ayla's trying to walk away. Flash forward from Impact. Bailout will not be enough. That's feats of warfare for Team Liquid.
Are Team Liquid back now? When they need it, they clutch out a couple of fights around these grubs, get the top kill first, then they teleport Core JJ on over, and they force a couple of more kills. Over 1,000 gold lead really early on, getting the 3 kills for themselves. Really what Team Liquid need in this series.
It really is. I mean, it all starts with Impact having the Sheen and just mauling Dokla in this 1v1. The Sheen builds out of the glowing moat. So very useful conversation we had to set up this moment. And yeah, Dokla is just trying to stall, but knows he's dead, gets enough experience. The first blood goes over. I think it's what happens after that is more surprising to me here as well. Dokla definitely doesn't like getting solo killed. Core JJ teleporting in, and River and Quid just thinking that they can take on the world, but not being able to.
Ooh, and it was actually the Q being a little early from River right there. Maybe they actually kill Core JJ if that's timed correctly. Tough to know, but either way, we see Team Liquid much better start here. It's back to live. Looks like Glacial Prison did go out, and Jan is able to dodge that one.
Could we just check that glowing moat builds in a Sheen?
No, I was going to meme on you with the exact gold cost afterwards, but we don't want to keep that going.
Well, I'm happy that you show restraint here, Kobe. As another 1v1 in the top side. Cannon Barrage is coming off cooldown shortly for Impact here. He's just trying to get the wave first as Dokla's chasing him around, weighing out the timer for dominance. Dokla has a TP coming into his lane, but he gets a solo kill first. APA with Unraveled Earth. Seismic Shove knocks Dokla back, but Dokla's a big crocodile. Still looking for more damage here as Core JJ now making it an extended 3v1. Dokla buying so much time. He already got his solo kill. Team Liquid will answer back, but that's a lot of time invested by Team Liquid.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily look like Hunter Thieves is getting much back on the other end. So good job by Dokla getting the solo kill. He won the barrel minigame that time, breaking the barrel before Impact could pop it on him and gets the kill. But if you look at the rest of the waves, Team Liquid still has completely fine tempo on the map.
Definitely looking good for them, especially with the cross-map possibilities available. Okay, so they do just teleport Quid up to the top side now. He's got his Realm Warp available for 100 Thieves, and still the possibility of trying to get the fight afterwards. APA is going to arrive to get this wave. And it looks like the teleport from the Spellbook Sejuani is used to the bottom half of the map here from River. So many Spellbooks in this game, actually.
Depth Charge used here onto FBI. They're looking at the Sivir right now. Spell Shield was available, so FBI just walks away just fine. Now Impact, though, in some trouble here on the bottom side. Already used the remove Scurvy, so the Sejuani passive will lock him down, but pretty fast. Yeah, in the river, just running away. Had the phage completed, so uses the move speed boost to just run away.
Yeah, good job by Impact escaping up to the rest of his team. It is going to mean that Dokla gets the free push on bottom side while he makes his way back, though. Dragon.
Yeah, that started up. This is going to be the second one for 100 Thieves here. So at the end of the day, they don't get the kill on the impact, but I think pushing him out of that lane still gives them the space to start this one up. Now, can they actually confirm it? Jan is nearby, throws the Q at Ayla, though, not for the steal. As UG, I mean, doesn't even have flash available, so can't get in the pit. That is second Dragon to the Thieves.
They're probably pretty happy about this, trying to rise ult in for a kill.
Realm Warp straight onto Jan, but the Keeper's verdict from UG keeps his 80 carry safe. Team Liquid actually turn it back around here because the ultimate from Varus landed onto Quid, but now it's right back onto Jan. He walked forward. Glacial Prison by Space. Quid takes him down. Team Liquid in full retreat as a scrap in the mid lane gives 2 kills to 100 Thieves.
Ayla with the clutch ult, and then APA also has to escape with a sliver.
Ooh.
As Dokla flashes in to a seismic shove.
All right, 100 Thieves. Woo. They do have the grubs available on the map, but River's actually bottom side since Impact is still pushing there. And Quid might once again be this hope for 100 Thieves. The Rise can scale into some nice side lane later, and they're looking to make the play on Impact now.
Yeah, we don't get a chance to catch our breath here because these teams are just high-octane League of Legends. Flash forward from Impact, takes the kill onto Quid. Impact holds his ground. Oh, but River takes out the barrel, will get the kill in response. It's actually the redemption snipe from Ayla. But Impact makes them work for it.
2 solo kills this game for Impact's GP. He's trying to get the outplays to pull Team Liquid over the finish line. But how does every Team Liquid 100 Thieves game look like this? It looks like Team Liquid wins the first fight, then a big crazy fight happens in the mid lane, and somehow 100 Thieves equalizes the gold. But now Team Liquid trying to fight back a little bit as Impact gets another solo kill.
And we heard from Coach Spawn what they've been working on, a lot of things, but one of them trying to really nail Impact's first 8 minutes in the game here. So I'd say early game gone all right for Impact, all things considered.
The first solo kill would have been right after that laning phase and all the lane swapping that happened, so well done by him, but we might have another pincer move here.
River's frontlining right now as Ayla throws in damage, flashes in, Ayla catching out Jan yet again, depth charge though. Buys a lot of space for Team Liquid. River now in some trouble here as UG continues the chase. APA throwing out the volley over the wall. Seismic shove onto Quid. UG still in there. And the dredge line lands. Bailout will not be enough. APA on a rampage as Team Liquid get another kill.
These seismic shoves from APA, he's constantly getting 100 Thieves members back into dangerous spots. Again, we mention it every time, but the Talia, he has put so much time into this champion. He's 10 stacks Dark Seal, 4 kills for himself. And he really, as well as Impact, is showing up here.
Yeah, doesn't want his season to be over by any means. He's been involved in so much. He doesn't necessarily eat a bunch of farm this game, but he has been right there for every single fight.
As you can see, the land economy snapshot. APA actually not even that far ahead of Quid, but still ahead, as Impact is actually the one with the biggest lead right now for Team Liquid. Not even full 1,000 in their favors. APA pushes Ayla out, but the Herald has been started up by Team Liquid. No members of 100 Thieves in the neighborhood means that will be secured by UG as APA now spots out River. Threaded volley blind into the brush, but does see the Sejuani. Glacial Prison lands as Quid Realm Warps in for an easy kill. 100 Thieves catch APA.
Really well set up by River there. Chains the CC long enough for the slow Realm Warp to come in, and then also giving the kill over to Quid. For everything he's done in the early game, once this turret goes down, Quid's going to have a gold advantage over his counterpart, APA.
Yeah, attacking the side lane. Really nicely done there by 100 Thieves. And Quid's not going to get solo gold on the tower because River needs to stick around to make sure that they get it here and they rush it down. They get it in time for their first turret, to count. So very nice from them, and it does set up.
He's fine.
He's able to get out just dandy.
Still doesn't have his first completed item. It's been a rough go for Dokla here on the Renekton.
Meanwhile, Impact does have that Triforce completed, has had it for a couple of minutes here. Dokla did stop for the boots, so has the plated steel caps.
Exactly, trying to get that early on is very big for the matchup. Does delay your first item though, so honestly, if we're going to see the rest of these side lane towers be the next points of aggression here, and look to make the pincer move with Talia wall ready once again for APA, Like, this is going to be a moment that determines a lot for the direction of this game, because third dragon for 100 Thieves could be huge, potentially, but if you win that fight, then you also can get a bunch of tower gold. I'm assuming Impact is going to be able to finish this one off by hand, no problem, since Dokla is pretty far away. Gangplank gets that one, and he does have Gangplank ultimate ready, even though his teleport is desynced from Dokla's. His ultimate is ready, and since he has the push, he actually has the earlier timer to even just walk.
He also finished the call, but he doesn't have time to get back and actually spend that gold. So he has influx of gold, still at that one item spike here as Impact will walk down. Weaver's Wall onto Quid right now, has the flash available, but will not flash into Yuji's waiting arms. Instead, it's a TP coming in here from Dokla. Quid's locking Yuji down, Keeper's Verdict channeled, and misses! Dokla's able to sidestep it. 100 Thieves take Yuji's life. Flash out from Core JJ. Team Liquid now have to retreat. Ayla with a handshake back on Core JJ. FBI is exhausted up, but still has damage. One last auto will get it. Impact now is walked down. Ayla, hostile takeover will land, but it's a little late. He does still fall. Bailout will not save the support's life. 100 Thieves will lose 1 for 2.
I mean, River wants to take this Drake, but FBI is very low. APA and Yon might want to try and contest. Impact can teleport back in.
Yeah, I mean, but without Yuji there for the Smite steal, this looks like a third Dragon for 100 Thieves. Yuji missing that Keeper's Verdict was the deciding factor right there. Poppy goes down, 100 Thieves get another objective.
Crocodile lying in wait, too, to see where they go after Crunch, but they go after Impact.
Has the flash available. FBI is able to spell shield, but Impact actually still takes it!
That's
the parlay damage as Quid will turn it back. Jan flashes the wall to survive Dokla. What a play from Impact, though.
That's 3 solo kills for Impact on the GP, but it comes off the back of a disastrous play where I like the idea of Team Liquid. Get Quid out of the fight early, but they turn it around. A crucial miss. You cannot miss that Poppy ultimate in a game like this. Ends up leading to his demise and the Drake for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, that champion, hold on a second.
AP is able to
No
get
flash.
back on Dokla
Maybe
here, but now
another
comes
kill.
River, chain CC, the Talia. Dokla's out, gives the kill to the Sejuani. 100 Thieves get another pick on APA.
Another one. I feel like also the redemptions, can we say the redemptions from Ayla have been quite good? He healed up Quid in the last one as well. This one was kind of, wait a second, we're not even done with that.
Yuji can kill Dokla, but he can't get through River. Maybe Core JJ can as well. They just say try and get past the Sejuani, but yeah, teleport coming in here. Keepers, or by the best presence, will keep Yuji alive. Jan now in some trouble, no flash available. The flash from Ayla with the exhaust means that now Team Liquid's AD carry's gone, and 100 Thieves just keep finding picks.
The crazier the game gets, the better it is for 100 Thieves, because they seem to be
all the way over
mind,
here.
and Team Liquid is not.
Yeah, I mean, the wheels are falling off for Team Liquid at this point. 100 Thieves are about to make a third back-to-back-to-back pick here. First, it was APA, then it's Jan, now it's Core. All the death timers desynced. Ooh, that is a lot of gold in the pocket of 100 Thieves off of those plays.
Does it matter what happens in the early game in these series? It feels
Not
like,
in this matchup.
Feels like 100 Thieves, they just keep on, pulling out these mid-game fights regardless of what else happens. So this one's not over. It's just that we have seen this story multiple times. 100 Thieves now, again, Dragon Soul point is ready for them. They are 2,000 gold up. The thing they do have to worry about is the Gangplank still. Impact has, gotten a decent amount of kills himself and has a decent amount of money to item power spike. So you have to be a little bit worried about some of these barrel chains and not walking all the way in. But 100 Thieves once again.
100 Thieves have the top push. They'll get that top turret, but the Herald is mid. I mean, can they actually take this turret after the fact? It's a big chunk, but 100 Thieves have the Sivir wave clear, so they deny the turret answer. 100 Thieves will just get that top outer turret for some damage on mid.
Yeah, I mean, to answer your Kobe question, your question, Kobe, about the early game not mattering, 100 Thieves, they're fighting again.
You know what matters? Around 20 minutes here. If you get picks, if you get kills, that's a big objective that you can claim afterwards. Dokla was looking for one of those.
This is the 100 Thieves that we saw in Split 1 and early Split 2. Then they had that big slump in the murky middle of the year. But the best version of 100 Thieves just keeps fighting. No matter what, they keep fighting, and they'll find a way to start winning those fights.
20 kills in 21.5 minutes so far. Yeah, I'd say that that's a lot of fighting happening in this game.
Yeah, Quid and Dokla both kind of juking out the Poppy ultimate was, a big moment, not being able to hit that one. And since they won that fight, they really just push forward with that momentum. Now they've got mid push. They can translate this over to full Otacon control. I know it makes you nervous, but they're in a really good position. They have 3 dragons for themselves. Looks like they're not going to risk anything here quite yet. And they're going to wait until there's a moment like, oh, we get a pick, or Team Liquid are completely out of position to truly force it. And they can force those. I mean, Quid is almost level 16 on the rise. We kept on mentioning early game how powerful his split push can get.
Yeah.
He's almost to level 16. He does have his Realm Warp, and if they can set up the map in a little bit more beneficial of a way, then they can actually force some sort of Otacon play.
Yeah, I think they want to make sure Otacon doesn't get stolen by Varus GP bursting it down really fast, but it's Mountain Soul that's up in 40 seconds for that fight. So I think as long as 100 Thieves has some vision in that area to prevent a sneak, it's all about trying to control this mid lane, bot river, and Mountain Drake.
Team Liquid, in the same brush that they were last game. Not able to land the seismic shove onto River right there, but Team Liquid still trying to control the approach to that dragon. 20 seconds, 100 Thieves now grouped up as 5. We got a Nayram front to back, as now we're looking at approaches from the River angle as well. River will walk forward, trying to create some space here against Yuji, against Jan, as now APA could look for the flick back again. If you just catch any of those carries, you can just 100-0 them and win the fight.
And you're kind of waiting for either a Poppy ult to fly through or a Talia ult to section off the fight and give someone from Team Liquid to combo.
Speaking of, Weaver's Wall lands onto Ayla. No flash available, but just heal for the movement speed and walks away. Now 100 Thieves don't have their support nearby, so Team Liquid are going to try and regroup to take the dragon space. Glacial Prison lands, and now it's on to the jungler. River's down. 100 Thieves just losing their front line. Dokla flashing in, looking for a hostile takeover. Flash by every member of Team Liquid. Impact will be the answer. So that's one that falls, and Romor in. CoreJJ and APR get chased down. Quid was untouched in the fight and can pick up another kill on APA. Team Liquid had started off so good, but Quid turning it on its head. Yuji still waiting in the wings. Looking for damage on the Quid, but he's just got too much health. That is a rise with Rod of Ages with Seraphs. You cannot kill him. 100 Thieves hold the line.
Everyone on Team Liquid gets so low, even though they get more kills in the fight, so they can't immediately take the Drake. Now 100 Thieves is already kind of back on the map. FBI got to push in mid. Quid's pushing in bot, can also teleport back. We could see a run back of this fight almost immediately.
And if you run it back, that fight, this is going to be even better for 100 Thieves. So this is desperation mode for Team Liquid. Yuji does at least have a real flash ready on Poppy.
No ultimate available, though, so you're not knocking River out of that pit. If 100 Thieves want to start this, they might just be able to finish it. Team Liquid got to find a way to walk in. Watch APA here. It's a little split from the team, so is Impact. Team Liquid on the approaches to these objectives have struggled. 100 Thieves currently are holding the line together. It's got to be Yuji walking in. It's got to be CoreJJ finding the hooks. It's got to be APA finding the flicks. But 100 Thieves so far are just not giving them the opportunities. They're kiting back. Team Liquid have Impact in the pit. Misses the barrel. Not able to land there onto FBI as 100 Thieves not fully bursting down the dragon. They're just waiting for Team Liquid to stop up, and it's Jan that walks up into River melee range. Quid can free fire. Team Liquid again on an approach to dragon will falter. 100 Thieves again will get away with the team fight win.
Oh yeah, they're gonna get away with a Mountain Soul and a Baron and an Otacon. Like
it's the triple play.
That's the triple.
There's actually too much health on all these objectives. They get all of them, like Mountain Soul and Baron and Otacon. They robbed the bank, and the bank had like extra gold and rewards inside of it.
I think they brought a couple backpacks. They're just gonna keep moving to the left.
They robbed the bank and got tipped on the way out here. Baron taken, Otacon taken, Dragon Soul taken, Team Liquid's chances taken. 100 Thieves are stealing it all.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Like time from Soul to all 3 being taken is like a minute at most.
They synced up the timing that all of them are on the map, and they just get all the rewards at once. You have to feel like that's going to wrap it up.
I mean, yeah, watch Jan and APA, the 2 carries of Team Liquid. I mean, CoreJJ's off on the side.
I'm watching Quid
engage.
Quid solos APA. Watch Quid on the rise move up and just solo this guy. He moves past his spells, deleted.
He is, but Jan got point blanked by River's ultimate. No, Poppy wasn't in front of him. GP wasn't in front of him.
So
no
they got
cleanse
completely
on
outplayed
Jan.
on both sides.
On
Both
both
sides.
carries.
Both
Carries. I
fronts.
was watching the AD, you're watching the mid. Neither one of them. But you could tell Jan was probably expecting something else to happen. He was expecting people to be in front of him. And I don't really see a universe, the Doctor Strange moment, where Team Liquid comes back from this because they're down Soul, Baron, Otacon, and to own the series, Kobe.
So many of the series between 100 Thieves and Team Liquid have been sweeps. 3-0 one way, 3-0 the other, and this time around it's looking like 100 Thieves are going to get revenge for what happened at Split 1 finals here. Not the story we expected, not the form we expected these teams to be in either, but it's happening all the same. Team Liquid are faltering, and 100 Thieves are surging in Split 3.
Looking like that last dance is going to continue.
One more job.
They want Cloud9 to be their next dance partner.
C9's getting their dancing shoes on, getting ready for that one. Again, it's going to be a gauntlet next week. Whoever's in that match will have to win 3 series to take the North Championship. But, I mean, it starts with this win here for the Thieves right now as they look for another pick onto Jan. He has the cleanse available, not going to use it immediately because there was not follow-up. So Team Liquid's AD carry will just stand his ground. Same cannot be said for the turrets. They are starting to fall as Impact will at least get one on the bottom side.
Yeah, good objective bounty to be able to take, but these turrets are very difficult for Team Liquid to defend. Jan needing a lot of time to cut through people with that attack speed Varus build, and he's just not getting it with how quickly 100 Thieves is approaching these fights.
Impact's committing to the split right now. He actually goes for a tier 2 turret, starts hitting that one. Quid will back and answer that one now as Team Liquid down 7,500 gold, plus that Dragon Soul, plus the Otacon flowers. It's going to be a miracle for them to find something, either somebody egregiously out of position on 100 Thieves' side, or something like Yuji finding the wall stun. You know, APA finding the seismic shove, Jan finding the chains of corruption. One of these abilities has to pick somebody out of position.
Yeah, but Quid and FBI, I mean, Quid's just playing with no limits. FBI is playing extremely safe. Quid's a tank in his own right with the items that he has right now, plus the unpopped elixir for when that next fight does pop break out.
Yeah, I think DL really need a miracle. They got to pray. They actually have to have already prayed in the past as well. For
Continual prayer.
Yeah, for that one to work in time. And Quid, the god of the side lanes.
The phase rush plus Cosmic Drive. He gets the Keeper's Verdict out of Yuji, sidesteps that. Yuji still in trouble. Realm Warp forward. Quid, what are you doing? Okay. Doesn't actually go through with it. That would have been a very ambitious ult, but I think he sent the message.
Been crazy if he realm warps into the whole.
That would be mega aura.
Yeah, they'll just run away.
He literally runs down the whole team. Get back here.
I mean, Quid's feeling it right now, dude. 6-2-6. We went into this series wanting to highlight his melee champions. He finally pulled them out last series, but it's been all about the mages this time around, and he's looking solid on them.
Turns out it wasn't about the champions. It's just about playing better.
I mean, he's just good.
He's just a good
Quid
player.
is just good.
I have it on good authority. Quid, good at League of Legends. This is Dokala trying to show just how big this Renekton is right now. With 3 items completed, walks up into 3 members of Team Liquid, takes away a ward, and Team Liquid just have so few safe spaces left on the Rift. A minute until Elder Dragon, a minute and a half until Baron. I mean, they lost that soul fight, but I think they're going to have to take another one, and this one's not going to be as close as that last fight, given how many stats 100 Thieves have picked up.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're kind of waiting for the Elder and then the next spawn of Baron. No triple play available. They'll have to settle for Elder Baron. Also very potent and nearly impossible to come back from. But they have such a big lead. I feel like the patience, weirdly enough, that 100 Thieves has been some of their best moments in this series. They're starting the objectives and just waiting for Team Liquid to approach. Waiting, and then finding the right moment to snap engage. Whereas Team Liquid has never been able to find those moments to engage in this series.
Yeah, 100 Thieves a really good turn off of objectives. Sejuani ult, they can follow chases with Rise, Realm Warp. You know, Renata's very good if you're trying to face check into the champion. So they've got full vision coverage leading up to the Elder fight for themselves through the jungle, and they actually Realm Warp on top of the dragon to start it even quicker.
Early Weaver's Wall from APA. does spot it out as he's now face shaking the brush yet again. River goes for the ultimate core GG. The hostile takeover lands onto 2, but now Dokla's on the flank. He's exhausted up, but still the health bars from Team Liquid are falling. That's 1 down. FBI dies. Team Liquid still in full retreat. Big Dokes on the back line. Impact, the only member still wearing blue. Can't even flash the wall. Does get over it at the nick of time. Barely lives, but that is 4 tall on 100 Thieves.
And 100 Thieves have the minions. They're looking to complete the sweep on Team Liquid.
Dokla continues the chase. Impact cannot even get back to his base. 3 members, 3 Thieves on the bottom lane, taking out that inhibitor. Impact just trying his best to get back to the turrets, and Dokla not allowing him to. The chase continues, but the heist is done. The final chapter of their rivalry is written in blue blood. 100 Thieves get the job done. 100 Thieves take down their rivals. They're looking at the turrets next, but Team Liquid has respawned. They get one last chance to defend. 4v4, Thieves in the base of Team Liquid, trying to hold the line. Yan and APA are free firing right now, but Yuji's already low on health. 100 Thieves have Dokla nearby, jumping in onto APA, has the ultimate available yet again. APA is caught out, APA almost goes down, still lives for now. Handshake misses, Dokla just buying time for the Thieves to hit the Nexus. There you have it, 100 Thieves continue their lower bracket run.
The momentum is building for 100 Thieves. I also love the respect that these two teams absolutely have for each other. Good game, good luck next week. The thank you from 100 Thieves. One of these teams had to eliminate the other one. That is the tragedy with these teams that are clearly so respectful of each other. But 100 Thieves was just a much better team today.
And I am excited for their matchup with Cloud9. I mean, with the way that 100 Thieves are looking right now, they are firing on all cylinders. They are scrapping. These team fights are looking great from them. Lots of good individual mechanics as well.
I mean, Team Liquid, you got to feel for them. Getting 3-0'd is a tough way to end your season. But 100 Thieves, the story continues. There's another job to do. This one's done, but there's one right around the corner now as they are ramping up in this lower bracket.
They really are, and absolutely devastated for Team Liquid as well with how well they were playing last year and how well they started week 1. Quite a fall off at the end. This will be their last game of the year.
Ooh, Team Liquid will be waving them goodbye, but we're walking with Dokla on screen here on his way to the interview. Loungers, take it away.
Woo! 3-0! I did not expect, I don't think anyone expected 100 Thieves to come out this strong.
No, I mean 3-0 is pretty crazy. It's a brutal end to the year for Team Liquid, who went 0-6 in the elimination phase. Lost 3-0 in the upper bracket, lost 3-0 in the lower bracket. So not the way that they were hoping things were going to go, but 100 Thieves, you have to kind of start taking notice of how well they have been doing. And
That's
Dokla,
true. Dokla, come on in
buddy.
Come on in here.
I'll come in. You guys need some content.
Yeah. Give us the content.
All right.
How are you feeling, man?
That was expected, so I'm feeling normal.
It's completely expected. 3-0.
Yeah, because in scrims, we were just demolishing them. So on stage, I think Lyon was a stronger opponent. So after we got through Lyon, it's like TL was like, I'm not going to say it's a free week since you always want to respect your opponent, but I knew at least in the back of my head it would be easier.
Though. So you're buying the Scrimbucks.
Yeah.
So how come then, take me back to when Energy beat G2, because I was hearing that those Scrimbucks we're not very good.
Special magic, you know. Scrimbucks don't apply.
So when you're owning in scrims, then the Scrimbucks are extremely valuable. When you're getting absolutely pounded in scrims,
disregard it.
Scrims don't mean anything. What are you talking about?
We're learning more than they are.
Oh well, I mean, so you're feeling confident that like, is it giving you vibes of that Energy run? Because obviously, let's be frank, 100 Thieves, you weren't there the whole time, but 100 Thieves was not looking good in this split. Even with you the first week, obviously not as dominant. Then you guys come in last week, you pull off the upset against Lyon, or at least what I consider to be an upset, what most people consider to be an upset. You come in this week, even though you guys are confident, I think everyone I talked to thought it would be a close series.
You're talking to the wrong people.
Talking to the wrong people. It's true. That's true. I didn't talk to you.
But yeah, I think from the outside, we really leveled up a lot. I think the 2-week break going into before our Lyon series was really beneficial. Like we were night blocking pretty much every day once we had content, and we really, just found our groove in that 2-week period. So and now we're just trying to carry the momentum forward.
Yeah. And how was it coming into the team? Obviously, you came into the team as a coach, but just kind of like energy-wise, because you came in, obviously, happy to be able to get an opportunity.
Yeah.
But also, the team must have been depressed.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like depression, since our vibe is always like pretty positive. It's just, we had a lot of issues, not just Sniper, but like everyone in general. Like, and that 2-week break really helped us like iron out those issues. So the vibe was never really bad. Credit to like our coaches, because they really always keep a positive environment, even though like we were losing and getting smacked. Like, that was the best like environment I've been in for like pretty much an 8th place team.
Yeah.
So it's like, we never like lost confidence or hope in that. So yeah, just credit to our coaches, really.
Something I've noticed with you coming back in the league, I don't know if you've kind of felt this or this has been more of a decision or just something that's happening, but I feel like you are playing to the camera more. You're like, you're talking and playing it up more.
I mean, I got nothing to lose. I was on the streets and I got picked up. Now I'm just enjoying my time here. I was like, I'm happy to be here, you know? So that's pretty much how I feel about it. I think not being on the team in the start of the year gave me a lot of time to reflect. And then I was thinking, like, if I do have the opportunity again, I'm just gonna be how I would be and yeah, just have fun. Because I think ultimately that's what, you know, made me want to be pro in first place. It's like just the fun of League. So I just want to have fun on stage too. And I'm upset. Rivers stole my quadra kill. I was like,
I saw that.
Like, what is going on? We're playing like play safe, play safe. I'm like, I have Sterix, I have Mountain Soul, I have ult coming up. Like, we're not playing safe. We're not hitting the nexus. We're killing them. Yeah, so.
Messed up the vibe. Messed up the vibe. We'll come back to you on this one, but Kangas right now is with APA, so take it away, Kangas.
This is not Kangas, actually, Rez. You'll be shocked to find out. But I am here with APA after a loss. So first of all, APA, thank you so much for taking the time to do this. And then I did want to ask you to kind of reflect on not only this series, but kind of this overall elimination phase as a whole and what you think went wrong for TL.
I mean, this series I just didn't think, I mean, our coach Mon said in the back rooms, I just didn't think we had like courage or conviction, I guess is the way to put it. You know, so many times we were up and doing good things, but then when we come to the fights, we would just like do nothing and wait, and then they're a good team fight team, so they played well. I think to our season, I mean, we won like 1 week, and I think this is our like 4th or 5th loss in a row. It's a pretty dog shit split for us. There's no other way to put it. Yeah, I don't know. We just sucked this split.
Regarding team fighting, because I know it's something that you had identified as early as split 1 this year in terms of the timing and objective setups. Specifically, what was it that kind of made it so difficult for you to improve on that throughout the year?
I think we were improving on certain things. It's just as we improved on one thing, some issues would crop up here. So we'd have to we're always trying to just plug holes in our boat. And then we plug one hole, another hole would pop up, and then we plug that hole, another hole pop up. And that's just how it felt the split. And then towards the end, we're just kind of confusing concepts because nothing's really going right. And I don't know. Yeah, this split sucked.
Going forward, so we'll move past that. Like, is there anything you want to say to your fans, to TL fans, and kind of reflect on what you'd like to accomplish in the future?
I mean, I don't think it's acceptable to be a part of Team Liquid and place this poorly. I thought last split, going, what was it, 4th place, was miserable. Now this is even worse somehow. So, I don't think that's acceptable for a Team Liquid fan, in my opinion, to expect of us. So, only thing I can do is apologize to that. Not sure what's going to happen going forward, to be honest. Long off season, stuff happens within esports. Yeah.
Well, all the best, Ian. Thank you so much for taking the time. I always really appreciate your candor, and we will throw it back to the lounge to close out the day.
All right, so actually coming back to you off that one, great interview from APA. He's always going to be able to, after a series like that, being able to talk to Any interview.
Losers'
Any
interviews are tough. But
tough.
winners' interviews are easy.
That's true. That's true.
And we've got a winner over here.
That could be me next week. You never know.
just before that
right now, it's not.
Wait, where's the confidence? you were just telling us.
It was there.
You were just telling us. You're like, oh, this is crazy to you guys, but not to me. This was just expected.
That was to TL. Next week is C9.
Okay, so C9, but C9 almost lost to DSG.
Yeah.
So you guys are worse than DSG. Where's the confidence?
Yeah,
Come on,
where
brother.
is it? You got to bring it back.
Yeah, what's up with that,
Guys, let
Dokla?
me just. I'm 1 week at a time. So I haven't mentally prepared for
Yeah, that's
yet.
1 week away.
Well, I just started now, so it's.
Okay. You're in the process of locking
I'm running the numbers in my head.
Yeah.
True.
Did you watch the series yesterday?
Yeah, I did.
Did that make you feel more confident? Or did you think that, hey, DSG is actually a good team
DSG
now?
is actually not bad. I think people just severely underestimate just because of the team name and like the players, but they're actually like a solid group. And you guys saw it yesterday, where it's like they took C9 to Game 5, which, you know, even though they lost, like it still shows like they're good. So in my head,
they won 4 out of 5 of the early games.
Yeah. And I think they just threw like a bunch. Or like if they were clean on their team fights, then I think they could have won probably. So behind the scenes, like I thought DSG was strong. So yeah, I mean, I think C9 will. Like we're in the trifecta right there.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I wanted to ask you a question before we go to the next bit, which is like, because you talked about getting a lot of added perspective, being out of competitive for a little bit. What's one thing that you really felt like you were able to bring to the table that you changed from you were on NRG to now on 100 Thieves?
Well, for myself personally, I think
old Dokla versus the new upgraded Dokla.
Yeah, I think previously I would be very negative with myself in terms of like if I were to lose or like do bad in scrims, it would really take a toll on me. And now it's like, you have bad days, you have good days. Like just get the process of like improving more into my head, because I just don't like being in the rut and then it just feels bad and then it just ruins my play. So just bringing that positive energy, I think that's the biggest thing. It's just like bring the vibes. Vibes are king.
Yeah.
Vibes are king.
Where's the content though? We used to have like footage of your like tilted self on the screen.
Yeah, see, like you're not gonna see me doing this no more.
Yeah, we even got one from like all the way back in OPL accidentally.
Oh, true.
I was actually trying to get a fist bump between you and Juves, but then you already had backed off from it, and I was like, whatever, I'll just crop this one.
Yeah, that was me a while ago. Yeah.
Do you know what the relation that board is about?
Yeah, it's like who relates to who. It's like a spider web up there.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's the OPL is alive and well.
Yeah, we
partially
all,
thanks to you.
Yeah. Craziest thing is I went there in the beginning. It's like, it's
I
funny
had
to see
forgotten
it.
that honestly until I started going.
It's interesting to see how many people came to NA. So yeah, I'm really glad for everyone. I think all the players here are just deserving of playing in NA as well.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Well, the player of the series today is going to be Quid. We all were on other people. We were all split between River and Ayla, so I guess there's a lot of different people voting a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
Did you have a feeling? I always think it's interesting to hear the inside opinion on who actually was player of the series, because obviously the people playing the game get to hear who's making the calls and what decisions are being made, and that really changes your perspective.
Honestly, I don't really notice too much. I saw Quid was really doing good in game 3. Like he hit the first E in the lane. I saw that, so it's like I know the lane's won from that point. And then he was up like 20 CS, and then I was in a pickle. I knew it wasn't gonna be me. But yeah, I think everyone played pretty well. I think just the team fights, I think he had a lot of impact. And yeah, I mean, I think our Korean mercenaries, we call them, like you know, they're always gonna perform.
I thought Ayla was having some nasty engages.
Yeah,
especially on the Recon. I felt like he was catching a lot of people out in these.
Ayla is he just one-shot Talia.
Yeah.
Like I was like, I'm flanking. He's just gone. There's nothing for me to flank. Like holy moly.
If you had to give a player of the series, who would it be? Like you said, you all do well in the
I tanked so much jump. I got the bad lane spot.
Oh yeah.
Unsung hero of this team, and you know. You guys don't understand my value to the team. It's
an art. It's an art craft.
But I think Quid deserving. I think River also deserving. FBI, no. Ayla, yeah. Any of those three would have been good.
All right, so we get a passing grade then. We get a passing grade.
We don't fail.
On player of the series. Let's take a look at the bracket. We have obviously an upper bracket match that's going to be coming tomorrow. We are going to have you guys playing next week, next Friday. We'll be back in the Riot Games arena. It's a Super Week next week too, Dokla. You're playing and you didn't even know.
I love how the schedule always reminds, because this was me last week where I was like, oh, we're on Friday.
The most locked in he's been.
Let's bring that back up. Let's bring that back up.
He's not done. He's got to look at it.
I thought it was like a normal weekend, and then it'd be like finals weekend after, but it's
no, next weekend is finals weekend. So if you were to win, you're playing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
There it is.
Yeah.
The 5th, the
you
6th,
have to
the
run
7th.
the gauntlet.
It's a gauntlet, brother. You got to start running.
We could have all 100 Thieves all the time next weekend.
Dude,
the fans don't even have to leave. They could just sit from Friday all through the weekend and just wait.
Wow, that's news to me. I didn't. I was like, okay, well, we have C9 to prep for, and then we'll have a week break, and then it'll be next SR.
Who do you think is going to win an upper bracket? Shopify or the teams?
I think FlyQuest. Yeah.
FlyQuest?
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow, so I'll give you my analysis then.
Okay. So we have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Hold your breath. You're going to have to wait on that. But every game brings us one step closer to the LTA Championship in Dallas, Texas, where you might even see Dokla and 100 Thieves. Tickets are on sale, so reserve your seats now to join us on September 27th, 28th to crown the best team in the Americas. And if you can't wait that long, we are back here in the Riot Games Arena next Friday, where you're definitely going to see Dokla and 100 Thieves playing then. September 5th, that Saturday and Sunday, we will also be celebrating Season 3rd of the Trials of Twilight. Sunday is going to be our conference finals, so follow the link on screen or scan the QR code to purchase your tickets now.
Yeah, but we still got one more announcement. NACL and LRN playoffs are in full swing. The top two teams from both leagues will move up to face the skies in the LTA North promotion tournament. Luminosity Gaming and Estral are still the favorites, but you shouldn't sleep on Blue Otter and Fuego. Go watch NACL and the LATAM, of course, with the LRN. It's going to be on Twitch and YouTube, so check that one out. But that's going to be it for us. That's all good for us. That's today, but we still have Sunday. FlyQuest versus Shopify Rebellion, guys. Don't miss. That's going to be 4 p.m.
Doka's
Eastern.
Gonna be there too.
I'll be there. You'll be there. Don't know why, but you're going to be there.
He's taking your job.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. I know.
We need kicking all of us. Yeah. He's kicking all of us off the desk.
I got to leave. We're gone. We're done. Take it easy, guys.
We need some.
Final chapter in a rivalry 8 years in the making, and this is the last time we'll see these two orgs versus each other.
Say it isn't true.
Oh, what the ball?
Go. W?
Just hit front for now. Hit front and kite. Hit front.
Bang. High ball.
I'm looking.
Pop Blossom on the 400 Thieves again!
Lucian.
Keep going. Ready.
Keep going. Nice.
Keep going.
Nice.
100 Thieves roar back to life and will take game number 1 versus Team Liquid.
We push you now.
Yeah, look at Eddie. No flash.
They're coming up, okay? Don't troll. They're coming up.
Hit the tower.
I vote.
Yeah, look at front.
I got them.
Nice.
Yo, let me kill village.
Nice.
Anger.
100 Thieves will go up 2-0 in the series.
One game away from taking out TL.
Let me go around. I'll get angle.
Start barrel soon, okay?
Stars. Don't stop stars.
Yeah, look fast.
Okay, going.
I hit barrel. I have W.
Yeah,
On silver.
we won.
Jungle
Nice,
flash.
nice.
Go Baron.
Go back.
It's the same thing every game though, guys. They come dragon, they will die, and we get died.
Yeah. Team Liquid, it's time to go home.
100 Thieves continue their lower bracket run.
The momentum is building for 100 Thieves. I also love the respect that these two teams absolutely have for each other.